200 patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Oh. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
Tiger of Wales, they'll be our first LCP champions.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
You miss a few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
There's nowhere that we need to be on this empty line. There is only you and me. We don't mind, we don't mind. We don't mind, we don't mind.
Welcome back to the LCP. It's go time.
My God, it's beautiful.
Welcome back.
to the LCP, everyone.
It is week 2, day 2, and delirium has set in here in the LCP. I am your host, Logan, and this is your amazing play-by-play caster, Pike, as well. Say g'day, Pike, with so many sunnies.
G'day, guys. How are we all feeling? I'm ready for a big set of games tonight. It is that upper bracket matches, Logan, and we're in for the good matches, and everything's going to be looking so good because we got a lot of good games, but I think we got to reel it back. We got to look at yesterday a little bit more because that's important too.
Yeah, we do love yesterday. We were casting that one where it was the LJL derby. SHG fell to Detonation Focus Me in a 1-2 slog. So SHG, they've now lost 2 in a row, but DFM keep their hopes alive at 1-1. And on our second match of the night, it was a PCS derby, Pike.
Yeah, it was, and DCG actually came up with the goods. GZ really had them running in that first game. Even the second game, they took it really to them and played exceptionally well. Some of the best gameplay we've seen out of GZ all year long, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get over the finish line. But let's have a look, the beautiful Switch stage bracket as it is coming out to you here, as we are going to be looking at that best of threes, the 1-0 series. So it is Secret Wales versus the Vikings and CFO versus GAM tonight. But we can see down the bottom as well, it is SHG versus GZ, as they did go down to that lower bracket. So we'll have to see what teams will be versing DCG and DFM moving forward.
I like moving forward. It means we get to more games of League of Legends. And as a reminder, if you go 2-0, you're in a really, really good space. You need to win 3 to go to playoffs. But if you lose 3, you do not go to playoffs. So very, very important to win as many of these games as you possibly can. But tonight we have a VCS derby. Team Secret Wales versus MVK is our first BO3 match of the night. Then it will be followed up by CFO versus GAM Esports. It will be that sort of VCS v PCS matchup. And here is Team Secret Wales, our #1 seed representatives in the LCP. They went to First Stand. They went to MSI. They were at EWC as well and put up quite a performance.
Yeah, look, it wasn't what they wanted at EWC, but they've been really putting in those hard yards. They're still absolutely dominating this region, and you got to admit, they're holding their ground and they're making sure they can get to these international events, which is ideally what you want. So you got Pun, Histo, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA all sitting comfortably on this roster, a team that every single other org in the LCP needs to be careful of, because every single member is really starting to step up. There's a couple slips in the cracks, but you know what? We can clean those up before we get to Worlds, because again, this is where these teams are going. But they have a pretty fierce opponent here tonight, Logan, and I think we're going to be a little bit worried about them too.
Yeah, look, I really do like what we have been seeing out of MVK Esports. This is a young roster. They hard flipped the switch at the start of Split 2, brought up their VCS winning academy roster, and they just slotted right in. It just felt like they looked like they belonged here, Pike. And we take a look at the brains behind it. We've got SOFM, Big Koro, Sugar, Subs, Stella, and Shawnee here too. So they can bring almost anyone in at any time to really throw a spanner in the works. And we know that MVK likes to cook. It's not strange for them to get like a really random pick, if you will. But that's enough about the two teams that will be here for our best of 3. Let's take a look at the featured matchup.
Yeah, no, and look, I decided on this one. I thought it was important to start looking towards that bot side because, again, we keep harping on about mages as they're going to slowly make their way out of that AP carry role, but Eddie and Haki, very known for quite traditional roles, but you look at the stats here. Yes, damage per minute is quite in favor of Eddie, but the rest of it, CS per minute is one of these things you have to be very cautious of, and 10 CS per minute is nothing that you should be ever snuffing your nose at, because 10 a minute is incredible gameplay. So these guys know how to farm. Kill participation, yes, a little bit more for Haki, but I think that's all about the reservation. But Eddie is always going to be so relevant, and the champion pool just shows Eddie has the goods. In saying that, Haki still a bit coming into this new roster, looking a bit fresh. They're eager to prove themselves, especially up against this team. So I'm excited to see how they're going to perform here tonight, especially up against the Whales, which are coming in as the favorites.
Yeah, Team Secret Whales are definitely the strong favourites here, but we look at the strength of schedule and we look at the past performance, even here in this group stages of our Swiss stage here. MVK 2-0'd Ground Zero Gaming, and we just saw GZ push DCG last night, right? Like, they were very, very close in that performance, so I feel like MVK, they're hitting their stride at the right time. They've taken the strengths, they've taken the learnings from Split 2, and they're going to be applying it here in Split 3. So they need to be careful. But Pike, we have some predictions for how we think tonight's matches are going to go as well. So let's take a look at them. You and I both think this will be a 2-0.
Yeah, we said that last night about the first series too, and look how that turned out. So, you know what? Anything goes here in the LCP. It could be Secret Whales just limit testing a little bit. Vikings might just be that good that they could throw that spanner in the works, like you mentioned. But yes, we've put Secret Whales as that 2-0. We might be able to check out Carrick's score in just a second too. But at the same time, it's hard to determine if this is going to be a Secret Whales domination, because this team internationally, yeah, there's, like I said, holes in the cracks, but in the LCP, they are full force dominating. So I'm excited to see them really step up here and show us this level of gameplay that we want to see them start elevating themselves to.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. It's about elevating, right? Compared to even 2025, it feels like the LCP has grown. Here in 2026, the floor has risen. The competition is so much higher, so much harder. It's really difficult, outside of, dare I say, the 1st and 8th place, to predict how any of this middle-of-the-pack games are going to go. And I think that's a really good thing for our region. It strengthens every other team, it creates interest, it generates hype, and quite frankly, when we do make it to those internationals with whichever teams make it, it's going to cause them pause. They're going to have to think about what team they're playing into. They're going to have to learn their patterns, their styles, their metas. And because, again, we've covered this before and we'll cover it a million more times, the LCP is made up of 3 distinctly different regions: the LJL, the VCS, the PCS, and they all have their own styles. So we're just a melting pot of different metas, of different styles, of different talent. And sometimes that can be hard to answer.
Well, there's another story to the side of that as well, Logan. Now we're looking at the international stage, and I keep coming back to it because Worlds is that final destination that every team here wants to do. What we're noticing, especially among not just our region, not just the LCP, but across all other regions too, is the bar is being risen. And you're seeing this in the likes of all the international events where a lot of teams that some people would just rule out are starting to take big wins. They're starting to reach the same ceiling of the top tier that everyone would say is the LCK and the LPL. So now it is time that all these teams, as they make their way across the seas, work their magic, get experience across the board, they are going to be bringing that back to the regions too and making it even stronger for the rest of these teams. So this is what I love about not just League of Legends in pro play, is just in general the ecosystem that we're starting to build. Is LCP, all these teams are starting to improve because the competition is just getting so much better. So the fact that this floor is rising means the region will rise too.
Yeah, and that's right? Team Secret Whales beat the LPL in the first ever international BO5, right? Like, that was the first time the VCS had ever beaten the LPL in an international BO5. Like, that's a massive achievement for Team Secret Whales to take for the LCP. But we have our players, they're here now, getting real, getting ready for tonight's best of 3 matches. But talking about elevating the skill level still, Pike, if I may, we now have a circuit over here in Osh called Flash, right? Which is going to be generating that sort of tier 2. It's going to be generating teams for those promotions and relegations, which is very exciting. They've got new up-and-coming talent and teams nipping at their heels. LCP Tier 1 has to step it up.
Well, that's exactly right. It's all about fostering that talent in all the regions too. Oz has been, unfortunately, hitting a bit of a rough times of late, but you know what? Doesn't mean we're out. So I'm excited to see what Flash is actually going to bring to the tables. It's a short little thing, but at the end of the day, it's LCP, Logan. This is where all these players, all these teams, they want to get to, and they really want to start to raise that bar, like we keep saying. But right now, Secret Whales versus Vikings, it's going to be an interesting story. So we're just going to have to wait for the right fist and see what it's going to turn into.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. Obviously, all eyes kind of in that mid lane on D-Ray, hoping for some consistent performance, and MVK to shine in the face of this #1 seed. But we will go right to the right fist bump and check the game out after.
Hy vọng, hy vọng, kỳ bố.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第2周第2天的赛程，上半场比赛来自 VCS 赛区的内战，由 TSW 出战 MVK。那么今天呢，将会进行2场都是1胜0败组别的比赛，率先获得胜利的队伍呢，将听牌进入季后赛的席次。究竟越南小将们挑战 LCP 的老大哥秘密金鱼能不能成功呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场，上路，胖 Kratos。打野 Pistol Guri， 中路 D-Ray Chica， 下路 Eddie Harky， 辅助 BA Silong， 教练 Warhorse Sopham， 特别提醒一下各位观众朋友们，在今天比赛结束之后，还有1胜1败组别的抽签，所以千万不要错过。马上把画面转交给主播赛评。
Thank you so much to Tommy for those amazing walk-ons, introducing these players as they deserve. And we find ourselves here now in the moment, ready for the 2v2s, Pike, to determine the right of first selection.
Yeah, I'm keen for it. Pun his toe for the side of Secret Wales up against Vikings, Kratos and Chica. Definitely going to be some spicy action there. I'll have to see how it's going to turn out because, yeah, it is that sort of top jungle duo for the Secret Wales, but also there's a slight difference in change. It is the mid laner and the top laner for the Vikings, so I like this difference. Depends what they're going to pick though here, Logan. That's the big question on everyone's tantalizing lips. What would you like to see?
I mean, a mid and a top versus a mid and jungle. And look, we know Pun and His Toe have worked together for a long, long time. His Toe, as a reminder for those viewers at home, was the LCP MVP for Split 2. Pun was the 1v9 raid boss on Volibear in the LCP and at EWC and MSI. So we know these two can be quite good. But for Chica and Kratos, I would love to see them, to your question, you know, pick up those fun picks that we were talking about last night even. Pick up that Anivia, pick up that Poppy, and really try and just have fun with it here tonight, because I think Pun and His Toe to go into this duo is scary.
Yeah, and I even mentioned last night that Syndra is one of these champions that is so good in these 2v2s because you do have a bit of that burst and disruption. I wouldn't be surprised. They're taking Pun's Volibear, which feels like a disrespect if they don't win. So we'll have to see what it is, but the Elise Pantheon is being locked up now for Secret Wales, but Chica, Kratos picking up the Syndra Volibear. There's no bans for Secret Wales. Are they just flexing?
They just said, you know what, we don't even need to ban anything, we're just gonna pick. And quite frankly, the like aura that they gain from that is immeasurable. They're just like, yeah, cool, whatever, pick whatever you want, we'll beat you. Even having teams like the Pun, the iconic Volibear, I still think they'll absolutely be able to win. Syndra Volley though, that's so much CC. They've got range stuns, they've got melee stuns, they've got shield, they've got damage. It is a scary combination that MVK have put together here, Pike.
Look, it definitely is. We'll have to see if it's going to be what it's going to turn out as best as possible for the Vikings. Again, if anyone's looking at these sort of combos, I do favor the Elise Pantheon. That burst damage, the CC there is just as good. Maybe, if not better. Like, I think if this Elise lands one Cocoon, and we know His Toe is going to be incredibly aggressive because they see them in this bush, they could look at something. There's the Cocoon, there's the damage. Ignite is already down. His Toe has to go up into Spider form. That's quite low, but Kratos is quite healthy. And there is going to be the first blood going over. His Toe didn't even lose their life. And a quick reset. See you later, Bear. It's not your game. And a first blood very convincingly.
That was before the minions had even collided. 200 gold over to Pun. Happy days. Picks up that extra lethality as well. I mean, I know that they thought this might be a quick game, but this is very quick here, Pike, because Chica just trying to get some farm, push these waves out, get a little bit of CS, and I have to imagine Pun and His Toe are going to go for it. Pun still has his flash, Chica, flash and cleanse, because like you said, there are a lot of stuns coming out from the side of Team Secret Wales, and they need to be careful. But one thing I did want to point out is His Toe was flashing this top 8 emote before Kratos even died. He just knew it was going to happen.
You know, that's it. That's right. Like, this is literally the Elise sort of gameplay is if you land one Cocoon, you can just full send. You just showed it was avoided. There's another Cocoon. There's the cleanse. Pun didn't get close enough to land on top of them to get that stun. So again, this is just sort of the combo you expect to see. Basically what I'm expecting to see the whole time, because once you get that Aegis Vault, you're going to lock them down a follow-up. But Clay's got, there's the flash. Chica is maybe going to get out of this one too. Kratos now looking, but a nice Cocoon keeps them at bay. Kratos still charging forward. Shield does go up, but it's going to be enough. They have to be very careful. Another kill heading over to Kratos. Chica is low. Electrocute procs the His Toe, but this could actually be the Secret Wales. Looking for a little bit more. Cocoon lands. One more chunk to do it. There it is, the Secret Wales drive. And you can see all those players now, Logan, having a good laugh saying, what just happened?
This is one of my favorite things when we do see those player cams and they're just absolutely losing their mind over just these fun plays, and that's exactly what we saw. Even Chica was like up in arms, like, oh, that was so close, that was so good, and His Toe celebrating, and it was so close. One more turret shot, one more auto, and it would have gone the other way. So I really like these 2v2s. They're so fun and entertaining, and such a great way to decide that right of first selection.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's also the benefit that a lot of these teams like to get. The Secret Whales, I'm not sure. I think they've shown that they can be dominant red side, blue side, first pick, second pick. They don't really need to worry. That's probably why they didn't ban anything out. They don't want to show their hand. They don't want to limit themselves. So maybe this is them saying, all right, we know we can be dominant. Let's just take what we can, get nothing back. Honestly, they're whales, but they sound more like pirates to me.
Instead of the... They're like, army arties, we've come to take your land, lubber. And that's exactly what they've done. Team Secret Whales have plundered and claimed right of first selection from the Vikings here. Pirates v Vikings, and the Pirates are winning? Maybe they need to be Team Secret Pirate Whales. I don't know.
I'm going to sit in silence again. For anyone who was watching last night, whenever Logan said something that was silly, I would be quiet for a second. So let's just sit for a second. Awkward silence landed. Excellent. Logan, that was awkward.
Only because you made it awkward. You
didn't
made it awkward.
I had a good line. You know what? Don't worry. Let's just move on. Okay, we're getting into draft. We're getting ready to go. I'd like to see what the Vikings are going to draft because they need to start pulling out some interesting picks. We do see some really strong bands coming off the board already. Poppy, Cassiopeia. There's the Jace being taken away. We can see Secret Whales chose second pick, which is really nice. That means Vikings chose the red side, which we know, Logan, Vikings really prioritize this red side because they know that they get a lot of wins, they get that dragon control, which is how this team wins.
Yeah, back in Split 2, MVK absolutely loved red side. I think they had about a 65% win rate on red side. That was definitely their preference. This is one of the teams that is hyper aggressive when it comes to jungle objectives. Typically, they will already be waiting when it spawns. There's no such thing with MVK as a delayed Drake take or, Baron at 22 minutes. No. They go for those T1 Barons at 20 minutes. And a lot of teams are learning. A lot of teams are adapting, as I love this first pick. This is Ezreal. This is a proper tried, true, and tested, and dare I say, the meta AD carry here in patch 26.14.
It's just the strongest AD carry, in my opinion, that can be safely alone in a side lane and scales incredibly well. But on the other side, yes, you get the Ezreal, but you pick up a Rise and the Lee Sin. I do kind of worry for this Ezreal. If they get caught out a little bit too much in the early game, these guys are just going to snowball ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, right? Ezreal has even been picked up in the T1 versus Gen G game tonight over in the LCK, and they were talking about Pays, and we'll talk about Harky and Eddie in the same tone, right? They have been practicing AD carries again because they know that mages are getting that nerf. Mages will no longer be in the meta after the next patch. League came out and said that on socials. They're like, hey, we've seen the feedback. We want to get back to that traditional gameplay, and that's been reflected in the pro players, in their solos, in their scrims. They're practicing those AD carries. So it is good to see that more traditional draft and that composition, as like you said, Team Secret Whales locked in that Rise and Lee Sin, but the Lee Sin of supports, Camille, locked in for MVK. So really going to be all up in your face, creating space for this Ezreal.
D-Ray, you pick that Fizz, baby. You go for it. I fully support this choice. I think it's the right call. Put it in an AP carry situation. You will hard win that. Maybe not. I don't know. I like Fizz. That's my main. So funnily enough, I'm okay with this. But whether they pick it, very different story. Shen makes a lot more sense when you have a Camille on the enemy team.
Yeah, and Shen is just such a great response to Camille. We saw for a little while that the meta was evolving. People were struggling to find an answer. Leona emerged as sort of a front runner to respond to that Camille, being able to CC, lock her down, prevent her getting back out. But Shen really has proven to be the better response into this Camille, able to match the speed of her roams, able to arrive with that global ultimate too to save the team. It's a very different ultimate compared to Camille's Hextech Ultimatum, which locks you down. So I like the style, and we look at Team Secret Whales composition so far, it's very dive heavy, right? Rise with that Realm Warp can get in the back lines. Lee Sin also able to get some creative angles, get some great flanks into the back line, and Shen will just follow you in. So I like what Team Secret Whales has drafted, but on the opposite side, MVK with Ezra, with Camille, with Nah, they're very hard to lock down, even if you do dive them.
Yeah, but it's interesting that we're seeing the Aatrox and the Vi ban being taken off by Secret Wales. I understand the Vi, it makes a lot of sense, but I think the Aatrox is very targeted towards the Kratos and Guri. They have played it in the jungle as well. Olaf now too, so they don't really want to give any priority picks to this top side for Pun to be able to do, but sadly, it's Pun. They can play almost anything in the top lane and they're going to make it look good. So I'm not sure how this is going to be looking or what they're going to prioritize, because Nah is so strong at the moment. Just because you are ranged, you can go into that melee as the Mega. So I like the draft that Vikings have got so far. I do think Secret Wales, with the way that they play, the way they move around tempo, the way they are so aggressive, if they might get a little bit more, as there's the Urgot. I did say Pun can play anything, and this is just a true showing.
Yeah, look, we've seen Pun on the Urgot before as well, and he has absolutely stomped with it. And it's when, like, yeah, I was talking about MVK being, you know, cooks in the kitchen and making a different meal that you're just not expecting. But sometimes Pun is able to pull out that set, that volley, and that Urgot, right? Which are definitely off-meta picks. You can't really prepare a plan for those. You don't know when he's going to pull them out into what composition. And when he does, you need to be so respectful. You need to be so careful, because you're not as well practiced against those. That said, I do love the Xin Zhao pickup here. Definitely one of the strongest junglers. I dare say only a fraction behind this Lee Sin. In fact, could even be better than Lee Sin if Lee does not get a strong early game. But as a reminder, this is the LCP MVP, his toe on that Lee Sin. So it's highly unlikely he won't get a good start to the game.
Oh, look, you never know. It's always up in the air until we hit the rift and we start seeing it. Anything is possible, especially when it comes to the skills we know from Secret Wales, but the identity that the Vikings are starting to put together, where they can play very loose, very fluid maybe, and start to move around the map. So I'm excited to see how that's actually going to look. But obviously, draft is off your screen. We're going to try and find out what this is, but if we don't tell you, obviously, you know why. But at the end of the day, Logan, what would you like to see picked up in the mid lane for the Vikings? I think right now we've got a bit of an interesting draft going on. We don't have an AD carry over for the Secret Wales, and we don't have a mid laner over for the side of Vikings.
I want to see Cassiopeia. I really don't care what Cassiopeia plays into. She's just so strong. I feel like, you know, she's not your traditional scaling champion. She's banned? Oh, well, okay, not Cassiopeia. Okay. Orianna banned. Cassiopeia banned.
No.
Akali.
Akali could be good. How does that fare into the Rise, though? That's the big question, though. Locke was also banned too. I think the real answer that I sort of see in my mind, there's two that really pop out. If you're up against a Rise, I'd like to see either maybe like, you could go potentially in a Nivea. It does do a pretty good job into that as well. You pop those walls up. It really comes down to how well it's going to play, but could pair well with the Camille. But at the same time, what if we go for something like a Victor, an Ahri? But maybe an Aurora comes back into the meta a little bit more. Like, there are a couple options I'd like to see. Annie never really left, but just hasn't risen in priority.
Yeah, Annie definitely has fallen by the wayside, I would suggest, though, right? Because obviously, if she's not being picked up anymore in the first, second, even third games, there are better picks in that mid lane. And like you were saying, so many have been banned away, but I just don't think Annie has a place here and now. That said, we were talking about them having sort of, in my opinion, a dive composition, right? A bit more focus on trying to get in that back line. And I really don't think Annie is someone you want to be diving with the stun and Tibbers just dropped on your head, because normally Annie's someone who wants to aggress forward into you, but if you're aggressing forward into her, happy days. She doesn't even have to burn the flash to get that combo off. So yeah, questions remain around that mid lane, but you were saying that the AD carry hasn't been picked up. We do know that it's obviously Eddie on the side of it's Ezreal on the side of MVK, I think it was. So I would love to see, what would I love to see into that Ezreal? Jhin, I mean, Jhin, I wouldn't love to see Jhin, but I think Jhin is a good choice into Ezreal. Jhin feels weird. Jhin doesn't feel like he's as strong, as powerful, as capable as a lot of the other AD carries. But in that late game, like we saw last night, Fang popped off. Given the time, given the space, he can definitely do the damage and carry.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. I think Jin could be an interesting call. I think you do have a bit of front game too. My only concern is I think they've got a rise and they come online a bit later, but I think they're missing a little bit of that magic damage. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Shen is paired with something like an AP carry down in the bot lane too. Mel has started to rise in priority too, has great wave clear, great burst, and is quite self-sufficient, especially into an Ezreal. You can sort of hit those rebuttals of the barrage too. So I'm trying to think of some like other solutions that might be available to this team, especially for Eddie, who is known for these big hyper carries. They love the champions like Kai'Sa. They do love like a bit of a Yanara, a Corki. So I'd be curious to see what the thought process is here from Warhawk on the coaching side for Secret Wales. I'm just unclear. I think the Mel makes the most sense.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, you touched on an AD carry that I always love seeing is Corki. I always pick him up in my ARAMs as well, just because he's so fun, is able to put out so much damage, and is quite survivable with that Valkyrie. That long range are very, very valuable. And Mel with that rebuttal, Mel with that solar snare, that root as well, just so much lockdown, a bit of utility, makes a lot of sense. And with that Q, when it's leveled up, it's very, very fast. It does a lot of damage, and she's kind of a very safe AP in that bot lane role. So I would like to see her, because I will admit I'm partial to Mel. I've been playing her since she did come out. I'm quite a fan, and she just came out in Riftbound Vendetta today as well. So there's that crossover. But then, is the right support there for her? I think they've already locked in Shen. So arguably, yes.
Yeah, I think the Shen's a good call, and we can see we have gone back to the Urgot being picked up. The Xin is confirmed, so that will be the one. And now we're going to see which mid laner it is for the Vikings, as they'd like to lock this one down. Can I just say big props? I love that the coach is also wearing the jersey too. Usually they're in a suit.
Yeah.
Loving the jersey, my guy. That is absolutely fire. But there's the Akali. You mentioned it. They might be able to lock this one down. Syndra also up and available. Can't believe that one forgot and left my mind. But the Syndra being locked in is going to result in their mid lane secured. And now we're going to see which AD carry or AP carry is going to head down there. Azir might not be the answer. And there's the Kai'Sa, instantly locked. I love it. It's the hyper carry we sort of hoped for. It's the dive.
Yeah, and right, it just matches this draft so well. This is Eddie's Kai'Sa too. I believe it was LCP Split 1. He had a 100% win rate in the regular split for Split 1 on this Kai'Sa. And I think he maintained a 75% throughout those playoffs. So very, very good on this champion. And since then, you know, Dusk and Dawn has gone through a couple of changes. It doubles the speed of the stacks, that plasma that she's able to apply. So very, very dangerous. The Static Shiv has also had a bit of a rework, which applies the stacks. So just a great pickup into this composition. And I really look forward to seeing what Eddie can do here into MVK. It's going to be a really good contest around that bot side, which is why you picked that featured matchup.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I think the Kai'Sa is going to have to be pretty safe, especially into an Ezreal where you can get poked out. But one thing we sort of haven't touched on that I do want to touch on as we get ready for this game, and we're about to jump onto the Rift, is it's D-Ray's rise. Do you have any thoughts on that? Because I do.
I think it's very hit and miss. I think it's very feast and famine. D-Ray, to be honest, has been inconsistent on this rise, and I need to see more from him before I'm convinced that, you know, D-Ray and Rise are an iconic duo.
You took the words out of my mouth. I think this is where I feel like that slight weak link right now for the Secret Wales is. We've seen it so many times, even on that international stage, where D-Ray was being focused so heavily. So if you take this Rise out of the game, the scaling is going to be slowed down once again. I want to start seeing D-Ray play a little bit more aggressive champions, something where he can dominate early, take over the game, and rotate it around to the map. I think this is where this player has those skills, but he keeps going back to these strong meta picks that are all about getting 2-3 items, and by the time that's done, a lot of the time, he's somewhat irrelevant. And that really, really hurts when we know the skill of this player, and I want to see him perform to his actual potential, which we know he has.
Yeah, right. Like D-Ray, when he has his highs, they are high, right? He has high highs, but when he is low, he's invisible, and it's up to the rest of Team Secret Wales to step up. So I really want to see his growth and development here. I really think that once he's online, once he's pun his toe Eddie level, that Team Secret Wales can really go for that next step above and beyond at Worlds, because, you know, we're looking at Team Secret Wales. Yes, they are the #1 seed in the LCP in Split 1 and Split 2, and most likely in Split 3, but they'll probably be our favorites that we send to Worlds, and we need them to put up a fantastic performance, right? They bombed out first at first stand. They came out around 5th or 6th, equal with T1 at MSI. I would love to see them finish top 3 at Worlds, and I think D-Ray is the key to unlocking that. A little bit of growth, a little bit of development, a little bit of improvement, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, there is the formula for success.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like I'm being a bit of a naysayer or trying to be overly like hypercritical. When we look at both of these teams, they are incredibly young. Histo is still one of the youngest pro players in the world right now. So I think that is one thing we have to take into consideration. It's fresh names. They're coming in with a lot of fresh eyes and skills in these games. I just want to see them start being absolutely dominating. Like, that is what LCP does, is if you are winning the game, you should be winning the game hard. And I want it to be this thing, right? And this is just maybe me personally. If you are winning, I don't want you to have any mercy for the enemy team. Like, you are there to dominate. This is what we should be known for. And this is what I want to start seeing us taking to that international stage as well. So Secret Wales, that is the team that we consider the best team here. They need to embody that to the absolute top tier.
And that's something that happens in competitive gameplay, right? Is you identify a weakness in an opponent and you just drive home on that weakness. Like, there's no reason to stop trying to leverage that weakness into your favor, right? So in this example, you know, Team Secret Wales versus MVK, it would be remiss of me to say otherwise. Team Secret Wales is the favorite, and they're favorites into MVK. And I dare say, if they just leverage the strength of pun in that top lane and just keep pushing through top, Team Secret Wales could easily win. Just send another resource up there, overwhelm, crash the top, win the game. But I think that's also part of the beauty of League of Legends, is that there's room to recover from weaknesses as well. There's nuance, there's layers and levels, there's macro and micro. Sometimes one player's hands diff can overcome a bit of that macro weakness.
Yep, no, you're definitely right, and that is why they're pro players at the end of the day, and that's why I'm still platinum. It's just the way the cookie crumbles with this. If you are just better, if you can hand stiff, you can run the game. And that is what the Secret Wales have done a really good job of, and the big props again, they have started to limit test a little bit further and start changing up how they play the game, making it a little bit slower, not just being hyper aggressive, trying to see where they can fit in. But let's talk about the Vikings for a little bit. We've harped on a lot about the Secret Wales, we've given them a lot of props, but I don't want to do that anymore. You know what? They've got a lot to prove for me tonight, and if they don't perform, I'll be mad. Vikings, however, we got a lot of hope for this team. It's a fresh roster. They're still coming in relatively hot. They've got these wins on the board. They're in the 1-0 phase already in this Swiss stage. Let's talk about them.
All right, we're talking about them. They are MVK. They are also a young roster, but they have the support of many storied members from the VCS, like SOFM, as we were talking about previously too. He's on their coaching roster, but we did see him play here in the LCP this year, so he still fancies his chances, and that experience, that veterancy is something that is very, very valuable to younger up-and-coming teams, that cooler head in those decision-making moments. And we've said it before, we'll say it again, credit where credit is due. MVK knows how to cook. They can create these crazy drafts that teams just aren't expecting, and that surprise element, that different twist, can sometimes be all you need to win. Is, I don't know what joke Pun has told, but Histo is losing his mind over this joke here.
And so am I. I'm having a good chuckle. I'm sure it was a very funny joke, but we'll find out what that joke is maybe later on. We'll see if we can. But maybe not. But at the end of the day, look, I think you're right. I think the Vikings coming in, they've got a slight change up. Like Kratos is now in the top lane. That usually was their sub, at least for Split 2. Coming back into the main roster, I think they're trying to play with how they can rotate around these top and the mid as well. So it is Shawnee and Chica too. So they're making the right moves for where they think players might benefit. In saying that, I'm looking at what you said is that champion diversity that we're starting to see, the unique picks that you wouldn't necessarily see, where we have seen the likes of the Ornn being come out. It is a bit of a top laner for both our top laners on the Vikings as well. But you've also got champions like the Callista starting to come out a little bit more for Haki. You might even see the occasional Annie in the support too. So this is the nice change that we have seen in previous times. I'd like to see them trying to flex those picks again a bit more, because that's the secret sauce of these Vikings, is they do play very unique styles, I might even say. There's probably a better way to describe that, but they can be so diverse in how they can move around the map and play. I want to see them play to that advantage.
One thing that is also advantageous to these youthful squads is how quick they are to adapt to these changes, right? You look at that top side, both supports race to the top, drop their wards, immediately TP'd and are running back to those bot lanes. We've got some spicy looking skins there too. T1 Nah, SKT, T1 Syndra Pike. Could we get more T1 skins?
G Kaiser though, that's a nice one. There's a good flip as Pun has the damage, getting those nice blasts off from the legs. That is some pretty nasty stuff in the early game, especially for a Nah, who should be dominating.
Yeah, I mean, it is that range into Malay matchup that we talk about so often. Nah, obviously having that range. D-Ray getting a great trade onto Chica. We were talking about we need to see escalation. We need to see D-Ray step up. And I mean, yeah, it's only 90 seconds into the game, but that's a great start. Getting that potion out of Chica, so having that health bar advantage for D-Ray too is a really great place to be. That said, he needs to be careful. Guri is right there on his jungle camps.
Oof. Now, BA already taken big chunks of damage. Is Sulong very happy with that trade? But what I'm also noticing is, yeah, Chica is low, but D-Ray's down in farm. I guess it is very early game, as it's not the end of the world, but Chica's still doing a good job at even being chunked, staying somewhat relevant. It's all about holding on to as much health as you can, but now they're being zoned off and they're starting to lose a couple minions here, there, and maybe everywhere.
Here, there, and everywhere is exactly where you want your supports to be, as well. As I'm almost surprised they're not roaming yet. Chica forced to take that recall out of health pots, so D-Ray happy with this aggressive trading. Oh, we just missed a caster minion, but Chica is forced to stay around. He does not want to miss the XP, does not want to miss the gold. Has to be careful though. No junglers around, so this will be a one-for-one sort of fight, and Chica will just collect that experience and take a recall.
Yeah, and I think if D-Ray can clear this wave fast enough, you are a Rise, you might be able to do it as long as you have the mana. Should be fairly good, but there is still a TP available. You do get caught out, you can see Guri is down on this bot side clearing out the scuttle. You have to be very careful, but D-Ray obviously knows hover towards your jungler. It's a classic skill for a lot of mid laners that they should have learned, but now it all comes down to, look at the mirroring that is going on. Guri is just keeping up that pace with his toe too. Love to see it, as I think this is going to be a slow start to the game. Logan?
And this is actually what we saw last night too, right? The supports were just constantly roaming. They were matching one another the entire time. The junglers, whenever they showed up in the mid lane, their counterpart was right there. It's like they were almost in each other's minds with the same game plans at the same times. 3.5 minutes in, 1 minute 20 to the first break of the game, and there's only like a 300 gold diff over to Team Secret Wales as D-Ray chunks Chica nicely. He's definitely having a strong start to this mid lane matchup, Pike, and that's what we're talking about in the pre-draft before the game started, is we need to see D-Ray rise.
Yeah, well, D-Ray's play Rise, and maybe they rise. That's I know what you were doing there, and I took it all the way. But no, you're right. We want to see that a little bit of aggression. Chica's still doing a very good job being staying up in farm, but it is that slight little CS lead that does help out. But Chica should be able to stay relevant. Both these mid laners do scale quite well. So I'm not overly worried, as Pun hasn't really had one little reset, burnt the TP, got the cull nice and early, but Kratos already being forced to take a little bit of that armor so they can just sort of survive the laning phase, because it is a wave up D-Ray now, great warding is going to keep them relevant. Look at Sulong too. This could be a 3v1. Wind Becomes Lightning isn't going to land. D-Ray happy with those hands.
Yeah, Derry does have to be careful, does have the flash, but I'm sure MVK would be happy to consider that a dub. BA and Histo have responded. Shulong with that hookshot has gotten over the wall and to safety. Now 3 members of Team Secret Whales are here. And the thing when you overload a lane as well is you need to be careful of the leeching of the XP. You can't hang around too long, otherwise you kind of start to set back your mid laner. BA though, looking for some sort of angle. And we look on that bot side, MVK, they have Guri and Haki. That's already ADs being left to their own devices because these supports, I mean, they're trying to tussle in the mid lane. They're trying to get priority because that Drake is up.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Like I said very early on, it was just going to be Eddie and Haki solo gaming, as they should never be doing. Classic meta right now. You're right, Dragon is up. You see Histo looking for the middle of the room. Prison is there. Guri was the focus, but it's going to be pushed back. Sulong wants to go for a little bit more. When Becomes Lightning is good. D-Ray able to get out of dodge, but now big fight comes in. Sulong's low. BA needs to hold the line just a little bit more. Flashes go good. BA gets a little bit more damage. Just there's the Crescent Guard. It's not enough. Still not going to be enough as Histo does not hit level 6. It was the level 6 off the scuttle which won them this fight, and they're all dangerously low. Sulong going back in for another fight. First blood goes over to D-Ray though. They turn it on a dime. Now they're looking for more. Is the damage going to be enough? They can. Histo keeps the team alive. And what was looking like a really rough fight there for Team Secret Whales, they turned it around and took 2 kills.
My goodness, the way they were juggling that damage too. BA was flanking D-Ray, so the moment MVK stepped forward to try and shut him down, BA just body blocked. And yeah, it was great that Guri got that level 6, had that Crescent card. It was a fight-changing moment there as we see it here again. Guri goes in on this Scuttle Crab on that ward, and D-Ray lets rip with the Realm Warp. It's suddenly 3v1, but MVK collapse. They pincer, and it's 4v3, all right? MVK had every advantage, but BA's taunt onto Sulong prevents him having any impact, and then BA is body blocking Q after Q out of this Ezreal. So that level it up, it did slow down the damage that Team Secret Whales wanted to do, and then they make a fighting retreat as Kaiser, this Eddie here, just runs forward and punishes Shulong's aggression, but MVK think they've still got more in the tank. Flashes, kiting, just the kiting and spacing out of Team Secret Whales punished MVK 2-0, 1.6k up. Drake still on the rift, and they're going for another play.
Yeah, look, I think it all came down, really, Histo was just the shielding menace there. The damage was looking so good. Look at Harky's, it was 1,700 damage in that fight, the most out of anyone else, and they still didn't get the kill. Just shows that they were able to get them so low, but wasn't able to finish it off. Now, with D-Ray getting that first blood, they've got such a solid lead. You can see the CS is already 10. A little bit more support here from BA just to help get that priority, but Void Grubs are coming up right now here, Logan, and I think this might be where another bit of focus, there might be just a split take of objectives.
Yeah, and that seems to be the development here as well. We were talking about MVK being one of the fastest teams to go for jungle objectives, but here in Split 3, they have slowed that pace. They have slowed that tempo down, right? Because it seems that the meta has shifted in the jungle. It's make a split decision. Go for Grubs, force them to go for Drakes, or vice versa. It's not go for Drakes.
D-Ray, again with the happy feats, and another barrage going up too, so they sent quite a bit to try and lock him down there. Again, a kill at this point means an objective, but because they spent quite a bit, Histo's already on the objective saying, I'll go for this instead.
Yeah, he saw that 3 members of MVK were in that mid lane cooking, trying to get a gank on a D-Ray, and goes, you know what, I'm going to take these Grubs out, and I like this call. I genuinely think that if you were deciding between Grubs and Drake first, always go the Grubs, right? They're a one-time jungle objective, and they give you a permanent game buff, and the fact that he was able to get 2, looking for a play.
Oh, there it is. Gonna be enough damage. Oh, pulls it back in, but it's gonna be a trade. The dragon goes over, but the Fear Beyond Death is going to pick up Kratos. But Kratos was able to get 1 attack off and locked out Histo. So a 1-for-1 trade in this top lane is good, but they also lost the dragon.
Yeah, look, that was definitely a sequence that favored MVK there. As you said, they pick up the dragon and Histo goes down for just the top laner. Pun was already ahead, definitely didn't need that kill. I would argue that it would have been better going over to Histo to accelerate this Lee Sin even further, but now Pun has pocketed it. He's going a very damage-heavy build here. Histo, the first to complete an item on the Rift, has picked up that Sundered Sky. So a little extra healing, a little bit of extra power in these trades. And we take a quick look at the supports, and BA's actually down in the bot lane with Eddie. That's quite a surprise, but Shulong in the mid lane looking for yet another play onto D-Ray, who still has his flash pike. He's been holding on to this one, maybe for game 2.
Logan, I'm really confused. Why is there a support in the bot lane? What is going on? What happened to League of Legends? Right?
Yeah, that's a... Yeah, look, honestly, it's been a hot minute since we've seen supports in that bot lane in Tier 1 Pro League, so it is quite surprising to see them there, but sometimes the pick demands it, right? Sometimes these ADs or APs that you pick up, they're not mobile, they don't have great wave clear, and they need the help of their support in those lanes, but this is not the case. Harky and Eddie are both capable, both competent bot laners, and look, the supports are in the mid lane again. I would love to see a heat map or like a percentage of time spent in what lane. Is great wards here from MVK spotting out what Team Secret Wells are trying to do, but a heat map to see where and when these supports are, how much time they're spending in these lanes is... This MVK ward is getting so much value. It just spotted out 3 members of Team Secret Whales around this bot side Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but that's okay, because they're all just going to back off regardless. I'm now seeing Sulong heading up towards the Void Grub, but obviously not taking the final one there from his post. Sort of said, oh, maybe they won't know what's been taken, but now Sulong's made this walk up, going to spot out his toe too. Pops the ward down, but might be looking for a gank as Pun has been caught out. Going to go about, that's hit mega enough for Kratos. See if the damage to be enough, but here is the fast Stand United. Going to help out as Pun holds the line. Here comes Histo, the return play. Now the Realm Warp, it does not go through. They decide it doesn't need to be fully committed. I think Sulong no longer for this world. And a double kill for Histo. You said about accelerating this jungler. He can accelerate anytime, anywhere here, Logan. Looking for more. Just keep going. Guri getting caught out. Crescent Guard is good. Let's see if Histo has the energy to get anything else back. But Guri just runs away.
I love it though. Histo is just bullying Guri out of this jungle, and it's like Histo just found another gear. I love that D-Ray rotated around as well, just gets that cheeky little assist on that kill on Kratos. But you look at the CS advantage, Pun is up nearly 25 CS over Kratos, has that kill as well. Team Secret Whales, they've pulled away here, 12 minutes in, 4K gold lead. The Rift Herald is about, I want to say, 2.5 minutes away. The next Drake of the game in 1 minute and 20 here as we go back to this topside replay. So Kratos, he's got vision, right? Because Pun doesn't see that ward. But Pun is just punishing Kratos. That Stand United providing so much shielding. Yes, the Gnar ult hits onto both, but because of the shield from that Shen entering, it just protects Pun. That Shulong's too late. A support against 4. What can you do here? Great wards from MVK though to spot the follow-up from Team Secret Whales, but it still didn't prevent Histo forcing Guri out of that jungle. So I really feel like we need to see more response from MVK to the machinations of Team Secret Whales. Pun just picks up the 3rd grub. He's like, yep, you know what? I've got top lane under control. I'll go and get it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. You're seeing the rotations already coming out. It is Kratos heading down to that bot side, looking to go up against D-Ray is the Rise. So a bit of an interesting rotation, but I think Pun is very happy to sit in these side lanes because they have the damage, and now I think they're looking to come down for a fight. They do have those execute, they do have some damage. Histo is really strong. Mercury is good. Does get the flash, the kick is good. Hectic Automaton does go down, but it's all too much. Is a great shutdown, does go through, but are they able to get a little bit more as it is Eddie picking up Sulong. The damage is even even better. No, the Bibion death is not going to be used just yet. Guri no longer for this world. A triple kill for Eddie, looking for even more, but they are having to retreat. BA is incredibly low, but it's not worth the risk. Secret Wales accelerate this game, 4.4k gold lead.
Yeah, when Histo died, I was like, where did Histo go? But Team Secret Wales were unperturbed. They went in anyway. Eddie flashed forward aggressively to finish off some of those kills. Like, the confidence to play like that as D-Ray trading with Kratos under this turret, even taking a shot. He has to be careful, though. Shulong is coming down, will be spotted on a ward. So D-Ray just going to clear this wave before backing as we take another look at this one, right? So it's 2v4, Eddie's in the mid, so 3v4, Pun's coming down from the top. Histo advances confidently into 3. He's right in the middle of 3, tries to get a Dragon's Rage onto Guri, but the Crescent Guard is popped. Histo is dead early. Pun, though, walks forward confidently. There's that flash from Eddie, just finishes Haki off in that, in the mid lane there, and BA nearly getting chunked down by Haki on the backside, who kites excellently, just not enough damage. And Histo respawns, runs straight out onto the rift, and picks up that second Drake of the What?
Yep,
Kratos died.
Kratos died. I think so did Ezreal. So did Haki. What?
How?
Can we get we have to get a replay, because look at the gold. We said it was 4.4. It's 7.4, Logan. I don't know where that gold just exploded from at the 16-minute mark, but the Secret Wales, they have full control over this game, and they are not slowing down. I talked at the very start. It's dominance, dominance, dominance. This is the Secret Wales we've been waiting for.
Well, I mean, we were talking about seeing D-Ray step up, and D-Ray, I almost feel like he heard that and took it personally, because he's absolutely contributing. He's absolutely pumping damage. 1.5 items, 3 stacks on that Rod of Ages right now. Absolutely love to see it. He's making some plays as well. He's realm warping around. He's playing with the team as we see Histo going for this Rift Herald. It will be uncontested, because look at the vision control from Team Secret Wales. They have 2 control wards around the entryway. Oh, was this just a 1v1? Eddie just solos Haki?
Maybe? Oh, no, I think... Oh, beautiful. Oh, God. Peak range and then B-Ray down here on Kratos. Yeah. I want to watch this one. Flash, Room Prison, thumbs up. LCP special, baby.
You step to me and that's what you get. But like these are the plays, these are the confidence, these are the hands diffs, right? D-Ray having that confidence, knowing he had enough damage to flash forward under that turret and take Kratos out.
D-Ray getting caught as he does go with the Hextech Ultimatum, but now it is Histo sending him right back in. They have to be very careful. Guri does have good damage, but Aiding is there to recover 4-0 and 3, picking up another kill, and the Rift Herald is set to charge on mid. BA?
Yeah, look.
BA?
What? He was fine. He was a Shen support. He's able to get out of that. No worries, as the Rift Herald will take that mid-tier 1. Team Secret Wales out to 8,500 gold lead at 17 minutes here. Baron on the cards in 2 minutes. And I mean, you look at this, right? MVK only have 2 kills. Histo, he's only died twice. Like, he's the only one with any deaths on Team Secret Wales' team. And I'm pretty sure they're okay with that. He's been involved in 10 out of the 11 kills, Pike.
Yeah, it's like a 90% kill participation right now for Histo. They've been working this map so incredibly well. This is why you said they were also the MVP of Split 2. This is a player that knows the limits of their champions and is not scared to take these fights. But one thing we have to talk about as well, another hero on the story of Secret Wales is Eddie. Is one of this. We talked about them as our sort of our side-by-side, head-to-head, the start of the night. Eddie has really stepped up for this roster. I think in days gone by, I feel like Eddie might have been not so much the weak link, but might have struggled into a lot of these matchups. Maybe not so much about the meta, but didn't really have their foothold. That is completely swapped. I think Eddie is definitely, arguably, probably the best AD carry we have in the league right now, because they are looking so dominant no matter what they're really playing. Even if it's traditional AD carries or mages, they're looking really good right now.
Yeah, and it helps that he's got a really strong team around him, right? You can be a capable and competent player, but sometimes your team can let you down, but that is not Team Secret Rails. Collapse happening on Pun.
Yeah, Pun has to be very careful. Maybe we're going to flip this script. Okay, Spear secures the kill in a 1v4. I think they're going to go down for this one, but look, not the end of the world. As you can see, Dragon's Rage is going to hit Ceiling, has to be careful. His toe lands the resonating strike, and it is going to secure the kill. Beautiful.
I'm sorry, MVK hard misplayed that dive onto Pun. Guri, what were you doing going in so early on your own? Just gave a free kill over to Pun. Yes, it was 4v1 eventually, and they did take Pun down, but MVK overcommitted to that bot side play and lost someone. That should not have happened, and it gives Team Secret Wales the push in mid lane. They got the mid lane tier 2. They got the top lane tier 2. Team Secret Wales just took half of their map and has priority on this Baron right now. That play on the Pun, not worth it.
This is the fastest Baron in the LCP. That was 20 seconds as it spawned. I think this is like the fastest Baron we've ever seen.
Yeah, at 20 minutes and I think 19 seconds, that Baron died. Like, that was crazy fast. As we see this again, right? The mid-tier 2 is up. His toe just takes Shulong out of the fight with that resonating strike landing in the darkness, and Eddie left alone on that turret. Like, look at this. His toe is playing with his food, and then they got their top priority. They got their mid priority. They knew MVK was on that bot side and went for that Baron. Like you said, 20 minutes, 19 seconds, absolutely has to be, if not the fastest, top 3 fastest Baron takes in the LCP ever. And now his toe is just free to take this third Drake of the game.
Ooh, D-Ray getting caught. Hextech Automaton does go down. We'll see if anyone's able to join in, as there is the golden gold with the rest of the team capitalized so quickly. Eddie is there. He becomes lightning. He's going to keep it. Guri is just getting absolutely shredded. Fear Beyond Death is going to fear them all far too much. They're shaking in their boots. A double kill for Pun. This Ergon is on the map, and if they clean this game up right here, right now, Logan, it is the fastest game so far. Shortest game in Split 2 was 22 minutes and 29 seconds. They are looking to clean that record up right here and now if they can. They've got the Baron, they've got the push, they've got everything they need, and they just need to close that. BA looking for the flash stun, not going to land, they're going to pick them up, but this is the towers going down. Secret Wales, I said they needed to dominate. This is domination by definition. If you look it up in the dictionary, it will say Secret Wales versus the Vikings, split 3, and this was a fantastic performance.
22 minutes and 9 seconds. They shaved 10 seconds off the fastest game in LCP Split 2. Like you said there, Pike, crazy speed run coming out of Team Secret Wales. And look at D-Ray. He's unflappable. He's like, yeah, whatever. That was just a regular day here for us. It's like they've taken their MSI learnings and applied it. Warhorse speaking animatedly over these plays, going, this was a good play. Here's how we could have improved here, because Warhorse has made it no secret. He intends to take Team Secret Wales to Worlds, and he intends for them to win. So it's so important that they review like winners, that they play like winners, and that they get to Worlds in the first place. And right now, on this trend that they're going for, they're positioning themselves fantastically here, Pike.
Logan, I'll be honest, that was the fastest game all year, if my calculations are correct. I've just looked over all the other splits. It is the fastest game all year in the LCP. Absolutely beautiful. Not flawless, beautiful. You can see the score on your screen there. Pun on the Ergon somehow did so much damage, because I think they were just fighting him as 4 members entirely, so he was getting about 1k damage off on everyone every time he was being looked at. So huge performance out of this top lane, fantastic performance out of his toe yet again, holding his team together, and this is the fight that just kicked it all off the Secret Wales.
Yeah, and when you do a kickoff, right, you tend to score, and Team Secret Wales could not stop scoring. Even in these 1v1s, Kratos was aggressing nicely onto Pun, was finding some great angles, but the rest of Team Secret Wales were just playing fantastically around him, and you just can't underestimate Pun. I love seeing this Urgot. It's such an unusual pick. Not so much for Pun, we've seen him on it before, but it is unusual for like the meta. He's a very off-meta champion, and it's hard to find answers into something that you're not as well practiced into. You don't understand the timings as well. Here was a misplay by Histo, in my opinion. He went too hard too early, but MVK obviously got him, but Team Secret Wales still won the fight, even with the numbers disadvantage, because, I don't know, man, Pun just does something else. BA gets fantastic taunts, Eddie able to layer damage beautifully, and this, I thought this was an Eddie v Haki 1v1, but Histo with this resonating strike from downtown connects under that turret and just walks back out. D-Ray confident here. This is the D-Ray we wanted to see.
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, every Sonic Wave was hitting its mark, and that is exactly it. Sonic Wave gets knocked over the wall, another Sonic Wave just to back it up. You can see just the cheeky smiles like, yeah, it's okay. We're not too worried about this one. But you're right. Domination performance. D-Ray even getting caught here, it was just how quickly they can collapse. Just the team instantly used. Going golden. The team united. Yeah, and got set back underneath the tower, but had the team to back them up. The coordination and communication out of this team was on fleek, and I love it. Look at that, another Sonic Wave. It's got to land. Haki, what can you do? So once again, Secret Wales, we called them to be the winner of this best of three. If they play like this game too, maybe we're going to see another record set, because that was outstanding.
Yeah, look, 2209, that was a bit slow. That was a bit of a slouch of a game. Honestly, Team Secret Wales, I reckon you could do it in 20. You don't even need to go for that Baron. Frankly, it had no impact, no power at all in that game. But yeah, Team Secret Wales on an absolute tear in that game one, and it just never looked like MVK really had a shot in. Histo's deaths were more because of not over-aggression, I want to say, but playing for the team rather than for the self. He set the team up for success and went down for it, but then the rest of the team were able to win those fights. They were quick on the jungle objectives. They were able to just control the game. But speaking of control, we're going to go to and come right back for game 2.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. summoners.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome back to the LCP, baby. We're the #1 region, and don't you dispute it. Yeah!
This time the sunny's coming off. I agree. Yes, we are. We are indeed, Logan. We're getting ready for the second game. Get this bird out of here. We're cleaning ourselves up a little bit more, but still, game number 2, Logan. Secret Wales, goddamn, coming out with some stats as they are trying to make their mark here. The LCP yet again.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've made their mark in Split 1, they've made their mark in Split 2, and I'm sure they want to make their mark in Split 3 by winning it again and going to Worlds, which is exactly what is on the line here for these teams. We are in the upper brackets. These teams won 1-0 last week. If they find themselves here, if they win again, they'll be 2-0 and one step closer to playoffs. And frankly, this team, Secret Wales, is looking spectacular, if I may, Pike. And it's quite funny because obviously before the game, we were talking in the draft, we were being not overly critical, but I think we're being constructively critical of Team Secret Wales because they're not perfect. There is room for improvement. And then they just come out and absolutely barnstorm to 22 minutes and 9 seconds, which we confirmed is the single fastest win in the LCP in 2026. Like, you can't ask for more than that.
No, you really can't. And if you are asking for more, that's greedy, and you should really reconsider what you're asking for. But no, you're right. It is such a big point here is like to get the fastest game, especially at this level of the gameplay where it is that upper bracket section, and to see every single member of the team step up. We're not talking about the whole team that everyone is. Every single one made the right moves, made the right calls, was everywhere on the map. The communication, like I said, toward the end of that game was on point. In saying that, Logan, I fear for what the Vikings have to do in game number 2. They really need to throw something at the wall, and it needs to stick if they want to hold on in this best of 3.
I mean, you could also just use both of your hands if you really, really wanted to hold on. Like, there's the old school traditional method of just grab and hold on for dear life, and you will hold on. But, I mean, enough about that. We're into the bans, and what a surprise. Lock is banned away, Pike.
Get it off my screen. I don't want to see it. But no, get Lock's banned out. Nautilus as well. Take it off the board. It makes the most sense. I think it's a very strong support champion. They don't want to give these priority picks over. I don't mind this.
Yeah, I like taking the Nautilus. I like taking the J4. Obviously, J4 being banned kind of removes one of the options for Oriana's ball delivery systems, but Nocturne is still up. You know what? Nocturne was banned 100% last night. Hasn't seen a ban or a pick here tonight. And this is a VCS derby, so I'm quite surprised by that. I would have expected them to at least try and field it, maybe present a hover here, but I don't think either of these teams really value it as they ban the Oriana and the Vi.
Are they going to lock in Nocturne? Like, they've just given it to them. But, like,
it's
is it worth it?
When
no way. You don't give Nocturne to his toe.
Well, I mean, the Lee Sin's gone, the Xin Zhao's gone, which are basically his toes like top 2 junglers. Surely they're going to pick up this Nocturne. I mean, it doesn't look like MVK value it. They value that Cassiopeia more. Team Secret Wales has the next 2 picks. Oh, Zed, come on.
Please. Well, that's less fun. Victor's still good. Don't mind that. But Zed would have been really cool. Victor being picked up here probably for the mid lane. I really like this. Really strong laning phase. Akshan? Kiana locked in. Okay, another aggressive jungler here for his toe.
I like the Kiana pick, but Kiana in the past has proven very, very fragile. And the moment that Supreme Display of Talent whiffs, which it has before, the fight can pretty much be over and turned back on you. I like this Pantheon pick, being able to deliver that CC, being able to apply some global pressure. Whoa, they slam that Pike in though.
Okay, so I said they needed to throw something at the wall and make it stick. Funnily enough, they had to throw Pike at the wall and see if they're going to make that work, because you can pair that with some really good mages at the moment too if you want to put Haki on the Mel, on anything like even like a Seraphine potentially if you feel like going for it. But that's very interesting, and I like the cast. So a cast with a Pike could be very spicy in this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Cassiopeia will slow you down, throw the miasma, so you're very, very an easy target for that Pike hook. And the moment Pike hooks you, it's going to be followed up with that stun. And probably by then, and this is all in the space of around 1 second, you'll be within that execution threshold that Pike can do, and then start the reset city. So quite a deadly combination. Pantheon can help set that up with the CC too, that Aegis shield to prevent any of that return damage. So I already like the 3 picks that we do have here for MVK Esports. But I mean, Team Secret Wales, they've got their Alistair as well, so they haven't revealed all of their bot side. The really great disengage tool will be able to repel that Pantheon. Have banned away Silas because they recognize that Silas has some juicy ultimates that he could target here. Again, that Supreme Display of Talent. Victor's ult, Alistair's Unbreakable Will. They do not want that being used against them, and I think that's a smart ban.
Logan, I'm also looking at Rumble is still up. A Rumble on Secret Wales here would be huge, because if you ban the Silas away, that's an equalizer taken off the board for Vikings. So Rumble might be the pickup if they decide to go for it. You've got the Victor with a bit of AP. You have a Kiana who's going to be a very high kill damage threat, but they are AD. So getting this team fight, backing them up a little bit more could be really good, as Olaf, yes, being the other ban. If Rumble's not banned here, I think, it's most likely going to be picked up as Annie is that final ban. Like, I think this is the right call.
Yeah, we were talking about Annie before even game one, and how anti-dive she is, and Akali locked in. Team Secret Wales, it feels like they're getting everything they want here, Pike. This is a scary roster. I'm going to be looking for Pun to go for a very tanky top laner here, because their front line really is only that Alistair to create space to protect the rest of the team. But my God, the damage potential so far.
Yeah, now that the Galio is being picked up here too, that's most likely going to go for Chica. So it is going to be Haki on the Cassiopeia with the Pike in the bot lane. This really opens it up because you have to pick a top laner here if that Pantheon's going into the jungle, which means you get the counter pick for Secret Wales. Pun with another counter pick is going to be huge. Okay, scratch that. If they're looking at the Varus, it is going to be Varus Pike in this bot lane. I like this duo, traditional AD carry down there, most likely going on hit. Now giving Pun over with this Jax could spell disaster because it's so aggressive again.
Yeah, and that's it, right? The Team Secret Wales of game one was hyper aggressive. The Team Secret Wales of game two saw the game one and went, you know what? We can do better. We can beat that 22 minutes and 9-second win, and have drafted so much aggression. Jax is not your traditional tanky top laner. He's very bruiser. Does have that counter attack to soak some of that damage, but otherwise very damage orientated. I mean, we haven't seen it for a while, but it wouldn't actually surprise me if we do see Pun go for like an AP build, but that Varus on the opposite side could make it difficult.
Wait. Hold on. Is this a Varus top?
Yep.
Are you sure?
I mean, that's what the graphics said. And the coaches are walking off.
Look, your coaches are walking up. So Varus top, Galio AP carry, Cass mid.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We did literally just see in the LCK T1 versus Gen G, Varus was in the top lane. It's not
Varus
that odd.
Top again?
Yeah,
man. No, I don't want that. Sorry, just the fangirl in me is just like, oh man. But okay, Varus top, interesting. Do you like it?
I like it from the sense of it is a competition and you play to win, and if you think that will beat a Jax, great, good pick. From the side of being a draft, from a compositional situation, I don't. I think it removes... Look at what is going on. Galio is in that AD/AP role. Wait, what?
Okay, so this makes sense, right? This makes sense. Okay, Galio is a good pick into the Akali, so it makes sense, but it's like it comes down to, do these AD carrying players feel confident playing very different style carries too? I don't know if Galio's gonna be able to do the damage, so Kratos going into this top side is gonna have the priority and the win up against Pun, because you are that Varus, you're gonna have that extra range, you're gonna be able to push him out of lane as much as possible. In saying that too, Eddie's going to have a bit of a hard time because the only real target you're going to be able to get to in this bot side is Pike. And you got a lot of stuns, you got a lot of lockdown too. So Eddie has to be very clean with these backflip shurikens as long as they're able to get out of those dodges and avoid some damage. Kratos, okay, you know what? Maybe I was semi-wrong as Pun is going to go forward, and Kratos getting a good bit of damage back off as they do pop those potions.
Yeah, great trade there, but also this effectively means we have 4 mid laners in the game. Galio, nice play there from Pun. Yeah, I really like that flash coming out of Kratos. Had to respect that level 2 play from Pun there. If he didn't, it likely would have been his death. So a good flash. Love to see it. Guri was in the area, would have been spotted on that ward though. Down here on the bot side, great skin from Haki too. That's that mecha sort of Titan Galio skin. His toe waiting. This could be a play, a wave. Yeah, that wave is going to crash any second, and they know Kratos doesn't have a flash.
Yeah, no flash available. Gonna get that stun. Counter-Strike is just good. And Pun should be able to walk out alive. And what can you do? You play an AD carry in the top lane, expect to get punished.
Get it? Punished. But here is that bot side engage.
Yeah. Eddie doing a good job, is trying to get a bit more of that damage off as the electrocute is nice. Sulong has to flash out, getting that grey health bar back up once more. But really nice play here out of Secret Wales. And a huge, big wave did actually get sacrificed towards this top side. Pun's still struggling just to last it, so they're actually still behind. But with the kill on the board and Histo getting it, okay, taking a shuriken flip is Eddie, is they're looking for a little bit more, and BA just backing out.
Yeah, I really like what Galio can do into this Akali, right? When Galio dashes forward, it has a knock-up effect on it and is actually able to interrupt that ability from Akali when she goes like chasing after you, when she re-hits that same skill. Forgive me, I forget the name of that skill. So it's a great little interrupt, and it prevents a lot of what that Akali wants to do there. So great fight happening in the bot side. BA, the only one with a flash. Haki still with that flash. So a lot of summoners burnt. So the next time a fight breaks out, it's almost guaranteed there will be deaths. And look at Kratos. CS 3 times what Pun has. Shulong has roamed top already.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Put it with the actual 80 carry. That makes sense to me, Logan, if I'm going to be honest. But SOFM coming in with their second coach comms of the game already. It's only 3.5 minutes into the game. BA now catching out Pyke, finding him as he's walking into the jungle, knocking him back, just saying, please leave my top laner alone. This is bullying. And now might be able to cancel the back as Kratos, okay, stopped the back, so he's going to disrupt this tempo that was found as they got the push. But it is going to mean BA's going to, he's going to have a little bit more leniency to hold this wave and just get that tempo back, as they are quite a bit down in CS. They might be able to get a good shove here.
Yeah, unfortunately did miss one of those caster minions there in that wave as well. So Pun uncharacteristically missing those minions. But despite that, he's still more than a full level up in experience, because he forced Kratos off of that wave when they killed him. Shulong here, spotted out by BA, but it's an Alistair, quite tanky, happy to take that trade any day of the week. BA in the mid lane. This is what we're expecting of these supports too. And we take a quick look at the junglers, right? Guri in his bot side, Histo in his... Oh, found Shulong.
Oh. Yeah, look, he's got the undertow. Let's see if it's going to be enough, as he is going to just get over that wall, try and stay alive. Pun not in the area, but if they can get over this wall, if they can find him, BA is on the hunt. Cows be mooing hard, but can't moo hard enough as it is, so they're going to be able to get out.
Yeah, it was a great pick from Histo there to find Shulong, forcing Shulong to run away there. That is a hail of blades, Pyke, that we do see. So a lot of explosive damage potential. I like this recall coming through from Shulong. Respects the possibility of a gank on this top side. Pun already level 6 too. I mean, Team Secret Whales right now with the level advantages here. So great from them. Pun looking to proxy Kratos. So much patience here. They might be able to punish Pun if he's not careful, 2v1, but he's going to respect that and back away. The first Drake of the game is in the pit, and Team Secret Whales, they have more members there. It looks like they will be the first to get it.
Oh, BA able to find Guri as the flash over the wall. Histo wants to join this fight, but D-Ray looking for a little bit more damage. Guri has to be careful if they lock him down. The Chaos Storm's good. Petrifying Gaze lands on 2 just to disrupt the fight a little bit more. But with Guri taken so low and having to back off, they might be able to look at this dragon, or at least go to clean up and clear out the vision in their jungle.
I like this. Shulong was looking... Yeah, I like it. Shulong was looking for a play on the Pun, and Pun's like, all right, I'm just going to go you. Leap strikes on to that Pyke and takes about 30% of his health here. Yeah, Pun's behind in CS, but he's up in experience. He's up in damage, unquestionably. He's so first to level 6 over Guri. No full items completed except for the Boots of Swiftness for D-Ray in that mid lane on the Victor. So going with that much faster Victor build, he'll be able to get to these jungle objectives quicker.
Chica getting caught as a lot of damage is going down. Let's see if D-Ray has enough in the tank, because there it is. There's the Grand Starfall is enough, but D-Ray already picked up Chica. Now it's a bit the disruptors. Guri half health. Has to be careful. The supreme display of talent is good. Guri is there. He's going to get picked up by Histo too. Great knockback by BA. Finds Shulong, and the damage is even better. Histo coming up with a double kill. 3 kills at 7 minutes. They are on fire tonight.
BA absolutely set Team Secret Whales up and then some. He was like, oh, you guys have got them handled? No worries. I'm going to go and get even more of them. Should have maybe got one, maybe two of those kills against him. Oh, did a solo bolo on the bot side. Eddie kills Haki while we're not even watching, Pike.
Eddie is 20 CS up. And fears no man. That is the difference. So we're going to watch this replay here as well as a really good fight started out. Chica was just a little bit overextended, Logan.
Yeah, BA with that angle as well, coming down from that top, able to get behind Chica. The Grand Starfall from Guri a little bit late, but look at BA. He sees the angle. He goes back in because he knows his toe is there, and he just keeps Shulong locked up. And on that bot side the whole time, we see the Galio, he was looking for that mid play, but Akali was just keeping him at a distance. Eddie soloing Haki out, nearly 20 CS up. The gold lead, 3K in favor of Team Secret Whales at 8.5 minutes, 5-0 right now. The Drake is up, the Grubs are up. There's everything on the Rift, but it feels like Team Secret Whales is just happy to fight.
Yeah, they just want blood in this game. The objectives don't need to be a thing. Like, maybe they can just go for it when they've already got the secured ace at 10 minutes. Who knows what their plan is? But BA being looked at, nice little stutter step is just going to avoid the hook. Bone Skewer not going to land. As now, I think I'm going to watch the replay. Yes, down in this bot side. This could be awesome, Logan.
Oh, that was a beautiful dodge. Haki went in and Eddie was able to sidestep it. Goes in, running ahead of Haki to get as much damage as possible. Flash for flash, finished under the turret. Close fight, but my goodness, Eddie played that to perfection. And on the top side, as we come back to live, his toe taking these Grubs. And this is what we were talking about in game one. I personally value the Grubs over the Drake as your first jungle objective. You get a more permanent buff out of them. So I really like this heads up play. And his toe just takes all three title. He gives us the Draven emote to boot. And you look at it, most of the gold advantage is over to his toe. He's 3-0-0 right now. This is an accelerated Kiana in the jungle.
This is what you want from your Kiana, Logan. That's the difference. If you get ahead early as Kiana, it doesn't matter who you're versing. You will just be one-shotting any squishy in the map. Their top laner is squishy. Their support is squishy. Even Chica on this Cassiopeia is relatively squishy. They're trying to get those stacks up as well, maybe looking for a rod, but right now, there's really nothing on the board. Histo is so accelerated with that volcanic sword. It's going to be looking so good. And now, Supreme display of Tanic just lets, where did the pike go? As Kratos is now trying to fight out Pun. The Grand Starfall is good. TP now coming out. Perfect. Petrifying Gaze is going to lock down Pun. Histo is not scared of this fire. Looking for a little bit more heat. They are going to dash forward. Slicing, dicing. Eddie unable to get the shurikens off. The 5-star not going to land. But can they get the wave in and look for the dive? BA, Histo still teetering with the damage. Maybe looking for the re-engage. But instead, they are looking to back off.
Yeah, Shulong is on his way up. Histo needs to be careful. Might have him here.
Again. Leave him alone. Leave him alone, Logan. The flash has come out. Double flash once again. He's going straight on forward. Nice little bone skewer. Is going to be enough as they do get the shutdown into the waiting arms of Kratos.
Yeah, massive aggression coming out of Histo, but he overplays his hand. Kratos is able to get there with enough time. Kratos, the gold lead for MVK, nearly 1,000 over to him. Shulong playing with fire there, Pike.
Yeah, D-Ray's still got a solid lead too, 102. They're a 1k gold up, but that shutdown going over to Kratos is actually massive. It was such a big gold bounty that it might accelerate Kratos in this top lane Varus, where this is a champion that can carry games if given the tools.
Yeah, and I dare I say this is Team Secret Whales. They will give him the tools as Guri's ult. It goes a bit deep under the turret, takes that shot, but Pun, he wants to ward hop, but he ward hops straight into the waiting arms of Chica. So unfortunate, but a great rotation, a great answer from MVK. However, Team Secret Whales are first to this Drake. It's a 12-minute Drake here, Pike. Not the fastest Drake we've ever seen. And I don't think this is going to be the win con here because I just don't see us going that long. I just don't see 4 Drakes going over to one team in the time we have left. This isn't Akali. Akali will be one-shotting that Cassiopeia, that Varus, that Pike. The Victor will scale in the next 5 minutes and become an unstoppable force. Yeah, MVK has the front line of Pantheon and Galio, but Galio is melting like paper right now.
Well, it's an AP Galio, Logan. That's why they've gone to Proto Belt. Like, they're there for damage, but they are, like you said, a Galio. Like, the damage is decent as now. Supreme Display of Talent does hit. Shulong is going to be very careful. Sent right on back. D-Ray able to pick this one up. Miasma is even better. BA not going to get hit with the Petrifying Gaze, but one is. Hero's Entrance is good. They're going to lock down one, and it heads over to Chica. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Mid for support is not too bad.
Yeah, you take that any day of the week. D-Ray goes down for the aggression from Team Secret Wales here. Guri clearing out some wards. TP's being committed. Eddie thinks he's got a look. Gets a nice shuriken off to Kratos, but because he is under that turret, decides better of it, goes for the ward instead. We take a replay here, and Histo's on the Scuttle Crab, right? MVK commit the TPs because Guri is hurting D-Ray and BA. Histo gets an excellent Supreme Display of Talent, and that knock-up onto Shulong just delivers him into the waiting arms, but the stun, the chain CC, there is nothing D-Ray can do. Even at that last moment, when there's an opportunity, an opening, the chains of corruption from Kratos landed, securing his fate. Team Secret Wales now, the gold lead down to 2.5k. MVK have found a little something to take the edge off. Team Secret Wales, though, they have 3 grubs, they have 1 Drake, and are still, I want to say, firmly in control of this one. BA.
Oh. Caught out once again, slows are good. Histo needs to be careful. Bone Skewer is nice, but Guri is just taking incredibly low. Not going to be locked up just 2 yet. Eddie able to lock down the kill, but look at Kratos. This is the fear. You need to be careful of. Supreme Display of Talent lands. Histo, like Shulong, for dinner, breakfast, and lunch, just in case. And now Kratos, not long for the world. This God of War might not be able to hold on too long. Eddie taking a lot of hits, but it's just layered, and Histo picks up their 6th kill of the game. Just for funsies.
I mean, why not, you know? Be 6-1-2, be 10 CS up over your counterpart, be 2,000 of the 4,000 gold lead all on your own sim. And we were just talking, Team Secret Wales were at 2.5k, they're back to 4.5k, right? 2,000 is Chica's patience, might be rewarded here. D-Ray smells something, there it is. Chica pops out of the brush. D-Ray glad he didn't step up. Shulong might have an angle though. There is a ward in that bush, so you like to see it, as the Rift Herald is now on the Rift.
You know what he could smell? Fear. Because this was a big play too. He smelled the fear, and look, this was the big play as well. Good damage. Shulong here as well, landing those bone skewers is really helpful, but you're still a Pike, you're still so squishy, and you have the likes of a Kiana, you have Victor on this D-Ray. Like, it is a lot to get through, and Kratos all alone, this is just disastrous being caught out here, and it's so hard to be able to do anything, because look at the layering.
Yeah, and that's part of the control that Team Secret Wales have, right? They're able to layer all of their CC so beautifully that you're not able to escape. But I say this, MVK did exactly the same thing to D-Ray a little bit earlier. So it's not like it's so one-sided that it's not possible for MVK to get the play. It's just that Team Secret Wales are so oppressive in every lane all of the time. 5.5k gold, Rift Herald up. 2nd Drake of the game in a minute, which will be around that 17th minute. MVK looking for their first turret of the game as Team Secret Wales rally to defend.
Yeah, but it's only 3 members down on this bot side. They've sent 4 just to try and take this tower. Look at mid. Look at top. Look, Eddie's already taken that tower. It's confirmed. And look at top as well. Another tower pick. So sending so many members to try and overload 1 with 3 defending. It's just not the right play. There's no real objectives on the board other than the Rift Herald, and all that topside pressure is now gone over to Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, they collected the mid tier 1, they collected the topside tier 1, they're now 3 turrets to 0, all because MVK overloaded that bot in a 4v3. So great macro, great cross-map play. Histo goes in.
Oh my lord, it's looking for a lot. It's Histo. Looking for that solo bowler once again, and Flash comes down, looking for that hook, but no, D-Ray has other sides to it as the Flash from Guri 2, they're sending everything. The Chaos Storm was good, it secured the kill, now they're looking to take some tower plates in this mid lane. Vikings just have no answer.
Yeah, it was a good initiative from Histo to go, Excellent flash from Kratos. Kratos goes, if BA's here, then someone else is as well. If he hadn't have flashed, that certainly would have been a dead Kratos. But his toe with that mid and bot side pressure goes for this second Drake, securing it for Team Secret Wales. And we were talking, right? They've got the top, they've got the mid, they've got the bot turrets. The map is Team Secret Wales. The gold lead is Team Secret Wales, and the Rift Herald doubtlessly soon to be Team Secret Wales when his toe takes that recall. And look at the items. There's so many completed items on Team Secret Wales. D-Ray just completed his second. Eddie with that Gunblade. BA with the Zeeks for whenever he's ultimating, getting a little bit of extra damage out. Shulong hasn't even completed boots or his first item yet.
Logan, I just want to take a quick breath here for a second. I just want to explain to everyone how amazing it is to just view this game, that the excellence, the craft is looking just so impeccable out of Secret Wales. And I want to take this second. I want to take a moment just to appreciate this is good League of Legends. LCP is bringing good League of Legends to our screen, and I am absolutely here for it. I'm about to tear up, man. Like, I'm getting emotional about saying this. Like, this is the reason I got into casting League of Legends, is how fantastic this gameplay is and the progression that we're seeing from this team from year one of the LCP to where we are now. I'm here for it, dude. I'm locked in.
You could say we're made for this, Pike, because here in the LCP, we have Team Secret Wales, one of the best in the world. Like, I feel comfortable, I feel confident saying that, especially with their equal 5th placement at MSI. You've got to earn your place at MSI, and then to get 5th there is a fantastic achievement. They performed well at EWC too. So they're just improving. They're just scaling. Look at the top 3 damage dealers. Histo, D-Ray, and Eddie are out damaging everyone else on this Rift. And once the damage gets that high, once this Victor has scaled, how do you answer it, right? Because, like, Galio's looks like it. His toe is being very, very patient here. Haki on that Galio just does not have much MR, has just now built his first MR item into the likes of this 2-item Akali, 2-item Victor as well.
I was about to say, if they're literally just waiting for Baron to spawn to take it, that is absolute, that's so disrespectful. Look, stop emoting, damn it, his toe. Tilting me. I'm surprised Vikings aren't tilted out of the face of the earth, but this is looking so good. But let's look at some items, Logan. Let's bring it back. Let's focus up a little bit. 20 minutes into the game. Shulong, you need to be careful, guy. Supreme Slayer talent is going to land. Is the damage going to be enough? There's, taken so low. They're looking for a little bit more. As Buri able to walk forward a little bit more. Chaos Storm does go down. And nice little Hero's entrance is going to come back. They might have caught his toe here. And a great shutdown is going to go over to Shulong. They're able to pick up the jungler. His toe just a little bit too deep.
I feel like Histo was limit testing there. He really should not have gone for that play. It was already 2v3, and then we saw Kratos rotate. We saw Haki ultimate, and Histo was left to die. Histo's just having fun with it. Eddie, though.
Eddie has the damage, the 5. Oh, beautiful play. You did not lose any health. Eddie, you golden star.
Oh, you are absolutely not wrong. I mean, where his toe is limit testing, Eddie is staying safe within the realms of his boundaries, takes Kratos almost for free there. Another fight breaks out.
Okay. Looking for a little bit more. Grand Starfall is good, but look at Pun on the backside. Picks up Chica, trying to get that stun off. The Durant shield is going to be good, but Pun, you've got a little bit too deep there as well, my guy. You're in their base and there's no towers. Flashing up the thumbs up, say, guys, I know I'm dead. It's fine. It's okay. Shulong did pick up the kill, but they lost a tier 2 in the top side as well. Still a decent trade for Secret Wales.
Yeah, just trying to buy some time as we go to this replay. The supreme display of talent does land onto Shulong, but it's a bridge too far. D-Ray trying to get some damage down, but look at the response from MVK. It's suddenly 5v3 and they lock up his toe. Yes, they get the shutdown, but it is on to Shulong, and that's not what you want this late in your game. That's a support that just completed their first item that would have been better served on anybody else at this point in time. However, it is 15 seconds. Yeah, okay. Your thoughts?
I would say it's okay, Angela, because you're a pike, right? Like, your passive means you share the gold across the team regardless. So as long as someone got the assist and was present in the fight, which I'm pretty sure the whole team was, they all got a little taste and a better flavor of that gold. So I think it's not the end of the world, but you're right. You don't really want it on the pike, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, the shutdown value is most of, I guess, what I'm pointing out here when I say you definitely didn't want Pike getting that, because that could have been such a good gold injection here. But we do take a look, and that Drake is up. It is the third Drake of the game. Team Secret Whales are already here. MVK, though, looking to contest this one. Eddie waiting patiently in the wings here.
And multiple members sees the Hero's entrance is available, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to make that call as BA getting hooked up, sends them straight on back, packing as the Chaos Storm does go down. Flashes are good. Guri and Chica up on the other side. Supreme's player Tanner does land. They're looking for Guri. They want to take out the jungle, but now here's the Hero's entrance, locking it down. Dragon's already secured. Pun picks up Kratos on the backslide too. This is Secret Whales charging forward. There's not much that the Vikings can really do in this situation. Eddie picks them up. It is unstoppable on this Akali as the AP carry. BA, the tanky cow, says, I will lock them down. You just clean up the kills. Eddie with a double kill and a beautiful play out of the Secret Whales.
That's a clean ace for Team Secret Whales. An absolute disaster of a fight for MVK. And Pun, he TP'd to topside to do as much damage as he possibly can. Has taken the inhibitor turret while 4 members of MVK are still dead. They get the bot side inhibitor turret too. Team Secret Whales, they take the fight. They get the Drake. They get half of the base here and a 12,500 gold lead to boot as we see it here again. BA patiently waiting here in the wings as Haki and Shulong walk forward. Shulong, though, gets caught by a fantastic engage from BA. Flash forward into that stun, sets him up for Eddie. Then the rest of Team Secret Whales collapse on the bot side. Pun, with that amazing cleanse after that Chains of Corruption lands, there's no stopping him. He takes Guri, he takes the Varus on the top side, and it's 5 versus 1. There's nothing Haki can do here.
There really wasn't. It was like you're sort of just waiting. Eddie really cleaning up these fights. Same with Pun, who was able to get onto Kratos. Had the flash. Oh, okay, Kratos. I think you might just be gone, my guy. It's really unfortunate. Beautiful play. It is all too much. The perfect execution was pretty perfect.
Yeah, it did lead to an actual execution. This Varus in the top lane is just not working out right now. Right, Bard 2-6-1 for Shulong, not working either. It just feels like Team Secret Whales has all the answers. At 25 minutes, they're going for this Baron. Not as fast as their game 1 Baron. The game was over by now, but it's still a decent Baron. MVK, they know this is happening, but it's not like they can do much right now. BA is just frontlining the world.
Yeah, no, there's nothing you can really stop it. Guri's just going to hit with the Chaos Storm too. See you later, Alligator, because D-Ray has got items on items. 10 stacks on a Dark Seal, plus the Rabdons are now looking top side, as it is his turn, looking for a little bit more. The damage is still good. Public is, Supreme Display of Talent. Didn't even hit, but the damage was still good. And Pun wants more. Happy to take that hit. The counter-strike was lovely. And Pun cleaning up and laughing his way to victory, as Eddie does not care about these kills anymore. Even though he's 7-0-1 with a 4.7k gold lead, he is just happy being the guy on the team to hit towers, to hit inhibs, and to close these games out. And I'm here for it, but instead, change my words as Eddie wants that heat. Looking to go back in. Easy solo bolo. Looking for a little bit more. It's Chica going to get caught up. Going golden keeps them alive. And it is Secret Whales convincingly walking over the Vikings. They collapsed their boat and said, you will not make it to the golden land. We are cleaning house.
BA was putting his jacket on a full 10 seconds before the game was done. He was like, I'm going to auto this Nexus, we're going to win, and we're going to 2-0 clean sweep MVK. Team Secret Whales remind the LCP who the top dog is, and that is Team Secret Whales in clinical fashion. First game, 22 and 9 seconds. The second game, not too much longer than than that. On average, our games are around 31 minutes. I think this was around 26 minutes. Such was the pace of this. Such was the domination here, Pike. As I cannot wait to look at those stats. Pun.
Oh, look, honestly, I don't know what you could do differently. I think Secret Wales, they just need to keep this momentum going forward. Histo, D-Ray. D-Ray, can you look a little bit more excited for how good you did play today? And I'm hella proud of you. Eddie, my golden boy, that was a fantastic performance. Throwing out the Akali in that last game. You know what? If we're seeing more Akalis in the bot lane, maybe I'll change my mind on the whole AP carries going down there. That's fine. But look at this charts here, Logan.
Yeah, look, 24 kills to 5 as well, faster than 1 kill a minute, 26-34 game. The gold diff of nearly 20k, it's around 17k, 11 turrets to 1, damage everywhere from Team Secret Wales, outstanding. But I want to point out BA, I frankly think BA might deserve player of the match if, like, on his performance on this Alistair alone, he was everywhere. He just had so much impact. He had exceptional kill participation. This was a game and a half because he was just setting Team Secret Wales up for so much success.
I had to go to Histo. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, you're right. BA played good. Everyone on Secret Wales played good. Histo just played better. That Lee Sin game, astronomical. The Kiana, full control. 72% kill participation, 62.5. Regardless, they could be 20. He was looking absolutely fire tonight, and he is the player that we should all continue to watch, not just Split 2, Split 3 and beyond.
Yeah, and this is why when we went to MSI, when we went to EWC with Team Secret Wales, the strategy was ban Histo. Like, I think there was one game where there was 7 bans against the jungle and counter picks, and Histo still stood up and showed up. And this is why you can't ban him. He's just so good on almost every jungler. And when you let him get what he wants, he's even more oppressive. So it's really hard to imagine shutting his toe down. You really do have to win through other lanes, not that jungle. And Eddie, for a traditional AD player, he played this Akali fantastically, because you've got to remember that too. With mages going to this bot lane, or in this case, mid laners going to this bot lane, it's a different skill set. It's a different style of plays. So for these AD carries to suddenly play these melee mid laners, it's a fantastic job.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Even though I played mid and AD carry, I still couldn't do it. That's the difference. But no, you're right. It is a different set of skills, and this is what the difference is between an average player and a pro player is. You need to be able to flex and choose through the meta, play what is strong, play what is aggressive. But the weird thing is when we see Eddie in maybe a vast majority of a lot of these fights, he's not really in the team fights. He's off to the side getting like the 1v1 picks. Like, he's doing a really good job on this Akali team. Just during the fight, the flash goes forward. Yes, picked up the sort of the final kill there, but Eddie was just very prevalent in where they were positioned in all of these fights. Like, again, Eddie's waiting just in this top side of the river, looking for that certain kill participation or that kill going in. And Shuriken's over the wall, picks it up. It's just there for cleanup crew because they're happy to play slow and patient.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He's patient, he's careful, he's strategic, and he doesn't have to be all in on these team fights. If he can be flanking, if he can be that ever-present threat that MVK have to keep in the back of the minds for these fights, it also increases the mental burden, the mental load that MVK have to carry in these fights, right? Because Team Secret Wales have that advantage. They're like, we're the ones with the flank, we're the ones with the creative angles, and just watching Haki disappear to that supreme display of talent, I was like, wait, where did Galio go? And that Counter-Strike from Pun, fantastically timed. If he had not timed that Counter-Strike, he likely would have died. But that is enough about our first match of the night. We move on to our second. It is CFO, the CTBC Flying Oysters here tonight. Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino with assistant coach Woolala and head coach Chorley Pike. Looking forward to seeing these guys play.
This is a good-looking team, honestly. Like they've started to climb back. They had that amazing year one, but this is a different sort of roster now. I think they've got their heads on. I think they're starting to get that really strong synergy. Big shout out to Power. They're actually doing a really good job being a new force and sort of like almost a leader for this team. And I'm excited to see how they pair up with Shadow a little bit more too. I think this is one of those things in the LCP. It's the mid-jungle duo, how well they sync together. Rest has always been quite consistent, so I'm excited to see them just to maintain this level. But Doggo and Kino as well in this bot side, they're finding their feet, and I think they're starting to really lock in how they like to play together. So a roster we should not be just taking out at any means at all, because they are looking quite good. But there is another team that they have to go up against, and it is going to be the fierce GAM Esports.
Yeah, GAM Esports also made it to EWC this year. They may not have made it to MSI, but they put on such a show. Glory solo killing Faker in that mid lane, proving himself, saying this is why GAM Esports picked me, with their analyst of hype and their head coach of Null, who was also one of the players in our League of Legends Classic show match before we got back into Split 3. So nice to see, you know, still had the hands, but here is your GAM Esports VCS superstars. Kiaya, the captain, in the top lane. Drakthar in that jungle. Glory, Artemis, and Taki. But let's take a look at the featured matchup here tonight, Pike.
Yeah, it's a goodie. It is going to be that mid lane. I think it's one that we don't get to talk about too much. That's why I wanted to bring them into the line, because it is Pout for CFO and Glory for GAM. I think this is two players that have very deep histories as well, especially Glory, that is just coming back into this roster after a few years off. And you can see their skills even just now look so good. Yes, the damage per minute isn't massively high, but the CS is really strong. The champions will come with time. I'm excited to see what this is going to turn into. Let's have a look at our predictions, Logan, because this is where we're going to get a little bit interesting. Ooh, switcheroo.
Yeah, look, I just think GAM Esports have got it. I think they've got a bit more practice, a bit more form from the internationals. Again, referring to their time at EWC, they made a good run there. They put up an excellent performance against T1 being one of the best teams in the world. I just think that helps elevate them, put them on another level. But why did you go with CFO 2-1, Pike?
I was being whimsical. I was just having a bit of fun with it, you know. I was just, just going for a vibe. I was just like, you know what, everyone's going to think it's fun. Maybe we just mix it up. We throw the story for a loop and just go, you know what, maybe I believe in my boys. Maybe Doggo's still got it. He was my favorite player in year one. Now it's Florin in year two, but maybe Doggo can earn it back if he shows up here tonight, because he needs to give me that win, all right? CFO, get on it.
That's it. And I mean, like you were saying, Kino and Pout, even when they arrived, they made an impact almost immediately. But we will find out just how much of an impact they'll make here in Split 3 right after this break. We'll be back with CFO.
Diese Welt sich als nur dreht, ist diese Welt dann
100 patch nulls and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Why did they get rid of that?
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid!
We're back for the LCP and we are getting ready for our second match of the night. You can see I blindsided Pike here. I had my sunnies on and he didn't know, but he's a quick and adaptable kind of fella. Pike, after that first match of the night, what do you expect for our second match?
I wasn't expecting this question. What do I expect? What do I expect? CFO versus GAM. I expect a lot of fighting. I expect a lot of fighting around the jungle, at least the dragon pit. I think there's going to be a lot of priority down to the response side. I want to see some movement in the jungle. I want to see these junglers being really proactive on the map. I think that's going to be the big thing for me here, Logan. What do you think?
Well, I think Traktar has improved over the course of the LCP, right? Since he started here in 2026, I really think he was hyper aggressive. He was diving far too deep in Split 1. Split 2, he became more of a tempered tool. I still think there's a little bit of room for refinement there, but I think you bang on. A lot of action is going to be happening in the jungle, but we are ready for the player walkouts. Let's check them out.
Hey, 比赛由 CFO 出战 GAM。上个礼拜开始呢 ，CFO 时间的齿轮似乎慢慢悄悄的在转动当中。然而今天这个转动会不会被 GAM 给打停呢？马上就欢迎双方选手进场，上路 Rest Kiaya。打野 Shadow Draktar， 中路 Port Glory， 下路 Dogo Artemis， 辅助 Kino Taki， 教练 Chowie Now， 各位，闹剧已经结束了，究竟谁呢可以在今天胜出，来到2胜0败的组别挑战秘密金鱼？比赛正式开始。
And it is Shadow and Doggo for CFO in the 2v2 here, Pike, fighting over the right of first selection. And on the other side, we've got Glory and Artemis. So this should be a spicy one. The mid and AD carry of GAM Esports. They'll definitely want to go with some aggressive builds.
Yeah, full send it. That's what we do in these 2v2s. We're not here to just hit their farm and take the towers. We want blood. We want death. We want to see this bridge crumble, Logan. That is all we ask for in the LCP. I don't think that's all that much, for being perfectly honest.
No, I think it's a reasonable request. I think this is something that we see in the LCP a lot. All in, massive maximum damage and death. You do love to see it though, as Doggo in good spirits here. Doggo, the AD carry for CFO2, Shadow, their jungler. So that is also quite the dynamic duo, quite impactful across Summoners Rift. And again, because this is a new split, right? We don't have many of these fearless bans yet for these 2v2s, so the options, well, they're all there. They could pick pretty much anything right now, Pike.
Look, that's exactly it. It's only week 2. There's not a huge amount you could be worried about with the Pantheon Varus being banned out. Obviously, that is a nice little pickup there as well. So just taking out these really strong carries. We saw the Pantheon in the first 2v2, and it was used to pretty good success paired with that Elise. So clearly, CFO do not want to give that over to Artemis and Glory, but Elise still has other options you can pair it with. There's always something out there. There's always a combo. Come on, be that guy. Do a Secret Whales. Don't ban anyone, and just do the flex. Just like, let's see what happens. And there it is. There is the Elise paired with the Caitlyn, the doggo.
Yeah, just Aura Farm win anyway. Get those extra karma points. Wait, did GAM do the same thing? They didn't ban anything, and they've locked in Renekton Lock. Holy! What is this combo?
I don't know. Renekton Lock, Lock obviously not going to do the damage, but like a little bit of CC from Renekton, like I think they're just going to get chunked out by Caitlyn, who's going to hit them from a mile away.
Yeah, especially if Elise is able to land those cocoons, but I mean, it could be skill diff, it could be hands diff. It remains to be seen how this one works out, but I know I have some expectations here. I definitely think the Elise-Caitlyn combo has the advantage. They've just got so much more range, as well as being one of the highest damage ADs, and this is Doggo on this Caitlyn, has Flash Barrier, Shadow has Ignite Barrier, as well as that Electrocute into Lock with the Cleanse Ignite. Okay, so, you know, that's aggressive. The Cleanse obviously respecting the cocoon, and Artemis has also gone with that Cleanse. They really don't want this cocoon to impact their game plan, and they're respecting the range. They're staying under tower to start.
Yeah, that's boring.
I like how you said it too. You're like, yeah, no, it is boring though. Like, get out there, fight.
There's not much you can do about it. It's already having to use that Ashen Pursuit to get out of dodge. That's why you wouldn't take the flash on the Lock. You do have a dash in your kit. Cooldown is somewhat high, but nice little bit of damage as Doggo's getting jumped on. Has to be very careful as the flash is used. Now they're looking for the return fire damage. If Doggo can keep that space, Glory might just be gone. They need to be so careful here. One more hit would have done it, but they can't secure the kill here, Logan. And a great play out of CFO.
Yeah, but now CFO have a massive wave crashing into this tower, and it's not like GAM can do too much. Artemis does have the flash.
Straight in. Going straight on it as Doggo's gone, but they are going to pick up 1-for-1. Shadow might have the damage here, has the wave. Needs to be very careful. Goes up, Spiderfall, trying to land a couple auto attacks, but is not going to secure the last kill. 1-for-1 here.
Yeah, it was a very, very explosive engage. GAM, despite the low health bars, waited for CFO to come into them. They did a good job. Artemis using his flash aggressively to get amongst it. And as you say, a 1-for-1. Now, here in these 2v2s, right of first selection goes over to the team who's able to get 2 kills first, is able to take down the turret or win in the sudden death. But my goodness, Pike, it is a rare day that we get to sudden death. I think the last time I recall sudden death on the 2v2 matchup was actually back in Split 1. So
yeah,
it rarely ever comes into play.
Yeah, I do miss it. I like seeing the fire ring. Like it adds that sense of pressure. Like it makes me feel like I'm watching like a thriller movie or something. And I'm like, oh my God, like when is that guy going to jump out and get them? But no, we just see that at the start of the game anyway. There's no timer. They just go hard and somehow that thriller jump scare just happens right at the start of the game. And nice little dash out from Glory, keeping them out of that cocoon. Not bad at all.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? GAM, they don't have any cleansers, so the next cocoon that Shadow is able to hit will have serious impact. Doggo will be able to get a snap trap underneath them, able to layer that damage down with that Caitlyn combo. It could almost guarantee their death, as we do see Glory on this Lock having to kind of retreat, is down in the level department. Though Shadow gives over some turret damage for free, they're both level 6. This is dangerous for GAM.
Yeah, it is a bit rough, but the 6 isn't huge for that Elise, but I fully understand as they see the ace in the hole did go through just to hit Artemis, forcing out a potion, but they still have one in there just for the next team fight that is going to come out, so we'll have to see whether they're going to get a bit more damage off on this tower. Look, they just need to walk up, hit a couple plates. They do have the cannon with them, so it's going to be a little bit easier to put that pressure on, but depends if they want to go for the tower, if they want to go for pure burst damage. As Glory getting hit with the electrocute proc from Shadow, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, GAM trying to hold on here, get their level 6s as well. Artemis does have that Dominus online for this Renekton as he's popped it.
Ooh, Dominus straight on in as the 90 caliber net is going to get them out of dodge. Going to be very careful as Dominus burnt, which means the next fight is not going to... Just the Teemo note coming up.
I mean, I'm wearing my Teemo hat. I could definitely imitate that emote. But like he was saying the other night, right? LCP has to be one of the most emote-heavy regions in the world. We love a good use of that emote. Like,
Purgatory's good. Doggo needs to hold on, but no! GAM pick up the kill, and they secure the selection for their team. A really nice snap engage out of this roster.
Yeah, and you could tell that they loved that engage. They were turning around, high-fiving after taking this 2v2. GAM Esports earning themselves that right of first selection here tonight. So will they go red side or blue side? Will they go for first or second pick? Stay tuned because we will find out shortly. And no, we're not going to an ad break. I just really wanted to give that energy. I really wanted to create that tension and suspense for the viewers at home. So they would sit here and think, wait, what will they pick?
I like the suspense you're building up, Logan. Maybe we should do some more advert-based stuff while we're waiting for it. It's just like, no, probably can't go down the credit card route of order now and you get 10 Teemo hats for the price of 11, which is not actually a good deal. Now I've said it. That's not ideal. That's really not where you want to be going. But still, we're waiting for the draft to kick off. We're going to see where the side selection is. Now, we're looking at these two teams, right? We've seen GAM be somewhat and quite successful at international events. What would you like to see them do in this series in particular to get themselves into that 2-0 scoreline?
Look, we know Glory can perform in the mid lane. I want to see them rally around Glory. I want to see them really just drive a wedge up that mid lane and have that be their win con. I really think if Drakthar and Glory can get together and make it work, and Drakthar doesn't overextend, isn't over aggressive, that could definitely be what GAM rally around and win through. That said, Lee Sin has been banned away, so we won't see Drakthar on that, but I think that's okay. Drakthar, I personally feel, much prefers that J4 anyway, as we do see Ezreal taken away. I like that ban, and there it is, Nocturne.
Yep, get the Nocturne out. It sort of just slips by in the last game, but I think that was just both Secret Whales and Vikings feeling somewhat confident they don't have to worry about it. But with the Vibe being banned out, the big ban that I want to talk about is this Ezreal. We saw Doggo play this so well. It is the champion that you cannot give to them. So big props to GAM to be like identifying that and saying, you know what, it's not worth giving it over. Let's just ban it.
Yeah, why not, right? Ezreal is the strongest AD carry at the moment. Vi, a fantastic jungle engage tool. The Jace taken away, able to be used in that sort of top lane role as a flex. Nocturne, we didn't see it banned once in match 1 tonight, but we saw it banned 100% of the time last night. So, you know, welcome back to the ban list, Nocturne. Haha, have fun. You're not going to see the Rift. As Poppy also returning to the ban list because just such a strong, oppressive jungler. But I like this out of CFO. I like them picking the J4 away from Drakthar after banning that Lee Sin and that Nocturne. These pick bans, so valuable when your own jungler is really capable on them as well.
Yeah, but you're leaving open some really strong champions. Cassiopeia is one of them. Camille is that follow-up where you can flex them around, and it means there is going to be a Shen heading over to Kino. Maybe we have to see a slightly different AD carry or AP carry down this bot side. Syndra also comes to mind. It is still up and available, so drafts are looking ever similar as we continue forward. But with the Cass and Camille still being hovered, it makes a lot of sense for GAM.
Not only does it make a lot of sense, it makes a lot of dollars because every win is one step closer to going to Worlds here in the LCP Split 3. It looks like we're going to have a couple of bits and pieces with the draft. It looks like we might need to remake that one. We will find out and let you know a little bit later, but I kind of liked the bans we did get to see. It was anti-Drakthar. It looks like CFO, they've done their homework and they've decided if we can ban away Drakthar's pool, if we can pick away Drakthar's champions, that will... it'll lock down that sort of mid-jungle duo. It will inhibit their effectiveness. And I like this intelligent read from CFO.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think if we're looking at the other side of CFO too, I wouldn't be surprised with the J4 being locked in. Now that we've seen the Cassiopeia and probably the Camille being locked down too, Rumble speaks volumes in this next draft. Like, I think you have to pick up the Rumble early. You want to be able to get that in the team fight on top of the J4. It is the tried and true top jungle synergy we like to see. And then you've also got champions like Ryze up and available. Like, you could also pair that in there as well. You're going to get great rotations. The quick reactive plays that you can get with those sorts of champions will be just adding volume. So there's a lot you can pick right now, but at the same time, if we're looking at junglers for the side of the GAMs, Nefiri hasn't been banned. Easy counter into the J4. Like, there are a lot of strong, very powerful options for both teams right now.
Yeah, and we do know Drakthar has played Nefiri and has played Nefiri very, very well and successfully previously. So it definitely will be a strong option for them. Drakthar won't shy away from going for that one if he's given the chance here. And it's highly likely they'll pick that up because they do know the jungler for CFO. So it'll be a strong counter, as you say here, as we're just deliberating, working things out. But so we talked about GAM and Glory coming together with Drakthar as being part of their win con, but I think we also deserve to give CFO that sort of same speculation, that same theory crafting, right? Because I personally see CFO's bot lane, their new updated bot lane, as a fairly strong win condition for them now. I know it's against Artemis, but Doggo and Kino, they can work magic. Do you think it'd be through their bot lane, or what's your thoughts on CFO's win conditions?
I like the crazy questions you're asking me, Logan. I think they're very impactful and they give me a chance to really think about this team in general. No, you're right. I actually think CFO is mostly around this bot lane. That's sort of the big thing that I think major focus that is really around CFO, right? Doggo, Kino, that is a lot of focus. I think it's Shadow as well. That is a player that I want to add into that list, because Shadow is going to be that that facilitator, as they will be making that way around the bot side. And I said that before we even got into the game, as we were talking about these teams. It's about how Shadow's going to work the map, be really proactive, but then feed Doggo and Kino, because we know it's these rotating supports. Kino is just going to bugger off and go help Shadow with something somewhere, maybe go to Pout and try and get Glory into a bad spot, because you said that is GAM's sort of win con, is Glory needs to be that presence in the mid game, that they can do so much. So I do want to see a little bit more, but we're going to go to a short break, Logan. I think it's time we just take a second back. A little bit of tech issues, but we will be right back with the first game, CFO and GAM. See you in a sec.
Hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion.
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Man, the energy here, it's a demon's dinner bell. All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. Say your prayers. It's me, the consequence of your actions. If you bury the pain will bury you. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Split 3 introduces the most impactful format change of the season, the Swiss stage, where seeding and championship points can make or break a team's year. Top 4 teams from Split 2 playoffs face the bottom 4 in the opening round. After that, teams are paired against others with the same win-loss record. Teams continue playing until they reach 3 wins and qualify for playoffs, or 3 losses and they are eliminated. Following the Swiss, BO5 seeding matches determine final placements. The top seed earns the right to choose their playoff opponent between the 3rd and 4th place teams. In the playoffs, 4 teams battle through a double elimination bracket for 2 spots at Worlds and the right to be called the 2026 LCP champion. Additionally, the team with the highest championship points secures a Worlds berth, rewarding year-long excellence. The LCP promotion series returns in 2026, with 2 guest teams required to defend their place against champions from the region's domestic leagues. But this time, championship points will be a determining factor in which guest teams have to defend their slot. The pressure is on across every level of competition. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. Let's show them what we're made of.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion. xuất kìa, các bạn đánh hai phát sẵn sàng là xong.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
LCP is back. Take 2, Electric Boogaloo. Speaking of, actually, I would love to see Kennen in the top lane. Pike, what about you? We haven't seen him in a long, long time.
What?
Is that going to be one of those
Get
awkward
away
silences?
from me, man. What? I'm going. No, Kennen in the top lane. Kennen in the top lane. Well, that would be pretty cool, honestly. A slicing Maelstrom would be pretty sweet, but you're not going to see it, unfortunately. We're going to see more Varus in the top lane. I'd rather a Vayne in the top lane, and as someone who likes to play tanks in the top lane, that's a big ask. But okay, if we're looking at favorite champions that we want to see, they keep hovering Zed, man. I want to see that Zed.
I mean, I wasn't even talking favorites, but yeah, I do know Zed is up there for you. For me, favorites, I mean, obviously Leona Nautilus, but I mean, that gets picked every other game, so it's not even that rare.
Yeah,
I would like to see Nami. Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly. Nami, I mean, not getting picked too often as support. Yeah, man, just a big wave, just a splash of water.
Get out of here. I'm going away. No, I can't leave. I can't keep leaving like that. I can't. No, fair enough. Nami is pretty cool. Pair with a Lucian. But Milio's better with the Lucian, you know? Like, you got to get those right pairings, Logan. That's the difference.
Yeah, and speaking of pears, what's your favorite fruit? Because, I mean, I'm not a fan of pears, but I'm a big fan of apples.
Like, okay, favorite fruit, though. We're getting to the real nitty-gritty of it. Like, that's a hard question, Logan. Like, I've got red hair, so it's hard to say that orange is my favorite fruit, but I like a good orange, you know? Give me a navel orange, squeeze it good, get your orange juice. Apples are pretty good too. Pink Lady's pretty solid. We could go down a rabbit hole here. Let's go back to League of Legends, Logan. So if you could delete any champion from the game, who would it be? There is a correct answer.
Fizz.
Get away, man. Get away. Taking my champions away. This is unfair. It's like me banned out in solo queue. Every time I play Clash, they always ban Zed, Fizz, and Yone, and then I can't play anything. And I'm like, oh, great, whatever. This is just how I like to live my life. But okay, Logan, we've got a game coming up. We're back on screen for a reason. So, couple tech issues. They're getting fixed and resolved very, very soon. So we're getting... What is... No, mate. You just got a big old beard. Where's that jawline?
There's no jawline. I can't aura farm. I can't height mog anybody. It's just beard all of the time. But yeah, we do have a match ahead of us. It is CFO, the CTBC Flying Oysters. Hopefully they don't get shucked tonight versus GAM Esports of the VCS, who are fresh off the back of EWC. And let's take another look at that featured matchup we were talking about a little bit earlier, Pike, because we think that these two could have some serious impact on the win conditions for either of their teams. The damage out of Pout is seriously a lot more than Glory, but Glory with a higher kill participation, higher CS per minute, I would argue that's pretty good stats.
I think like damage per minute is one of those interesting stats. It almost feels like a fake stat to a degree. Like anyone can do damage per minute depending on the champions you play. Pout's played 11 champions to Glory's 5. Like that means that they could have been pushed onto sort of like the Gallios in the mid. They could be put onto those more supports. Like they're maybe not playing those high damage champions, but the fact that build participation's good, that's a different story, right? That means that they're relevant in these team fights just a little bit more. That speaks more for a mid laner, in my opinion, than damage. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I do think Glory does have the upper hand in this mid lane, but here we are. We're getting ready back for draft. Apologies for the delay, everyone. It does happen. League of Legends is a tricky esport to knuckle down. But as we get ready, these teams are looking fierce and fighting. We've already had our 2v2, so we will find out again where these teams will be situated. We'll have to wait and find out, as I believe it is still CFO on the blue side. Am I correct, Logan?
Sure, why not? Let's go with that. You're correct. CFO's on the blue side, and GAM is on the red side. Yeah, I mean, they're just sitting on whichever side, right? And did you notice when they do their walk-ons, right? Top laners, they don't sit like directly opposite one another. So like the outer seats, one's on the outer, one's on the inner. So the only people that are actually matched off against one another are the mid lanes in the middle seating. But there it is. CFO did choose that blue side after GAM, using their right of first selection, chose second pick here. So we're just going through those same bans that we did see before, a couple of little, finagly issues. That Lee, that Victor, that Jace banned by CFO, and GAM with that Ezreal, Vi, and Poppy. These junglers getting hard targeted.
Yep, I'm going to see it J4 now, and I'm going to just summon it in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Oh, well, it happened before, so it's not that cool, but still, that made me look like I was aura farming really hard. There's the Cassiopeia. We saw that again before as well, so we've got to decide whether that's going to go into the AP carry or if it's going to go mid, depending on what CFO decides to pick up here. But what I mentioned when we were in the draft last time, Rumble is up. This is a champion that is going to feel really good. They're looking at a Nautilus instead, so I love this sort of engagement. It's a bit of a different flavor than what we've seen into the Camille. So what do you think about that, Logan?
Yeah, we were definitely hyping up a Shen pick because it is Shen versus Camille every single time, but I do like this out of Kino. It's something different. Kino's fantastic on this Nautilus. It is one of his best champions, so why not play the comfort, especially when it can be an answer into that Camille, that auto attack passive, able to lock them down, the hook, the dredge line, the depth charge, just it all works so well for that CC and just tanky frontlining to protect your bot laner, whichever way Doggo chooses to go. Now, Syndra locked in for CFO. Again, the question remains though, will this be a bot lane Syndra? Will this be a mid lane Syndra? But Pike, you called it. Nefiri locked in for Drakthar, the counter to J4.
Yeah, I'm pretty smart like that, and I'll give myself those props because sometimes you just got to name all the champions and you're going to land on one, Logan. That's the best part. You just do mass. It's like throwing popcorn into the air to try and catch it in your mouth. You're going to get something, but you got to throw a handful. That's the difference. As we're entering into the second ban phase too, Logan, we're going to have to see what they're going to look at. Is the Varus is the first one, Orianna being the next one too. So I love that they're sort of looking at this mid lane as well. They think the Cass is going to go bot. So looking at mid, just taking off some priority picks. There still are quite a few. Like I said, the Victor is available. You do have champions very much like RE2, Mel. There are some options. Talia is another big one of note. Rise, Galio. There's a plethora is maybe the word of the day we could say, as Cassante being the final ban out for GAM.
Yeah, look, Cassante taken away, I feel like that might protect the Rumble potential topside for CFO, because that classic matchup is Rumble Cassante, so just a protection ban, it feels like I want to call that one here. Varus taken away, obviously to protect the top side for GAM as well. We did see it utilized, but not to, I want to say, great effect in our first match of the series. Rise being the last ban there for CFO. So CFO's bans are interesting. It's 3 junglers, and there it is. There is that Rumble that we expected to be picked up off the back of that Cassante ban. So protecting that pick nicely. It will be up to Resto to pick something into this Rumble that can have some impact, or he's just going to have to play that weak side and accept his lot in life. He'll be down in CS, but so long as he comes out of that lane not too far behind, he'll still be able to have some impact in the team fights, as Yorick could potentially be a good answer.
Yeah, Yorick's not bad. Akali being the flip of the switch instead. So being the Akali Nautilus in the bot lane could actually be a very high impact sort of carry combo with the Syndra going mid. This actually remains to be seen, because we don't know. Both Syndra and Akali love the mid lane just as much. So we'll have to see what the next pick is for this top side into the Rumble. Nah speaks of volume here. Another tanky member that can sort of do a hard engage, get a lot of work with the Cataclysm, but the Yorick, it was hovered before, so it just makes a lot of sense that that is being picked up here. And it looks like it is going to be that Syndra in the AP carry role for Doggo. Sivir now being hovered here for Artemis. I like this, a bit more traditional. Wave clear is really good. The Callista is spicy. The Jhin, pretty decent.
Could go with some Jhin right now, actually. It's been a little while, because the Jhin that sits in the back just plugs away, scales to the late game, but I don't think there's like too much fantastic front line for Jhin in GAM's composition, so I actually really like the Sivir. I trust Sivir in the hands of Artemis. We did see him get double pentakills at the start of LCP Split 2 on that Sivir, so you know he has hands. But you look at the draft of CFO, they've got the Nautilus, they've got the J4, so they've got the engage tools available to them. But if I'm looking over on the side of GAM, their only real, I want to say, hard engage is that Camille, maybe Cassiopeia with that ult, but it's going to take a while before you're ready to use it. So it feels like CFO has the playmaking tools, but it feels like GAM has the damage here.
Yeah, look, both comps look really, really strong. I think it's a waiting game here for GAM. It's all about getting the Sivir to 3-4 items. Cass will sort of come online at that too. It's all really now on this Neferi that is going to be rotating around the map early, maybe trying to bait out a little bit more out of CFO. That is probably the big focus, I would say. The other side of that, though, is if we look at what CFO's put together, is they're really happy to fight these. They're happy to get dirty very early, especially with this Camille who wants to roam so much. If you just stay as this Nautilus with the Syndra, you burn the spell shield out of the Sivir in the 2v1, and you can probably just re-engage once again, because it's such a long cooldown. But we're on the Rift here now, Logan. It is game number 1, GAM versus CFO, both looking to go to that 2-0 spot and start securing their way to a ticket to Worlds.
And that's it. We also have a draw show at the end of tonight so that we can see where these teams land, who they will be competing against. So make sure you stick around after this match is done and dusted, for the draw show to know how it all lines up. But we take a quick look at these skins. Glizzy Neferi, a lot of people would argue that is the best Neferi skin. Oh, that Cassiopeia skin though, beautiful.
It's nice. Atlantean Syndra once again. I think they picked the Atlantean because I suspect that the queue is a little bit harder to see. Like, there are some skins known to be a little bit better just visually, so it is a little bit more difficult to see when things are going to land. So I like this. Doggo maybe just has a favorite too, so we'll have to see. So like that, I didn't really see much of that. The ball just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and like we said, Doggo has been practicing these mages in solo queue on the break as well, because he has seen that the mage meta has been increasing. He knows he needs to upskill, increase his champion pool as Taki trying to get some engages. But enough about the bot lane for right now. Those junglers, they did start on opposite sides of the rift as well. Drakthar hits his level 3, is taking a recall, so I like this early recall. Probably just going to pick up a longsword, which will increase his kill threat, there it is, and his ability to farm camps a little bit quicker, whereas Shadow, still out on the rift, might be looking to make a play on this bot side early.
Yeah, it's an early exhaust does go down. Taki getting hit with the scatter of the week is taken below half health. Disrupt goes through. Taki might not be long for this world. First blood for Doggo is a really nice, successful first kill. And Artemis could not get too far away, has to flash, but a little bit more with a barrier burn. And the double kill for Doggo sets CFO up successfully in this early game.
Fantastic start for CFO. 2 kills, both over to Doggo. 800 gold lead in, the 2.5 minute mark. That is an excellent start. Great roam there from Shadow down to this bot lane. Kino sets it up. He just walks into Taki. He knows he's in there. Exhausts, gets that passive down. Great stun from Doggo, and then interrupts the hook shot from Taki as well. If he'd have gotten that hook shot, it likely would have gone out. Artemis, he goes so deep trying to get something back. Over in live, the fight is breaking out, but loses the flash, loses the barrier, and still dies.
Good knockups are there. Glory does pick up Shadow, but they're going to get a return kill on the backside. It is Doggo on a killing spree at 3 minutes. 3 kills to their name. Drakthar still gets hit with the hook. No dogs can save you. Another double kill for Doggo. Doggo's doubling up all game long. Now Taki is all alone. Pout, yes, half health. They're going to be able to walk away.
CFO literally just let Taki walk away there. I mean, that was an Akali and a Nautilus. If they wanted, they could have re-engaged that. But sometimes it's the macro that you need to worry about as well. Doggo gets his double, is racing away with the top DPS here, and TP's to bot to answer that push of the wave. But we go to this bot mid-fight and see how it comes out. It's 3v3. Pout's already less than 50% health, but Doggo shows up. Yes, Shadow goes down. Glory has to overextend to get that kill. Flash from Drakthar, but here it is. The patience from Kino, the timing of that hook before it phases back in so it avoids the dogs as well. TP from Doggo goes, you know what, we're done here. And then the other members of CFO just walk out, let Taki go, almost as an act of mercy.
Yeah, no, at that point, Taki can't really do all that much. They're not going to be able to pick up Pout either. Like, yes, they're half health, but I don't think they had really anything up. Ignite was already burned. And now Kino making these quick, nice, impactful roams, because you can see the CS lead for Glory is quite substantial, but that's expected in a Cassiopeia versus an Akali matchup. Now Doggo might be getting caught out. Good scatter is nice, but the stun is still a little bit too much. Does not have the flash, and Doggo might just go down for their troubles, and a great shutdown for Artemis, taking those buffs back.
Yeah, really well done there. Blue buff, red buff gets the shutdown onto Doggo. So a healthy injection of gold over to Artemis. And the gold lead is gone. It's now a 0 gold difference between CFO and GAM. So a great turn of play there. Taki taking an extra turret shot. Didn't need to do that. Just, thought, oh, why not? It's a bit of fun. Kino, don't take the CS of your ADK. What are you doing? But the first strike
go down, Logan.
Someone's got to get the XP.
Yeah,
but the first strike of the game is on the rift pipe. God damn it!
Yeah, right. I'll just say, but both junglers, they're looking at it. As you can see, Drakthar is down this bot side. Shadow up towards top. Might be looking for a reset just to get some items on the board, a little bit more. But okay, double resets. We're seeing the same out of Drakthar. Neither wants to probably go for this. I feel like objectives are taking a little bit more of a back foot until a little bit more tempo is in the way of these teams. Like you said, gold is very even. It's only about a 300 difference, and most of that is really on Doggo, even with that shutdown that went over. We'll have to see where this prioritization is going to be. Where do you think it is?
Where do I think the prioritization is going to be?
Yeah, I'm going to start hitting you with the hard questions because you keep throwing random fly ones at me that I'm unprepared for. I'm going to start throwing them back at you and seeing if you can answer it.
I'll answer, and then I'm going to throw a real random one at you if I feel like it.
All
But
right.
I reckon it's going to be the junglers. I reckon the junglers are going to make or break this one, right? Both of these junglers are very, very explosive. Both of these junglers have a lot of proactivity and initiative. And speaking of, Shadow is on this Drake. He has started up in what is proving to be one of the earliest Drakes we've seen tonight, right? Because they're usually being left till the grubs have spawned and they force that split decision. It's like, do we go for the grubs or do we go for the Drakes? Whereas CFO, Shadow, has just said, you know what? I'm going to take both. And is been involved in 100%. Oh, Kino, careful.
Could be in trouble, has to be very careful. Now they're looking at Shadow instead. Great flag and drag back into this fight. Taki is there. Cataclysm even better as the stuns are good. But Kino caught in the Cataclysm 2 has to flash over the wall. Shadow might not be long for this world. It is going to go over to Artemis, who picks up the kill. And they sadly had nowhere to run.
Yeah, that one felt like a really, really awkward fight, and it does suck for Shadow there because it was Kino the one that got caught out. Oh, maybe you're playing the mid.
Shadow is good. Glory getting caught as the Miasma does go down. Beautiful orbs go left, right. Unleashed power, truly unleashed.
Yeah, that perfect execution, that second charge just to get away, make sure they don't give anything back over to GAM. But here it is again. Kino walking forward, doubtlessly to try and get some vision, finds 3 members of GAM. Then the thrill of the hunt popped immediately from Artemis, and Shadow, unfortunately, he goes over the wall, Cataclysm's back flashes and has no tools to escape. GAM just see him in the pit and go, you know what? There's one easy kill waiting for us. Let's go bot side and grab it. Now, we find ourselves in a weird position, right? We're 8 minutes into the game. CFO have the first Drake, have the kill lead, but GAM have a slight gold lead here right now. They're just able to convert these objectives, able to get those CS advantages where it matters. Topside, Kiaya has nearly 20 CS more than Rest.
Yeah, it makes sense, but getting caught out as there's the equalizer being dropped. Same with the cage, but it's going to be enough as it is. Pout going to the backside, does pick up Kiaya. Now it's a 4v1. Taki's just gone. It is Doggo getting the damage off. Now Rest has to flash out of dodge because it was a nice petrifying gaze. Hook, re-engaged Shadow. Flag and drag is nice, but Glory is still getting the damage off. Doggo with a scatter of the week does have a bit more in the tank. Let's see if it is going to be Drakthar going into the backside. There is the Maiden. Doggo is sidestepping everything. Pout is picking up kill after kill. Drakthar might get away with the help of the blast cone, but still so many kills went over and the cooldowns have already reset.
The Drakthar, he escapes and he goes straight back onto the grubs. He's like, fight's done. I can finish this jungle objective. As we do go back to this replay, it is GAM that starts up these grubs, but it's CFO who starts to collapse. They want to contest this one. GAM has more members there first. They have priority, they have positioning, they have vision control, but CFO makes something of it. Kiaya's equalizer not really getting too much done there, just clips, I think, 1, maybe 2 members of CFO. And CFO were able to avoid that ultimate from Glory fantastically. No one really getting locked up. And the re-engage, the extended fight played great. Doggo here, flashing forward though, I'm wondering if that was a bit of a mistake because he just used his abilities. It's not like he had anything off cooldown to finish the job. Then Pout, finding the backline access into Kiaya and then getting the double off the back of it. Now 2, 0, and 4. Pout on this Akali is definitely a threat that GAM need to concern themselves with, because here at the 10-minute mark, CFO, 1,000 gold lead, 8 kills to 5, but GAM, they do have the grubs.
I think the really scary thing here is, yes, Pout really strong, Doggo also really strong. Artemis is still a concern. The game is young. It's only 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Artemis doesn't even have first item yet. Once they get 3-4, I said it at the start, they will be a lot more relevant, and we're already seeing the damage that they're putting out even in this early game. So as long as they can keep this president alive, stop them from getting absolutely blown up, which is a tall order, Logan, it's a big thing. We'll have to see if they're able to do anything with it. As the scatter does not hit, we'll have to see it reset as they are looking for Artemis and Dragon up 40 seconds.
Yeah, CFO walking over a bunch of wards though, so GAM will know that they are down there in those bushes. A lot of pings happening. Might be a play bot side. Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Just a defensive ultimate there though, Pyke, just to make sure they get away, that CFO cannot kill any of them, because it would be a bad time to die.
Ooh.
Great ghoulie wall.
Yeah, nice to see. Is getting a little bit more. Have to see if it's going to be enough, as Morning Mist, always a concern, but Drakthar up on this top side, spotted out on a pink ward, so Rest able to play this one a little bit safer, and yes, down in CS, Rest is always inevitable again, picking up that Hex Drinker. They're going to be able to hold out just a little bit longer, and once they get that Triforce online, they'll be feeling very successful to just split push permanently, but we're seeing 3 members top to deal with Rest. It's just giving over another drag, and the scaling for CFO right now is really good, as now they're looking for more. Rest puts up the cage, but it's going to be enough, as there's the pursuit. If the call of the pack is going to be nice, TP now coming in. I think Rest is just gone. Pout wants blood though. In a 1v3, let's see if they can make this work. They secure the kill. It's Artemis. I talked about getting them blown up. That's all they need to do. The hook might keep Pout alive. It's beautiful, man. It's the absolute perfection from Kino, keeping Pout relevant in this game and saving his life. There's another president they got to look after.
My goodness, that TP came through so late that Pout arrived and it was only a 3v1 because Rest had gone down. Pout plays it spectacularly, able to get one back and then survive long enough for Kino with the hook of all time. There it is, the TP committed, and you wait for it, arrives into death, is able to get so much damage onto Artemis, ignores Drakthar and Taki, using the brush for that vision control, and the timing of that hook. Oh my god, that dredge line. If that dredge line hadn't have landed, that would have been a dead Pout. Like Kino literally saved Pout right there.
Yeah, and then the flash in the way to stop anything from Taki to get towards Pout was absolutely instrumental, because it forced them to back off instead of continuing the fight. So Kino, really hero of the game right now. They have landed every critical hook, as Rest now being looked at. Equalizer does drop down, but Kiaya does do a lot of damage, goes full throttle, burns him alive.
And this is what we were talking about, right? This is a competitive situation. This is a tier 1 League of Legends game, and you want to win, so you will press every single advantage. Great scry, like Crystal Lens there to spot out that glory in the brush. You want to press your advantage, and GAM have identified Rest as the weak point of CFO, and they are applying pressure. Like, it does not feel good to die once, let alone twice and back to back. Like, you start to feel like you're maybe letting your team down, and that mental damage as well can have impact on that game. So I like what GAM is doing. 30 seconds till the Rift Herald. CFO, though, they do have 2 of the Drakes. They should be trying to get some vision control down, but a lot of pings going down on the top side. Pout needs to be careful.
Yeah, and I think Pout realizes there's something awry, like that they're sort of playing a little bit too passive. Now Kino's walking up. Shadow has joined the party too, so there was a window of time there for GAM to pull that trigger on Pout, and I just think they're still looking for it, because one Petrifying Gaze could be the decider. Drakthar and Taki are so close, waiting in the wings. There it is, the flash in the snap. It's all she wrote. The call of the pack is good, and Pout just gets picked up, and that was the pick that they were looking for. Taki getting the shutdown even better, but now Rift Herald is the play, and it is all CFO waiting in the wings.
Yeah, the timing of that was fantastic. The patience out of GAM to wait for Pout to feel comfortable, to step forward, and then they go, right, we've got a free Rift Herald, but CFO.
Oh my lord, easily one shot. Now Drakthar might have to back off here, because they've lost the support. They've had to go up into the air, Cataclysm over the wall, just to keep the annoyance, but double TPs are used. Doggo looking at Artemis, the shield is done. Kino very low, burned to a crisp, but now they're looking for a little bit more, as Artemis has to be taken out of this game. Doggo getting burnt alive. Kiaya made the play, made the call, got onto the backline, and is the disruptor, and it's a double kill still. It's all she needed, but now they have to back off, as Glory looking to pick up this Rift Herald, and there's Drakthar who might be able to secure it, and yes, it does go over to GAM.
It was a good start to the fight by CFO. They saw what GAM did to Pout, and were like, you know what, we can do. Ooh, Pout chasing.
Okay. Oh my lord, the damage is just so good. But look at the eye. The eye hasn't been picked up yet. They can't get to it because they're trying to hold them back. But okay, Taki says, I'll take this fight. Ignite is ticking. It's a lot of damage out of this Camille. All summoners, nothing is up for Pat. But here's Rest throwing it down. Glory's joining the fight too. Miasma just dropped. Pat might survive a little bit longer. They did not pick up the eye still. And they have to be able to walk away. And what was looking so good. Ooh, Artemis is here. They could look for a spell shield is used. Has to burn the flash as well. Defensive play out of GAM.
That's been about 2 minutes plus of constant fighting, and it started here with this patient play from CFO off the back of the patient play of GAM onto Pout. So they suddenly find themselves in a 3v1. They go on to Drakthar, but the TP, GAM come from every single direction. Shadows over the wall and the equalizer onto 2 with them trapped in the pit. So a really great response from GAM to collapse. Drakthar sticks around, heals up off the jungle camp, and CFO is split apart here. They lose 3 members in this fight. Rest, though, Tanky is able to survive, able to stick around, keeps the fight going. CFO then responds, so the gold lead is just swinging around. It's 11 kills apiece. GAM 2k up, but both Drakes so far over to CFO. However, GAM have priority, they have control.
Great scatter, but Taki looked for the engage, but could not land that slingshot. Look at Pout on the backside, going straight on into the back. Is Artemis being the target? Equalizer doesn't really hit anyone, and Artemis does pick up Shadow, but they get picked up themselves. Beautiful scatter is nice, but Kiaya does have the damage, has the burn, and it is all GAM, baby. They are getting it done. They're able to lock them down. Rest, the final boss that they need to secure if they want to take this dragon. And they're just so close. One dog would have done it, but the feet could not make their mark, and it is GAM that pick up the 4 kills to 2.
1 kill shy of an ace. GAM take that fight. They will take this Drake as well, and they will prevent that Drake stacking for CFO at this 18-minute mark as we take another look at this fight. That Thrill of the Hunt popped just before the Scatter of the Week lands, so getting a lot of value there for GAM as we do see Shadow. He goes deep. I would almost contend a little too deep, and that Miasma did so much work to lock CFO down. They just weren't able to get back out. It kept Pout in far too long. Rest forced to flash. Great ghoulie wall though to lock Taki up. You see the thumbs up from Taki. And the little glizzy dogs not able to finish Rest off, able to limp away on a sliver of health. But we take a look across the rift here and look at GAM's vision control. It is deep inside CFO's bot lane. They know what Shadow is doing. They know where Shadow will be. The individual gold lead, biggest on Kiaya, then Taki, the support of GAM. And I mean, Taki's only 7 kills away from 100 kills in the LCP. This is a Camille. It can get it done, especially being Hail of Blades.
You know, I like this too. They keep stacking towards this top side. They think Pout's going to be there. They're looking for this Akali, who is this huge kill threat, or even Doggo, who's just living mid, farming up safely. They're still scaling quite well, but so is Artemis. 2 items completed, most likely looking for that IE as their 3rd. So I like the itemization coming out of Artemis. Doggo obviously picking up the Blackfire into the Proto Belt. Now the Seeker's Arm Guard, so they're going to have a little bit more safety in these team fights too, but Pout is my hero right now. Items on the board. You got that Hexblade and a Shadow Flame. That is damage, Logan, and I'm here for it.
Akali damage Rune Terror. I think that's Akali's last name. I don't know, I'm making it up. But damage is their middle name. They are putting out so much of it. Shadow with that Black Cleaver. I like this pickup. It will enable so much more shred. Drakthar also has that Black Cleaver and the Cycler Sword, so a lot of items are coming online. That Rod of Ages, 9 stacks for Glory, about to get a full level.
Ooh, Rest just getting jumped on once again. 2v1, the tower went down at the perfect time and they got the pick. Really nice proactive play out of GAM. They've got the lead. They need to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about again, is that they found the weakness in Rest and they are just going to keep driving it home. And I mean, I feel like Rest has to be a bit more respectful, has to understand that he is easy pickings for the rest of this team. And It's a hard position to be in, right? He's down 2K over Kiaya. He's down 30 CS. He wants to be a split-pushing menace. He wants to be in the sides, forcing GAM to respond with 1 or 2 members, but they're being proactive, right? The moment they see Rest, they send the 2 members and they take him out and they shore up that lane, and then they're able to redirect their resources across the rest of the Rift, make these proactive plays. I mean, you look at the stats here, everyone has died at least 2 times on the side of GAM, but it's had value, and Shadow 5 times for CFO. I would argue that maybe he doesn't need to dive so deep, especially with the Baron on the Rift and the next Drake in a minute and a half.
Yeah, look, I think the big thing for Rest here is they're getting focused in like the 2v1, but that is on CFO to identify that and make the counteractive play somewhere else, because yet again, 3 members topside looking at Rest as a bit of a snack, because you're right, they are so far behind, but why beat a dead horse at this point? But downside, it is Rest, they're a Yorick. The bigger they get, the longer the game goes, they're just going to one-hit towers. So I understand why they keep going back to this dead horse, because it is easy to get a little bit of gold injection and get yourself fed a little bit more so you can deal with the actual threats, which is Pout, which is Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, Pout on this Akali has been a menace, has been finding angles into the back line, has been able to 1v1 pretty much anyone on the side of GAM as Kino tries to find a hook. Great W there from Drakthar to go untargetable, doesn't land. So Kino's just going to back away, clear some of that vision. And again, the Drake's up in 30 seconds, right? It would be the 2nd Drake of the game for GAM. It would put CFO on sole point if they're able to secure it, which is why Pout's down here getting some lane priority, taking that recall, and will doubtlessly race back out. Oh,
Taki might have been caught a little bit overstep, but they have got the ability to get over the wall. As no, they do have to get out, burn that flash, which is a big ability in this next team fight, because you need it to get these really cool, impactful plays. It's okay, they're looking at Artemis. Spell Shield is good, but Barrier does stop a lot of the unleashed power from executing them, but that alleviates pressure. Again, clear out the vision, they can start the Dragon.
Yeah, look, and Artemis chunks so low, we'll have to take a recall. TP coming topside, though. GAM getting aggressive onto Rest. Oh, okay, Rest able to walk that one away. But 4 members of GAM on the top side. This will be a free Drake for Shadow, but in response, GAM are around that Baron pit. They might be looking for Rest. They might be looking for a play onto this Baron. CFO, they need to be careful here as they secure that soul point. 1 more, and they will get that soul.
Especially with a mountain too, if they can get this last one, they get the soul. Think of Rest as this Yorick. He's going to get even harder to kill again. Think of Nautilus, the champion that is known for having a big old shield. Now it's even bigger. Even J4, you have that W, you have the ability to pop that Golden Aegis, and you get another shield again. So there's so much value in a mountain for the side of CFO. And saying that, so does GAM. There's so much there, and it's really going to be on Drakthar here to probably start picking up that Serpent's Fang, which is going to get a lot of that shield penetration.
I have really been enjoying the adaptation to this meta as well. Serpent's Fang has absolutely risen to the fore in terms of an itemization selection, as we do see Doggo pick up his 3rd item of the game halfway to that Zhonya's, and you were right, Artemis grabbed that Infinity Edge. So now if GAM are able to lock down, if they're able to protect for Artemis, he'll be able to apply a lot of damage in these upcoming fights here. Oh, Drakthar just getting some cheeky poke there. CFO, they're wary of a Baron take. We're 25 minutes in. GAM are 4K up. They can't let GAM get this Baron for nothing.
Ooh.
Oh, flank GP.
They're getting caught out. The Scatter of the Weak is good. Doggo has to flash, but here comes Glory looking for more, but the Flag and Drag is good. It's just too much. There's so much damage. The Petrifying gains the Equalizer on top. CFO, they just can't handle the fire. Powder's going to burn in the back line. It's a double kill. They're just able to walk them down. Kiaya, it's just too much damage. And GAM come out with 4 members strong. They lose their AD carry, but it's still not enough as CFO are just decimated.
Yeah, Doggo, though, he is healthy. Multiple members of GAM are low. He's going to stick around and try and harass, see if he can get something done. He needs to be careful, though.
Taki thrown out a lot. Is not going to be taken out just yet, and I think Doggo is just going to burn out Glory again. They secure the unofficial ace. Technically, Kino was up and Kiaya dangerously low, but they are going to secure the Baron, and it is GAM with a healthy 6k gold lead.
Yeah, and it took GAM so long to take that Baron, and I think that was part of their strategy. That Artemis was back up. As you see here, Ult's committed onto Artemis in that back line, trying to stay safe, but they did find a way onto him here. Shadow flashing forward to close him out, but this was an absolute routing. GAM just found the fight, found the angles, and CFO left wanting in this one. Doggo was healthy on the back end, did stick around to try and get something done, but wasn't able to take anyone out. So GAM, 7.5k gold lead. They do have the Baron power play. They're up 21 kills to 14, but only one turret per side at 27 minutes. Oh, as I say that, CFO get the second one. All right then, CFO.
And they're sneaky like that. They heard you and they said, no, we're not going to deal with that. But Shadow off in the wings has been spotted out. Artemis threw that boomerang and said, I know you're there, Shadow. You can't hide in the dark for that long. Now I'm going to have to be very careful. Scatter is just to clear out these dogs. Going to take away a lot of the damage from Drakthar, but they can just keep sending in this wave. The cannon and power minion is good. They really have found Shadow this time.
Yeah, the first boomerang went in and I was like, okay, maybe they didn't spot Shadow there, but they brought 4 members to this bot side. They're making sure they get as much value out of this Baron as possible. They've got the mid-tier 1, they got the bot side tier 2, and they are collapsing in this mid lane. All 5 members of GAM here probably looking for a bit of a fight, get a pick, push this mid-tier 2 as well. Shadow, deep flanking angle. Taki aware, spots him out on that ward.
Might be able to look for something, but the tower's just gone. They just have so much pressure as they push through. And it's on the hands of Artemis, who does have that extra attack speed, can clear these waves so successfully. And 2 Baron-empowered cannons does light work of a tower nowadays.
Yeah, 2 cannons is so much damage, especially when you can just sit alongside them because they outrange the turrets. They do serious amounts of damage. So GAM are really utilizing this Baron effectively. And you look at that gold graph, they're now out to about 8.8k gold lead. There was a time where CFO was in control. Even through the mid game, they found a way back in as GAM. They might be looking for a play onto Kino, but he spots it out with that control ward. I like that heads up positioning. They're trying to get some control, trying to get some vision because the Drake has spawned. This could be soul for CFO if they can win this fight, but GAM have the priority. They have the vision control and they have the patience.
Shadow's looking for the flank and Pout, already getting caught out by Taki 2. So Drakthar, Glory, Artemis all jumping in. The flag and drag is good. The Cataclysm hits 3, but it's not going to be enough. And Pout is hit with an equalizer 2. The jungle has just gone too deep and they could not hold. They needed to wait and reset as the dragon is going to go over. GAM picking up their second of the game with Baron still in tow. They might just look for a good reset and get some more items online.
And this is the thing, right? That equalizer has so much value when you're fighting around the back of that dragon pit. You saw where it landed. It was just a carpet of flames perfectly placed with nowhere for you to escape, nowhere for you to go. Pout was lucky to live on the back end of that, and he wasn't even the target. It was all on Shadow. Shadow is halfway to a GA, and so is Drakthar. So these junglers, they are about to become much, much harder to kill, but I mean, it's the whole team of GAM that are coming together, and I think CFO, they need to find a pick. Pout needs to catch Glory or Artemis just on their own, off on a side lane to really give CFO a numbers advantage because they're down 10k to GAM, but they do have 1 extra Drake. They only need to take the next Drake in 4 minutes and they have a soul. They could stand a chance, a bit of a, comeback con, if you will. Not a win con, but a comeback con.
Yeah, I don't mind those, but we'll have to see what this next play is. As Pout does land the backwards shuriken. We'll have to see if the nice moves are going to be there, but no, it is really just GAM in full control right now. They are doing a really good job. They're holding on to this big lead of theirs. It's 31 minutes into the game. Yes, they've got 2 dragons, but they've had control over so much of the map and a lot of these team fights. And a big part of that is not just Draxar, but Kiaya. Every single equalizer, maybe 1 or 2, didn't find their mark, but they've been impactful and they've just been using that flame spitter to huge effect. They've been doing so much damage consistently across the board. So I'm really loving this Rumble pick, and I feel like Rest just is still waiting to come online. They've only got 2 items completed.
Yeah, and that's because they just kept him down, right? GAM just kept driving it home. They were like, Rest is the weak point. We're going to keep killing Rest. We're going to keep him down and out of the game so we can't split push while we ball up as a team and run down mid lane. So Rest is behind, right? He's a level down on Kiaya, 2.8k. Look at the difference in the jungle, though. Drakthar is 3.3k of GAM's 10k gold lead, up and over Shadow. The difference is staggering when it comes to that gold. 20 seconds till the next Baron of the game, but 2.5 minutes to what could possibly be, oh, Shadow, you need to be so careful. Oh my God. The way GAM saw him and immediately rotated is exactly why you need to be careful. And their vision is great. They spot Pout, who was trying to get a deep flank. They've got wards around the Baron pit in case CFO go for that play, and Kiaya is responding to Rest.
Oh, I do like this. This is the power of Rest, is just let them sit in the side lane, let them be a menace, let them take these towers as best they can. Now we're looking at a tier 1 finally being cracked here for CFO. So finding these small wins, these small little nudges in the right direction. Dragon up in 1:45. So picking up a scuttle here will give you a bit of vision, but not for a huge amount of time. So I want to see if they're going to be able to get back here and maintain this control. Because a lot of the time when you get that early control over these objectives, it does just get cleared out very quickly by the other team if you're not there defending it or looking for a pick. So I like this interesting TP. Doggo's obviously coming up and they're thinking, Baron is a play. This team, GAM is looking for something big. Let's be proactive and stay on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, Kino with the sweeper is clipping these wards as well. Doggo has been spotted after that TP has been committed, but it is in response. We do see Rest, though, going back out on the bot side. So it looks like Rest wants to try and get some side pressure down, but it's a long time until he even gets to the lane. Pings coming down on Rest from CFO with a question mark pings. They might have an angle.
Right, as they've gone for something, but they're trying to get that scatter. But Kino getting locked in. Great equalizer as it lands on multiple. Rest had to TP. He walked all that way for nothing. Shadow has to flag and drag over the wall just to get out of dodge. Now the eulogy is gone. The maiden is dead. And it is going to be CFO looking for a reset. GAM is just so healthy.
Yeah, CFO, they got the initial engage onto Taki, but it doesn't even look like they did much damage to, dare I say, anyone on the side of GAM, but CFO was sent packing tail between their legs, and they don't have the Nefiri because GAM were just able to repel them. It's really not a great look when you're trying to defend or, you know, protect a Baron play, but this is the Drake that matters, right? If GAM get this, that puts them on Soul as well. If CFO get this, they get the Mountain Soul. They get that extra armor, they get that magic resist percentage. GAM, though, they've got push in the mid, they've got push in the top, they have all of the priorities. CFO need to be careful.
They're looking out at Kiai. They found the pick. They found the back line. That is the person you want to be picking up in this team fight. No equalizer is going to drop. Rest is low, but looking at Pout, trying to get a little bit more done. Drakthar able to pick up Rest. The damage is even better. Looking at Armus, they take out the carry. They take out so much more. And it's CFO. They're starting to stand this front, but Drakthar is inevitable. They do so much damage. Glory is able to come in with the goods. Shadow trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. A double kill coming in, and they get the triple Drakthar. It's this jungler making the difference here, looking for their third dragon of the game.
GAM ace CFO and wipe them off the rift. Everyone dead for 20 plus seconds as GAM secure their third Mountain Drake. Yeah, they don't have the soul yet, but that is 3 times 5% extra armor, 3 times 5% extra MR. They are getting hard to take down, and it's this ward that spots Kiaya coming in from the deep flank. They turn and collapse on Kiaya, take him out so fast, but he does get the equalizer off, and that damage really matters here as Drakthar closes out, finishes off rest, and starts to get these resets, kill after kill, just ult after ult. There's nothing CFO can do. Great miasma there on top of Pout, so he's unable to dash away. He's forced to flash at the back end, and Drakthar is running the show on this Nefiri, and look at the damage. He out damages Pout on that Akali. Hard to answer.
It really is. Like, how do you catch this Nefiri? Has been the big question that a lot of pro players are still trying to figure out. If you pick the J4, Nefiri's the answer. You can't lock them down. They're too mobile. They're too squishy because they are 10-2 in this game. GA didn't even get popped in the last one. So they still have that second revive where they can come back and keep on fighting Logan. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do with the Baron now being secured for GAM. It's a 12.4k gold lead. This feels like it is going to start being the victory march for GAM. Kiaya now hitting level 20. It's so much gold all across the board for this team. And it really feels like CFO, they have to turtle for as long as they can because there's nothing they can really do as a TP. Now coming into the backside, looking for the flank. Pout wants to jump in. The Shroud is good. They're looking at Kiaiva. Shadow, where is he going? He's already so low. Went back in for no reason but to die. And they can't do anything. Drakthar, he's going forward again. He gets the GA, but he went really deep. Doggo, get the stopwatch. Is it going to be enough? Is it trying to hold a little bit more? Great knockback is good, but Taki going deep under the tier 3. Doggo is the target. Taki wants the death. He secures it, and it's all rest trying to hold on. He can't survive any longer, and it is going to be GAM cleaning up this game. 37 minutes and a half with 32 kills for GAM alone. This is a kill-hungry series if ever I've seen it, and it is going to be GAM looking to take game 1 in a convincing fashion for 16k gold lead, and they clean up CFO.
49 kills in a 37-minute game, nearly 1.5 kills per minute. That was an absolute bloodbath, and Kiaya patting Drakthar on the back as he should. Drakthar put in so much work on that Nefiri, and it's not like anyone on GAM were a slouch either. They were roaming. Taki, several kills. He was deep behind enemy lines on that Camille. Kiaya in that top lane on that Rumble. Fantastic equalizers. Artemis, even when he was playing on the back foot defensively, perfectly timed spell shields to really mitigate the damage that Doggo was trying to do on that Syndra. And Glory in that mid lane with excellent miasmas, preventing a lot of the movement effects CFO were trying to use to their advantage. It's just such an effective tool to shut down that Akali, and the damage meters tell the tale.
Yeah, it tells the tale that it was a team effort. It's no longer just one player doing all the work. It was everyone. Everyone is basically 25k. Let's not worry about the support. That's a different role altogether. Not really a thing, but 25k really across the board. The highest was 29 on this cast, so it was a really consistent game across for everything GAM was bringing to the table. It really felt like it was on Drakthar being the instigator of these fights and really holding it all together. I think the early game they may have had a couple little rough starts, like this hook in particular was really well done from Kino. The signs of life from CFO were definitely there, but as the game went on, it was GAM just taking full control, and they knew their targets, and I think they played it really well.
Yeah, target selection was a really strong suit of GAM too, right? They obviously responded to the plays that CFO were making, but they were also being proactive in their counterpunch. They went for the right people at the right times, and it feels like a silly thing to say. It feels like what should almost be a basic thing, but it really does matter so much at the highest levels. As Doggo, he got off to a great start on this Syndra, and dare I say, he still had a good game, but it just feels like GAM presented so much threat that there wasn't anything he could do. Once the Scat of the Week is gone, that Syndra is an extremely easy target to get on top of and take down, which Kiaya did multiple times, which Glory did multiple times, and it's like, what are you supposed to do? Especially, the hook in the middle of that hook shot too, preventing Taki getting the back line, and that wasn't the first time Kino did that.
Yeah, no, quite a few times, and it was really well played. And obviously, Nautilus is now a clear answer to the Camille that does get picked up as well. It still has so much engage, but disengage by being able to disrupt so well. But I think the big point of difference was Rest really struggled, and I think it wasn't that they were playing bad, it was just that they got prioritized so heavily by GAM. They spent 3 members multiple times looking to take him out of the game. So I'm curious to see what CFO is going to do into the next game moving forward, because they need to reprioritize where this jungle is going to go. We need to see a little bit more effort coming in to alleviate that pressure, because it felt like Rest really was alone on an island, and I know we joke about the top lane being a big island for a lot of top laners. This felt in particularly hard.
Yeah, I mean, Rest just got bullied down and out of the game. Even around that Baron play toward the end, Rest went out to the bot lane to try and get some split pushing done, but the fight broke out. He was forced to TP, so he just spent about 20-30 seconds walking, doing nothing on the Rift. He wasn't contributing in any way, shape or form, gets to the fight and then was forced out of it. So it's also strategic decisions like this that matter in these high-end games. As GAM, once they got control of the game after the early game success of CFO, they never really let it go. They got out to that 3K lead off that big fight and just kept on going with it. And if GAM are able to keep this form, right, which has been informed, which has been buoyed and boosted by the EWC performance, they stand a strong chance of going to Worlds at the end of this split pike.
Not wrong. Not wrong at all. If they can maintain the pressure, they can do it. But Logan, let's go to a break. Let's take a beat. Go to the bathroom, guys. Grab a fresh drink. Grab some popcorn. We've got more games coming right up. We'll see you in just a sec.
Few hundred patch notes and suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that... Get rid of that.
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
I'm French. I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Mid! Welcome back, summoners.
Welcome back to the LCP, baby, because here we have amazing games and quality casters for your entertainment pleasure. And would you look at the hair on that plaque? Well, you don't get a chance because we've gone to World Feed and CFO is ready to rumble.
Yeah, I whitened my teeth, Logan. That's the secret right there. But no, we're getting ready to go into this second game. GAM really came out swinging. They had a really good goal lead towards the end there, so they're looking fierce. I think the big step up here, the one thing, if we're going to start getting really critical of our teams, we need to see a little bit more acceleration. If you get these early leads, proactivity to accelerate it further. It felt like they were taking a little bit too long and waiting for too many fights to get there. There was too many dragon fights that they didn't secure. There was just a couple little mistakes here, there, and everywhere. I want to see them really push the tempo. Outside of that, everything else they were doing, fantastic. Communication was on point. The rotations were great. The draft was really, really good too. I think overall, GAM are looking really fierce right now, and I think CFO need to be worried.
That's one thing that I actually want to talk about that you mentioned is communication. It still, CFO lost, but it still feels like their communication has improved compared to the CFO of Split 1, compared to the CFO of Split 2. And that's a good sign. That's a strong sign for their own growth and development here within the LCP, right? Because when people think the LCP, they typically think of CFO 2025, but now they're starting to think of Team Secret Wales 2026. But if the current CFO roster can find their way back to that form, they could definitely compete with the best of them. And it feels like they're starting to just get an inkling of that magic, you know?
They've found the fairy, but they haven't got the dust yet. That's the difference. They're still dreaming of Neverland. They just can't fly. So we got to see if they can just summon that fairy and just give it a good shake on top of their head and go, give me that fairy dust. I'll have to see if it's going to happen because right now they are down a game. They are on match point where if they lose here, they do go down to the 0-2 matches, and that will not bode well, as it will be an even harder slog. It will put them in that finite position of if they lose the next one, they will be out.
Yeah, that match point is so critical. GAM definitely want to go to that 2-0 bracket. CFO definitely don't want to go to that 1-1 bracket if they do lose here. So, I mean, I don't want to say it's all on the line, right? Because there's still plenty of chances, but every win matters. Every loss hurts that much more here in this Swiss stage that we've got going for ourselves. And that's another thing that I really like about the LCP, right? No split is the same at the moment because we're still testing, we're still experimenting, we're willing to try different things to find the best experience for not only the players and the competition in the tournament, but also the viewers at home, because this is entertainment, right? You want to watch this at any time, you want to tune in with your friends, you want to watch party it. So the viewers matter here just as much as these pro players. But enough about what matters outside of the game. We are in the picks and bans, Pike, and would you look at that? Nocturne banned away.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Just get rid of it. Lee Sin, Orianna, same as before. Ezreal and Vi also taken off. It's a smart drafting here from GAM. They know who they don't want to give these priority picks. It really comes down to what they're going to start looking at next, because you're right, there's a lot of these priority champions already off the board too. I think with the Akali already being played, the Orianna makes a little bit more sense, but banning it is also really safe. Ryze is still up and available, so there are some really strong champions, and Varus being the final ban for the side of GAM. Or not.
Yeah, I like oh yep, okay, no worries, as we're just gonna have a look at this draft. But you were talking about the bans, and I like the Ezreal ban again. You cannot give Doggo Ezreal, right? You can't give Doggo Draven, you cannot give Doggo Ezreal. These traditional classic AD carries, Doggo can and usually does take over a game with these. So I really do like that. It was a very high value ban coming out against Doggo. Obviously Lee Sin, obviously Nocturne, just the jungle bans. They're smart, they're strong. I wouldn't expect anything else. Maybe we're still going to see a Poppy ban come through, maybe a Bard ban because of just how agnostic he is. He can fit into almost any draft and do well. But it remains to be seen because we'll get back to the draft soon, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, who knows? It could be soon, could be later. Time is a very funny thing here, Logan. I'm surprised we still haven't figured out time travel, but if we did, we'd probably see T1 winning Worlds for the 4th time, because that would be really, really cool, and I'd like to see those extra stars put onto their jersey. But there's other champions still on the board that we haven't really talked about. Like, there is still like the top lane, right? We saw Rest having a bit of a rough time. Maybe we need to start looking at getting them onto a little bit more of a successful sort of champion for them. And right now, the only big one that I can see like in their champion pool, something like the Ambessa. If we could get them maybe on a little bit of a bruiser in these team fights where they feel a little bit more comfortable on that, could be good. Nah is another option for them, but they haven't had the greatest success rate, at least in Split 2. But Renekton, again, another bruiser in the top side. I feel like we need to get Rest on something where he might feel a little bit more proactive in these fights, and that will definitely help. Fun fact, just randomly, Rest is 6 foot tall. Every time I see him on that walkout, he is tall as compared to everyone else. I'm just like, wonder how tall he is. Somehow I found out 183 centimeters. You're welcome, chat.
I just want to go back to something you said, right? Talking about time travel, and you're like, oh, we figured it out. Oh, T1 wins Worlds. No, mate. Team Secret Wales wins Worlds. A team from the LCP wins Worlds. What are you doing? I thought you were a caster for the LCP. Where is your loyalty? Where is your commitment to our region, sir?
I'm an international caster now. I go for the best teams, and the best teams, you're right, it is Secret Wales. I can't deny that. You're right. Yeah. It's true. Yeah. I went to the wrong future. I went to the wrong timeline. Unfortunately, I got picked up by these crazy agents who said time is elusive. They said you went to the wrong one. That got pruned, and then I'm now back, and it is Secret Wales taking the win. Obviously, there is something going on here. Coaches are definitely talking to their team about something nefarious, maybe. They're going to be bringing some dark magic. No more fairies to fly to Neverland here, Logan. We might be looking at pixie dust or something even dangerous. Maybe there's goblins are brewing.
You've got me thinking, because you said nefarious, and I just watched Fast and the Furious 2 the other day. So now I'm like, what goes with and nefarious? Like Fast and the Nefarious 2, like a jungle comeback there. But yeah, I mean, we've got to get into these drafts soon. Otherwise, I'll lose more hair than I already have. But it will be interesting to see how CFO comes back, how they want to bounce back, because they did start strong. They had a great showing early, and GAM were able to recover, and we've seen CFO come back from deficits before. We know they've got it in them, and I would really love for that to come through Doggo on a traditional AD carry. Obviously, it's not going to be Ezreal because they're going to ban that one away, but maybe we get to see it on a Caitlyn. We saw the Caitlyn Elise in the 2v2 matchups. That's always a fantastic combination. And the thing with AD carries is that they have more sustained damage than APs do, than mages in that bot lane. Mages just go burst, and if you live, well, look out, because that AD is going to absolutely pump you in return. So maybe Doggo on that Caitlyn, maybe we see Kino on that Elise, or maybe Leona, because he does love a good hook support champ.
Look, Leona with the Ziggs is an option, but hold on, can you just really quickly, what do mages do again?
They burst, and then they go, uh-oh, I'm dead.
No, there was like a specific sound that you did. Like, can you just do it again for me?
Like
I'm a horrible person. No, no. Look, I think you're right. They do go that weird sound effect that you made. They sort of like the burst, but now we're back in draft, and instead of the Varus, it was in fact a Jace. So that is a slight change up here, as they did get to roll that one back. Not too bad, but as we can see there as well, GAM chose blue side with the win, but then it was probably going to be the counter pick, and there is that Rise that I mentioned as a high priority pick for the side of CFO.
Yeah, Rise is still so strong in that mid lane, was very, very prevalent all through LCP Split 2, had started to come online at the end of LCP Split 1. So it's just been a long time that Rise has been strong in this mid lane, but I do like the counter picks over from GAM there. That Anivia, and the thing with Anivia is Anivia can flex. Anivia can be top, Anivia can be mid, and Anivia can also be in the bot if they really, really want. Bard, a great support. Oh, but Lucian Emilio picked up here. Great pick.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. This is Doggo Kino's speciality, if ever we've seen it. Get Doggo on these hyper-aggressive bot lanes. And you mentioned the Caitlyn on the other side. Artemis could pick this up. The Bard is going to be rotating around, give them that free will, and the Caitlyn being locked in. Oh, this is an actual normal draft, Logan. I'm really enjoying it. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, what year are we in? Are we in 2025? Because this is AD carries in the bot lanes and they have supports. Yeah, that Bard is going to roam. Emilio is going to be forced to match, but that's okay. That's what we'd expect. I just don't think they're going to roam as early. We might get that level 1 to the top side, drop the wards recall, race to the bot side, but that's okay. Obviously, that Emilio is going to be attached to the hit with the Lucian. Rise with the Realm Warps creates that mobility, but it feels familiar, you know, like a warm hug or a hot cup of cocoa on a cold winter's day.
Damn, that sounds delicious. You had to say that late at night when I'm getting hungry again. You're killing me, man. But the Vayne now being banned out, looking towards probably that top side, trying to stop that from getting any sort of like hyper carry position, or at least getting like a tank, which tells me that CFO are probably looking for a tank top side because they don't have that tank support, because they do have the Milio with that cleanse in the ultimate. But Kiana now being the final ban here too. I do like this because we did just see it to use to great effect with Histo from Secret Wales in the previous series. So I like this. It's aggressive, and I think this is what GAM is really trying to say, is we do not want to give anything to Shadow so they can run the state of this game.
I actually like the Pantheon ban even more than the Kiana, right? Because Rise with the Realm Warp, Pantheon with the Grand Skyfall, just able to follow up if he's not in that Realm Warp. It's like suddenly a fight goes from 2-1 to 4v2, you know what I mean? It's a great turn of play. Counter that though, CFO, they've banned Vayne and they've banned Tristana, who has been rising as a response to Gnar. So I really think CFO want to pick Gnar up for rest in that top lane, because Tristana and Vayne bans, they're the like answers into Gnar.
Yeah, usually is. So I think, yeah, Gnar is a really good pickup here. It's going to be really safe as the game goes on too. They're going to have that priority in the early game. It makes sense. And with a Xin on the back of it as well, this is a really nice team comp coming out of CFO if they decide to lock that down. It really depends if they do go that Gnar, if they want to go something full tank. We do know Rest has played other things. Renekton, the Ornn is a really strong possibility too. But there it is. You bang on, it is a Gnar.
You know what? I'm going to claim that one. I think that was my second ever successful prediction of a pick, and I don't mind if I do. But Gnar locked away for that. Yeah, thank you. You can call me the Oracle. Calm down. It's all right. As Gnar has been locked in for rest on that top side with those 2 protection bans. Beautifully done there. But Skarner being looked at might be in... yeah, actually, that will be in the jungle. First time being picked here in Split 3-2 as GAM. They hovered the Annie. They're teasing us. Katarina, Aatrox. Can you imagine if they did let rip with an Amumu? No. Don't do Varus top lane. No, but not the Varus, please.
Well, and Bessa is a good answer to that. I'll take that. That's totally fine. But no, okay, look, we could break this down to the cows come home, but I want to talk about CFO's team comp right now because I think it is looking really clean, because it is a very heavy protect the comp. There is a wall that you have to get through if you want to get to Doggo, if you want to get to Pout. And as long as they are left just doing this damage, they're going to be doing a lot here. The filtering that Doggo's going to be able to do, that we've seen before in days gone past, season 1 of the LCP, this Lucian was a Doggo special as well. So Now that they're on red side, the dragon control is also going to be there. Shadow's going to be able to move around the map going through those walls. It's going to be really, really empowering and see if they're going to be able to do anything with it, but who knows?
Did you know that in Riftbound Vendetta, they introduced the mechanic Empowered? So it's quite funny that you said they're going to be empowered, and that is also the mechanic in Riftbound. So, you know, just two Riot Games going, hey, let's both empower. I love the fan sign. What is that? It's like a photo. There's like a mouse there. I like the Zach thumbs up. Great emote drawing. There's so many talented fans that we actually get to see in our arena here as we see both of these teams getting ready to hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between GAM Esports and CTBC Flying Oysters.
Minions have spawned.
Oh boy, we're getting ready for a game here, Logan, as it is still game at number 2. We're going to have to see if these teams really want to hard commit and look for something. But remember, let's look at the other side, right? I talked a lot of game about CFO and what they're probably going to try and achieve. Let's look at GAM. Walk me through the team comp.
Yeah, so GAM, they've got Ambessa for backline dive. They've got Wukong for backline dive. They've got a Bard that can set them up with Tempered Fate. Caitlyn with so much range will be able to shoot over the top. Great stun coming out of Taki. And Glory on that Anivia will be able to create environmental zoning with some CC and stun. So I really like what GAM have done here. They've got a solid front line, great damage in the back line. Barrier popped, heavy trading.
Yeah. Doggo's already very low, has to be very careful. The dash forward getting stunned up was not ideal, and Artemis just has control. They might be able to lock this down. Artemis with the extra range and a first blood at 1.5 minutes is just spectacular.
That is not what you want as CFO. They burnt their heal. They burnt their barrier. Kino died with flash. Disastrous for the bot lane of CFO as GAM gets up first blood over to Artemis. That is a massive injection of gold onto that Caitlyn, the AD carry of GAM. Going to take that recall, doubtlessly spend that gold, pick up some items, and really press that advantage home. Taki just going to try and keep Kino away. Stun not landing, but you look at the junglers as well. Both of them are on the bot side. So if another play were to break out, they should be in the area to respond quickly.
Yeah, let's look at this replay again, Logan, because it was just, again, Kino being a little bit aggressive, but so was Doggo. Instantly dashing forward, could not sustain anything more. The relentless pursuit was just a little bit too much, and now they've got no way out.
Yeah, and Taki's great placement as well. That stun, perfect. But the way he was ahead of... the way he was ahead of Kino at the same time, just able to constantly pepper Doggo, and then as soon as Doggo was safe, turn on to Kino, get that damage down, and hand that kill over to Artemis. It was great heads-up play by Taki to set that one up. So one support over to Taki, one kill over to Artemis, and advantage to the bot lane of GAM. And Artemis has picked up that cull, so we'll be able to get gold a little bit quicker. This is a great spot to be in, and they return to lane as the wave crashes. So, Taki is on point with these stuns so far tonight.
As a T1 skin, man, I feel like that's just pay to win at this point. He's landing stuns that should not be landing, and I'm going to blame the skin. No, I won't do that. Taki is the GOAT. They're playing incredibly well, and Artemis is following up with damage every single time. This is great synergy you want to be seeing out of your bot lane duo, and I'm excited to see them do a little bit more with it. It is a Caitlyn, remember, though. Logan, it's going to scale a little bit more, needs to get a couple items on the back of it. See Shadow now looking towards this top side, staying out of vision, but might have been picked up on that little one there. Nice stun out of Glory here, but nothing too crazy of note going across the board. That early first blood was a nice little tasty treat, but I don't know if we're going to get the same thing as, okay, maybe Doggo just wants to go forward and do a lot of damage to Taki. Not bad at all.
I like the aggression out of Doggo there. He saw that Taki missed the stun and knew that he could safely aggress onto the Bard. Obviously, GAM are able to walk that one off, but it's those kinds of plays that CFO need to keep making, need to keep looking for to get this advantage, to claw back that gold lead, because 4 minutes in, it's 600 gold lead over to GAM, and the Drake is up in 30 seconds. We do see that Drakthar is moving towards that bot side as well, so it might be an early Drake take here. That said, Shadow is matching Drakthar. If it was to come down,
Ooh. Level 4 though, if there was a level 6, there would have been a big culling there that would have had a lot of impact too, but half health for Artemis has to be very careful moving forward, but might be looking for a good reset before this dragon. You're right as well when you talk about these objectives early on. Skarma needs an item. They need to get a little bit of something to be able to sustain in these team fights, and once they hit level 6, they do have that Impale, so they're going to be able to do a little bit more, but until then, Drakthar should have the run of the game. It is a Wukong. They're going to be able to do these dragons relatively quickly, and they're going to be able to move around the map pretty fast. So I expect GAM to have that little bit of prio into these fights, but Shadow's here first.
Yeah, look, I fancy Taki's chances of poking Kino away. Yes, Shadow is there, but Drakthar is in the area too. And it looks like GAM, they don't have priority in the bot lane, but Doggo just isn't there to contest it. He went back to base, picked up his longsword, got his lethality item 2. So CFO, it looks like they're like, you know what, we're going to rotate around to the top side. But GAM, they're collapsing. They see an opportunity to take CFO here.
They want to fight over the scuttle. You can see Rest is now coming down too. Shadow is going to get hit. The wall does go up. Is it going to be enough? They can't get through, and Shadow just gets absolutely blasted once more. Drakthar, and they're all taking the magical journey. They're looking at Rest. Public execution forces the flash, and Rest has to get away. But a nice pick up there. GAM secure their lead, and they're moving up in gold as they hit the 1.2k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's gold advantage everywhere across the rift to GAM. As I say that, a little bit back in favor of Rest, but it's a good start out of GAM. It's better than their game 1 start, so it remains to be seen whether they'll maintain that, because obviously you can be ahead at the start of the game, but you can fall behind. That said, the proactivity, right? The way GAM rotated all the way from the bot through mid up to that sort of Baron pit and made that play onto Shadow says that they are ready. They're communicating as Shadow just misses Drakthar there on the recall. But let's look at this one again. Taki goes for the stun, misses it, but it's this wall here from Glory that just locks Shadow down, gets the flash out of him. It's 4 members of GAM and Rest on the back end. You know what? I almost think that wouldn't have hit, but better safely. Rest flashes, so another kill does not go over to GAM.
Yeah, now we've got a Realm Orb coming in too. They're looking at Kiaya. They don't have much energy. They're getting the Rune Prism. There's the Impale. They're going to pull them back into it. And this is a flip of last game, but it's CFO at the helm. 3 members quickly collapsing onto 1 in the top side.
That was 3 ultimates just to kill Kiaya. It was Rest, it was Shadows, it was Pouts. So now they don't have those resources for a couple of minutes. Kiaya is back up in 1 second. There he is, and has a very high damage, aggressive build right now. I think they're building towards that Eclipse, traditionally the first item for Mbessa, able to trade a bit more heavily, a bit better. The Void Grubs have spawned, and the Drake still up. And this is what we're talking about, right? It's this new meta where junglers aren't going for the first Drake immediately. They're forcing this split decision, and Drakthar valuing these grubs over the Drake. You can see CFO collapsing on this Drake. They want to take it, and they want to take it fast.
Yeah, no, I don't mind this. I think this is a good call regardless from the side of CFO, like an early dragon. It's not the end of the world, but trading over the grubs is a little rough, and it's really good for Drakthar, who's being proactive, saying, we'll just give that first dragon. We're going to get the other ones next time anyway. It's not a problem. But with the Void Grubs, you're right. Getting that little extra passive, especially with a Caitlyn on the team, means you can hit the tower from so far away, and you're going to get the maximization of those mites. So I really like this. I think it means that their tower taking potential is going to be really, really strong as the game goes forward, not just because of that, but because they can pressure harder.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Caitlyn is just fantastic with those grubs, that long range, providing that additional siege ability. But GAM's gold lead is eroding just a little bit. It's down to 500 gold here. No objectives on the map to speak of. Excellent stun there from Glory to prevent any follow-up from Pout. And let's take a quick look at that vision control. The reason that GAM has so much vision around that bot side Drake pit is because the Drake just happened. Drakthar wanted the information on where Shadow was, because as soon as he knew where Shadow was, he was going to make the play on the opposite jungle objective. And this is where that vision control is so important, where it's priority. You need it there first so you can see when they come to sweep it out, clear it out. So I really do like the work there. CFOs on the other side is up through the river from mid through top, so they'll see any plays made by Kiaya, because Ambessa is highly mobile, can move around the rift very quickly as Taki being spotted on wards.
Yeah, lots of good defensive wards coming out of CFO there. They're getting the deep vision in their own jungle, so they are going to try and track where Taki's going to be rotating to stop any sort of the jungle tracking, to at least sweep it out so they can get around a little bit easier. But we're looking across the map and yeah, it's a pretty stable. Nice little electric proc. Oi, hold the phone. That was a lot of damage, Kino. You got to be careful. There's a BF sword on the side. Artemis is doing damage.
Yeah, BF sword, long sword, cull, as well as the Doran's bow. So able to really, I guess, get a deceptive amount of damage down as Kiaya just dashes away from that last poke of damage from Rest. But yeah, this bot lane, it's 108 CS apiece as the Yuntol arrows completed for Artemis, the Rod of Ages completed for Glory. These first items coming online, Heartsteel picked up for that Skarner. So definitely going with that very tanky build here. Going to be able to survive a lot more trading. GAM though, they have an angle.
Look at Bakino, may have found him. He has to be very careful. Does have the ultimate, so it does have the breath of life to keep him relevant. Taki getting sent into a wall. Impale is good. The culling right into the back. Flash comes out, but no magical journey is going to save you here as it's a return fight. Drakthar did look at this mid lane, and it was a good pick, and a 1-for-1 trade is quite successful. And GAM take the lead still, 1.9k gold.
Yeah, I mean, they lose their support, but they take out the mid laner of CFO in what almost feels like a, wait, what? How did they even make that happen? Is that Piltover Peacemaker chunks Doggo. Also, cops the ultimate. Kino might have stepped forward a little too far on his own. Great poke from Artemis, though. I mean, Artemis just playing so confidently, aggressing forward into 2. But I hope we get a replay around that fight that just occurred in the mid lane, because Taki was kind of caught out. Drakthar and Taki thought they had an angle. There was no vision for CFO, so CFO stepped forward. But critically, the stun from Taki missed. So CFO were then able to turn it around.
Taki as well. Spotted out on a ward, but cancelling backs. Oh, it didn't. But Kino might be caught, though. That's unfortunate. Electrocute proc is going to hit, but they do get away. Now they're just waiting in the bush, trying to back, but nice of Taki getting deep wards again, and Pout now saying, okay, we've got to keep an eye on this because we cannot give over our jungler's position.
And look at this sieging. This is from Caitlyn with those grubs with 1 minion wave, very nearly taking this turret. Oh, great trap. Pout just walks up and takes 50% damage for his troubles. Look at the gold total there. Artemis racing ahead. The top 3 gold earners right now are GAM, and that puts them in a great position because the next Drake is up in 20 seconds time. They'll be able to heavily contest this one. CFO are going to need to be careful because it looks like Artemis is just pumping on this Caitlyn. Taki though might be caught here.
Yeah, got to be careful. Taki just trying to get some good vision out and just maintain some control in their own jungle side. But you're right, I think Artemis is going to be a huge problem as this game goes forward. The boots are already confirmed and they're already down into that extra slot, so they're going to be able to stack even more items with their quest being complete. Now they've got the pickaxe too, the cull's complete. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go for an IE second tier. It makes a lot of sense. They're already doing so much damage. It's hard for Doggo and anyone on the side of CFO to get close to them. So just building damage is the win con.
Yeah, I really like the choice of boots there too. Those steel-plated boots that caps the 10% physical damage reduction, prevents a lot of what Gnar, Skarner, and Lucian want to do. Obviously, then you only really need to worry double TPs.
Dragfar's in the beautiful flank, getting caught out on that ward to Kiaya. Now here it is a 5v5. Taki is low. There's the nice little tempered fate. It's going to be enough as good Gnar does take them in. The clone is good. Double cyclone is hitting so many members. Here's the backline of Belmont even better. Dragstar picks them up. Doggo's got nowhere to go. And they're just cleaning them up. GAM have full control. And Artemis picks up another kill in the back of that team fight. And it is GAM still successfully walking over CFO.
Yeah, what ultimately ended up in a 2-for-2 there, but it was a great recovery for GAM, right? Drakthar spotted on that flank, Kiaya committed the TP, Rest drives him away, but Taki just caught out, and Doggo punishes. The Tempered Fate only landing onto Pout though, but Drakthar saves this play for GAM. They were down a member, but he gets so much value out of this Cyclone that GAM are able to collapse and find something back. So yes, Drakthar died, but he saved it. It was a 2-for-2, and look at the damage he did there. So in this case, I really like the aggression. Taki though, on to Doggo.
Doggo is taking a lot of damage, weirdly enough, from a Bard, but that also is to be expected. There's a bit of anti-heal on there too, so that is going to stop a lot of this Milio trying to do these cozy campfires. But as well, trying to hold on to these towers where GAM just have really good control over the game. They're moving around the map, and it's on the back of Taki, who's doing a really good job supporting Drakthar, Kiaya, and Artemis in wherever they go. And I'm worried about how big this Artemis is going to be. This Caitlyn is just getting really, really strong. They did not fully reset, or they didn't at least buy anything when they went back, which tells me they're saving for a BF sword.
Yeah, they're going to go straight for the big item, that BF sword, that critical component for that IE. They're just sticking around to farm these waves. Does need to be careful though. Shadow in the area, looking for something. CFO are chasing here.
Nah.
Yeah.
They're fine.
Yeah, great response from GAM. They showed up. CFO unable to find the play as Artemis still ahead in gold, nearly clearing Glory by 1k. CFO, they know GAM were recalling. They've got the vision. They know they can go for this Drake. This is the second Drake of the game. It's an Infernal Drake, so your poke is a little bit, you know, chunkier. You'll take a few more chunks out. But Glory on this top side, taking this tier 1 turret. That's 2 turrets now GAM has taken in 16 minutes, 42 seconds, Pike. Those are some fast turrets.
Well, turrets usually stand still though, Logan. That's the big thing.
Oh,
that was too easy. You set me up for that one.
Yeah, you got me. You got me.
You see now, Rest as well, seeing if they can stop Drakthar from taking a red buff, but no, they could not get it done. So those fast turrets still standing still. And now, Rift Herald's being summoned mid. It was picked up just before, and it's an easy pickup for these extremely slow turrets in the mid lane, where it's already so low. Ace in the hole is going to hit, shield is nice, and they do not take it before the charge goes off. See if they jump on in and take it for a ride. This is the Tokyo Drift that we're waiting for, but it is still going to go through. It does get the damage off. So really nice for GAM. They're accelerating again a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, GAM are out to a 4.5k gold lead here at 17.5 minutes. They've got 3 turrets now. They are able to invade deep into CFO's jungle. CFO are going to need to start putting more wards in their own jungle so they can see what GAM are looking for, because they'll now be able to make those proactive plays. They'll now be able to surprise CFO from these unexpected angles. The Baron up in 2 minutes. The next Drake 3.5 away. So GAM looking to shore up, you know, their advantages here, but Artemis just hard completes a Hex Optics there and picks up a pickaxe. That's how much gold Artemis had. We didn't even see him build it. He just bought it.
Yeah, I like it. That's pretty good. That's what you want to do, right? You want to be able to get those full items. The extended range and the damage now is really kicking in. You got a lot of crit damage too on the back of this. So you are sitting at about 40% crit if my math is correct. Maybe 50%, which means you got to be worried. Artemis, every second hit, there's going to be a lot of damage coming in off it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not bad enough that's every second potential hit, but also headshots, every second one of those most likely are going to crit. They're already a significant boost to the damage. That Hex Optics also extending the range, and it's not like Caitlyn doesn't already have long enough range in this game. Doggo still yet to complete his second item, so if a fight were to break out right now, Artemis would have a nice basically full item advantage here. Glory, 8 stacks on that Rod of Ages, 3 ahead of Pout. Also a completed Malevolence here, so Pout a little bit behind on the items. In fact, nearly everyone on the side of CFO is behind their counterpart on GAM in terms of items. This is a really nice position for GAM to be in. I imagine they really want to look for picks and fights right here, right now, and the pings are coming down for that top side.
Yeah, I really like the Malignance here for Glory. It's a very good item just for getting that reset on the ultimate. It will really come in handy, so it keeps recycling a little bit faster. But Doggo finding Taki out. The culling is good, but takes the blast cone directly up, and the Zac thumbs up does go out because I think they knew they were in trouble, but they didn't die. So it's a really good safety pick for Taki, and resets are good. 20 minutes into the game, though, it's a 4.8k gold lead over for GAM, and the Baron has spawned. Now Kiaya actually being looked at in Pale.
Yeah, fantastic there. Kiaya was caught out by CFO. They were collapsing in that mid lane. Dodges the ultimate from that Skarner with the flash. I would say a fantastic flash there to prevent dying and giving over what could have potentially been the Baron, because CFO were rallying to that top side after we saw 3 members of GAM up there looking for a play on to rest. But 1 minute until the next Drake. Oh, Realm Warp.
Yeah, looking for something as they send 2 members up, but there's no rise here. Public Execution does hit onto Shadow, but Kiaya is very low, and it is Rest being able to pick up the kill. The Mininar does get this done. They might not be able to take this tower, though. It's pretty healthy, and a lot of members of GAM are already making their way up.
Yeah, and look at that wave clear from Artemis. That Piltover Peacemaker just getting so... Oh,
Crackcraft straight on in. Cyclone is going to hit Pout. Takes a lot of damage. Ace in the hole for good measure. Tempered Fate does get Rest to flash out of dodge. And now Shadow's coming back in. Takes the clone for a ride. That's not what you want. There's no tower there too. Whoa, Kino just took a headshot to the face. That is not the damage you want as Emilio. And the Baron could be a call.
Yeah, GAM really rallied around their topside Kiaya. I liked that sequence of play from CFO. They got the flash out of Kiaya in the mid lane, and then they saw Kiaya top and immediately went for it. GAM repels CFO, but CFO smell what's up. They know that the Baron has been pulled, and they've got the vision down. GAM will make a fighting retreat here. Rest, interrupting the recalls. They really want to keep them here for a potential fight. I think GAM are just a little too far away. So resets across Summoner's Rift here right now, Pike. But GAM, they're still in the area. CFO will spot it. They've got a ward. They just want to drag them back.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a trade here. They were going to go for the drag, but because the Baron's being threatened and GAM is so far ahead, they have to respond. If they give it over, it could just spell most of their base. And yes, pulling them off that dragon, they're just playing a yo-yo game right now, saying, look, if you want to go for this, we'll just keep threatening it and force you into a disadvantage. But now that they do reset, maybe get it back onto the map, they are going to be able to pick this one up, and CFO are going to lock into Soul Point.
Yeah, definitely 3 Drakes, and it will be an Ocean Soul, which will give them that sustain, which will give them that healing. So really looking forward to seeing how they come out on the other side if they're able to secure that soul. But here's the replay on that top side kill of Kiaya. As back in live, GAM have started up the Baron again. And this is the punish we were talking about. They went mid, they got the flash out of Kiaya, they saw Kiaya back to top, and then just went straight back after him. But GAM responded well. They punished CFO and they get a free Baron. CFO not quick enough to respond.
Yeah, culling's being used. They're quite low. CFO could look for something here as the Mega Nard does go through. Nard does hit. Stuns are even better. Lockup isn't even good. But Kiaya can dash out. Impale is just enough. And Doggo is going to pick up that kill. 3-1-1. And it could be CFO trying to turn the tides. Even with the Baron being secured by GAM, they're looking at this mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, 4 members of GAM still have that Baron empowerment. GAM will be looking to defend this mid lane. Taki and Drakthar are here, able to clear the wave. CFO, though, feeling themselves. Doggo at 3-1-1 with that Navori Flickerblade, with that Essence Reaver, can do some damage, but they know the culling is on cooldown because they walled it off with Glories and Nivea a little bit earlier. That said, Artemis has completed the Infinity Edge, a full...
Shadow getting caught, ace in the whole Cyclone 2. The wall goes up, the Crystallize is a bit too much, and Glory picking up their first kill of the game, securing a nice little lead for them as they enter into the 1.5k gold lead. And towers up topside are gone, but the siege is just so big because it is GAM with Baron. They can sit here, and Artemis is doing so much damage to these towers.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge, fully stacked Yuntals, the Hex Optics for that increased range, that crit, the Grubs, the Baron. There's not much Artemis can't do right now in terms of damage to standing structures. And dare I say, champions if they were to square up. Right now, though, Kiaya is 1.3k down over Rest. If Rest can find a good angle on this Gnar ult, he could turn a team fight around, I dare say. He's just completed that Sterix gauge as well, so he's going to be even tankier now in these team fights. Mike, I have to believe he's the win condition. But you look at GAM, top 3 in the gold earners.
It really is a bit of a tall order. Lucian needs those early sort of fights and those early kills to come online. In saying that, it's Doggo. We do have faith that this player can get it done in the mid to late game on this champion regardless. But when you're up against a Caitlyn who not only is fed, hasn't died, is 3 items, 90% crit, every hit is going to do a lot of damage. And now the Realm Walk's coming in. It's looking like it's Shadow who wants to go into it, looking for something more, but wow, blasted into Oblivion. Where did that Rock Scorpion go? They could not survive any longer. And the win con for CFO lost all of their health and they're about to go down. The ace in the hole hits on Kino, but look at Drake onto the backside. The Gnar is good. Doggo's being focused out as well. Second Cyclone follows it up and they're going to be able to pick this kill too. Drakthar is going to be taken out, but look at GAM go. They are clearing out this top side. They took the tier 2. Now they're on the tier 3 and they're looking to open up this top side of CFO's base.
Honestly, I love that hero play from Drakthar on that backside, that deep flanking angle. He was able to shut down 2 more members of CFO, buy more time, buy more space as GAM really driving home this advantage here at the 26th minute mark. They're trying to crack these turrets, but CFO, another 10 seconds. It feels like they need to be careful.
No, look at the damage. Artemis is just blasting them with no care in the world. It does not matter. Shadow is trying to step up, but this Rock Scorpion has nothing but death in their eyes. And now Artemis has to be careful. They're taken out. Shutdown does go to Rest. What is Kiaya doing? TPing in, thinking they could get this final fight, but no, Doggo's underneath the tower. But lock it down. CFO is holding on. They clear them out, and the base is wide open, but they just couldn't put the final nail in the coffin.
This is what I was trying to build up to. They stayed too long. CFO members were respawning in 10 seconds and they were still pushing forward. Yes, they got Kino, but that was a very healthy Skarner with the belt, with the survivability who spawned. It was close. GAM played it well, but I think they overplayed their hand. As back in live, is they thought they caught Drakthar. He's able to get away, but here on this top side, the Realm Warp on his own, Shadow was destined, but that Tempered Fate locked up 2 members of CFO. I really think that was the thing that swung that fight heavily in favor of GAM there, because it meant that 2 members of CFO were out of it. And here, Drakthar coming in the backside, closes one out and goes after Doggo, getting that second one. I'm going to call that the hero play because he knew he was going to die there, but killing 2 more members of CFO allowed GAM to just take the whole entire topside and both the Nexus turrets. And they weren't even punished. Yeah, they all died in CFO's base, but CFO weren't even able to get back out onto the rift and get, and well, sorry, they actually collected the soul. They do have Ocean Soul off the back of that.
Oh my God, look at the damage. It's a 7.5k damage lead above the second. Artemis is going nuts, finishing that Lord Doms too, but yes, you're right. Ocean Soul now confirmed. It's going to be a lot harder to kill these tanky members. I'm looking at this now. I'm looking at Rest. I'm looking at Shadow. They're going to be doing a lot more. Plus, Kino on this Milio, the heals are going to be so good. The cozy campfire, the warm hugs, they're going to be putting in so much work in these team fights. The only downside, the only counteractive play to this is Artemis deal damage, son, and it's gonna hurt.
I mean, Artemis is already hurting, has picked up the LDR. That said, good catch.
Ooh. Tempered Fate right in the middle of the wall. Where do you go when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place? And unfortunately, it's a grey screen is now Pout on the wrong side of this battle, getting caught out too. Shadow trying to do as much damage as they can. Doggo dashing over the wall, but Kiaya is here looking for more. Drakthar picks up the kill, and they're doing what they can. 3 members on 1. Shadow has to go through this wall to stay alive, but they are a shadow of a doubt that they might just escape as they make their way across the wall. But the base is open. It's 2 members strong. Kino and Shadow are the only surviving members. The towers on the Nexus have respawned, and now Kino overstepping their boundaries. You are not allowed to come into here, as they're now looking to look at these towers. They just don't have the damage yet. Artemis is not alive right now. Shadow needs to pull off a miracle play or be tanky enough to lock these guys down.
I mean, I don't even think he needs to play a miracle play. I think GAM just overplayed their hand. They really didn't need to go to that top side. They won the team fight. They should have reset and started pushing in the mid, started pushing in the bot wave, because CFO just had so much time to respawn. But here's his play again, and Pout just found a fantastic angle on the bot side of this fight. Yeah, Rest gets locked up, but look at Artemis on the bottom. Pout goes straight in, annihilates Artemis. He's completely unprotected and takes out the damage of GAM. So it is a bit of a better fight for CFO, despite GAM still running away with it. But because Artemis was dead, they weren't able to go through that top and end the game. Another play though, and it's around the Baron pit.
Yeah, Artemis taken quite low. Magical Journey for 3 does get them out of dodge, but CFO with all this extra healing from the Ocean Soul, it's really starting to help them out in these team fights. Artemis has to back off there. They need to be very careful as they step up once again. They could be in trouble as Glory getting caught, but no. They do flash away. Shadow now looking to jump back in, looking for a bird sandwich as chicken is going to be pretty tasty. The egg is used though, so they are going to be able to lock this down, and Doggo picking up another kill. They might be able to turn this one back towards the Baron.
Drakthar, though, was recalling, has decided to stick around. Might go for a flank angle here, will be spotted out by Rest. GAM, 6.8k gold lead over CFO. It's 15 kills to 15. CFO, though, they have all of their inhibitors. They're using their priority. They're going for the Baron. Drakthar spotted by Rest.
Yeah, I think the Baron's just gone. Drakthar was looking for the steal, but now he's on the wrong side of the rift, has to cycle in defensively. Rest is going to get into that Mega Gnar form. He can get the jump over. They might be able to look for a little bit more as the Elder Dragon up in 2 minutes. Decoy does distract them just long enough, and I think, wait, that's a TP. Pout wants to look for something, but they've got the Baron. Look at the minion wave. CFO have a huge push here, especially with the Baron. They might be able to secure this tower, get a little bit more. As still, Drakthar had to go very, very deep just to stay alive because they were hunting this monkey in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Drakthar had that deep flank angle, obviously to try and get something done back on this Baron, but Rest was playing bouncer. They knew something was up. They knew Drakthar wasn't around. But here's this replay, how it all kind of went wrong. Glory stepping forward with multiple members of CFO in the area, is able to escape the initial engagement. Shadow just comes in from the side, as Skarners do, and the damage so strong. The Tempered Fate, unfortunately, unable to save Glory. So now CFO 5v4. They have the numbers advantage. They know they could go for that Baron, and they secure it. 5 members as Rabadon's death cap secured for Pout. He's going to be doing so much damage on this rise now. GAM, though, still at a 6k gold lead. This is still their game to lose because they are currently in control. They need to play fantastically here. Rest kind of just jumps on Drakthar and runs away. Elder up in 30 seconds. Now is not the time to die, Drakthar. You need to get out of dodge because CFO, they're on the way.
Yeah, and Realm Warp instantly used. I think Drakthar knows he's getting caught. Meganard does hit it, and the Cyclone's not enough rest. They pick up one, and yeah, it's 15 seconds on the Elder. You have to be so careful. Now they're looking for a cross-map play. The TP up towards the top side. Maybe they can look to get the push, maybe secure an inhib for their troubles, but an Elder now done. Baron still on the cards for 50 seconds. CFO, they're coming back.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're coming back, but it's not like they've done it through outplaying, right? They've just caught Drakthar, who was too deep, too far, too isolated. That was Drakthar's mistake that CFO were able to capitalize on. They now have the Elder Dragon, true damage over time with a 20% health execute. GAM, there's 4v5 for another 10 seconds. They have to defend here because an Elder can win you the game in half of a fight, Pike, let alone one.
That's so true, with 2 towers now being taken out. Looking to take on Mordor next, as they are looking to put up that crystallized shadow. Is going to go forward. They can be careful. It's going to be enough damage as there is a big impale. It lands on 2. It's enough damage. Doggo gets it done. Then they're dashing forward, looking for Drakthar and CFO. They want to clean out this game. Yes, they were losing for a majority of it. Public execution, but it's a double kill for Pout. They've done it. CFO want to take us to a game 3 because they will not give up in the eyes of GAM fan base. It was the Dragon Soul that kept them so relevant, and with the rest of GAM in base, there is nothing they can do, and it is CFO taking game number 2.
CFO saw GAM have 2 cracks at their Nexus, and they said, hey, we only need the one. They take out Drakthar, they get the Elder, and then they close out the game. In that one push, they took the tier 2 mid, they took the tier 3 mid and inhibitor, both Nexus turrets and the Nexus itself, because they were able to get that pick onto 2 members that were trying to defend. And that's the power of the Elder, right? You lock them up, you damage them, you get that burn, that true damage burn, and that 20% execute, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, you win the team fight, you win the game. So a great rally from CFO. Honestly, they were behind for so long in this game, right up until around the Elder take. They still were down 5k, but they held on. They were resilient. They found that pick onto an overextended Drakthar and took the game with a mere 900 gold lead.
That's pretty rough. Honestly, if I'm GAM, I'm rethinking what was going on there, because you should have just won that game. If I'm being perfectly honest, they had everything they needed to win that game. They were so close at one point, and then it just fell apart. And to be honest, it was on Drakthar getting caught out one too many times there, and it was just an easy pickup for the Baron into the Elder. It was back to back. They just got caught and caught and caught, and then game ended. It was just that simple. But again, big props to GAM being in control for the whole game 2, and exceptional call for CFO, knowing that they could just hold on. They just needed to stall and get these smart calls, and they waited, and it was actually GAM that sort of made those mistakes towards the end, and CFO were just smart enough to capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, CFO, they're a good team. They weren't, dare I say, the better team in this game in terms of initiating fights, in terms of finding picks, but they were the better team in terms of patience. They were the better team in terms of scaling and resilience and fortitude, because all it took at the end of that game, when they'd held on for so long, was that one pick on Drakthar. Like, I don't want to belabor the point, but that literally won the game for CFO, because they got the Elder and then they got the Nexus, right? And that's the peril of dying in these late games, is that your death timer is so long that you leave your team in like a disadvantaged situation for over a minute. And at this level of play, teams that know how to close out fights will take that and run with that advantage all day, every day. There was great walls from Glory. There was great Tempered Fates from Taki. There was so much damage from Artemis. Drakthar even had excellent Cyclones multiple times. But GAM overextended on the top twice. They weren't able to finish the Nexus, and then Drakthar overextended at the back of the Baron, and then in that bot side alcove, and just unfortunately handed the game to CFO, who were primed to take advantage of it.
Yep, that's all she wrote, really. And you see even these plays here, sort of off the back of it, they had the open Nexus, open Idhims as well. Tempered Fade, but it was still an egg that you have to defend, and unfortunately it was just blasted by the light. And I have to see is, it was just so close and so good, and this was a really good impale that just solidified the win there. The culling was exceptional, and it was the first really big fight probably from CFO that we're like, yeah, it's a good looking team. It's just a shame that it was about the 36-minute mark where they actually came online and ended the game. So we'll have to see if they're going to do a little bit more than Logan, but we got a third game on our hands. Our predictions are looking pretty good so far. Means that we're both in the running to see, but who knows? Based on these performances, who do you think's got it?
Yeah, one thing I did notice in that highlight package as well is, unfortunately, when Skarner flashed forward with the ultimate, Artemis flashed in to the ultimate. He flashed forward into it rather than back away from it. But that is enough from us here for game 2. We're going to throw to break, and when we come back, it will be game 3 of CFO versus GAM.
And suddenly everyone's got 5 passives. Is that...
Tons of damage.
Redacted, you're the winner. I'm not sure where to put the microphone, but what went into making this costume? How long did it take?
Oh, I'm French. French? I'm French.
Oh, he's French.
Oh. Hello again. Welcome back, summoners.
G'day, cobbers, and welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves in week 2, day 2 for Pike. Are you wearing sunglasses at night?
It's bright out. There's a lot going on. I'm trying to mask my emotions, and I figure if I wear sunglasses, that's a cool way to do it. But maybe I could just be a baller. But no, we're getting ready for game number 3 here, Logan. The sunnies are coming off. Let's talk about that last game, because it really was GAM's to win, and CFO just flipped the script on a dime. It felt like it was like almost a 50-50 flip of a coin that game.
I mean, it only felt like a 50-50 flip of the coin in the last 2 minutes, right? Because, like, GAM was so far ahead for so long, and then they lost one team fight. They still had 5-6K gold advantage, but it felt like they were trying to rush. It felt like they were trying to be too hasty with their win conditions and just handed it over. I mean, CFO defended their Nexus successfully because GAM stayed a little too long. Yeah, they had the damage in Artemis, but your health bars only last so long, and CFO knew that. They were able to throw bodies at the problem until it was gone. And then GAM tried to run it back and do it again, but then they just didn't have the damage. They didn't have the members. And then CFO, they got the Baron, they got the Elder, because they caught Drakthar. It just felt like some macro decisions went awry, that if GAM had been a little more patient, I really think they could have won this one. So it will be interesting to see what they do here in game 3, to having been so close on the precipice of closing this out as a 2-0.
Yeah, it's so true. It now opens up the draft of what is like the next big thing to play. Like, all the priority picks are sort of gone. So I'm going to be very curious about what is the priority and where the win con's going to go. Because we've seen that GAM, every single lane and every single player has the capability to carry. They all can do it. CFO, I feel like it is still very tailored around that bot side. Get Doggo a lead, give him everything, shut down rest, and the game gets a little bit easier for GAM. I think that last game was purely them just making silly mistakes, but they really didn't need to. That's just us being critical. But we can flip the script and say, you know what? GAM still have absolutely all the skills and the knowledge to take this game 3 and close out this series as we get into draft. And again, bans are exactly the same.
I mean, they've got the skills and the knowledge, but they have the dedication, do they have the commitment, the wherewithal to pull the trigger at the right time? Because that game 2 left me with some questions as we are into these picks and bans. Lee Sin banned, Jace banned for CFO, and they are waiting to lock in their third. But counter to that, GAM have locked in Ezreal, Vi, and Locke for their bans. And I think after we saw Locke in week 1, chances are extremely low of us ever seeing him on the LCP again, because he just did so much damage so early.
Ooh, first pick Varus straight off the bat, so I kind of like this. I suspect it'll go into that AD carry role. Could flex to the top, so Kiaya might want that little bit of aggression too, and it might actually work really well into the Renekton. Downside, we saw it in the 2v2. Yeah, Renekton, once it gets on top of you, you can't really do all that much. But Orianna being left up and open for CFO, it's going to give Pout a really good opening in this mid game.
Yeah, and I mean, Pout just played that Rise, I dare say, quite effectively. He didn't have very much impact in that early game, which you would expect of a Rise. He needs that third item to really come online, but when he did, he was able to find angles onto Artemis and just absolutely blast him off the rift. He, in some of these fights, was literally the difference maker that turned in favor of CFO. So giving him this Orianna, I like this decision from CFO, prioritizing Pout in that mid lane. Obviously, Akali has been removed. I do like seeing Pout on that Akali, but on the opposite side, GAM have picked up Varus. I imagine that's going to go on the top side based on what we've seen of late. And oh, okay, Kiana into Galio, despite Galio having a 100% loss rate here, Pike.
Look, it's not a bit. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, that is kind of important at the end of the day. Like, if you're losing on Galio, you kind of need to be rethinking that. But it makes sense why they're locking it down here. It's good into the Oriana. They're going to be able to sustain and get to these team fights early. Because once the Shockwave does go in, that's your trigger. It means they're going to be pulled into the center. You get to your team. As long as they're still alive, you're going to disrupt the fight. But with a Cassante now being picked up for CFO, Rest is going to be having a little bit of an easier time towards this top, and you can just prioritize banning out the champions that do the most damage. Rumble's already gone, Na's already gone, Bess is already gone. Now you take out the Vayne, there's not really much you can do.
Yeah, with that Vayne removed, it's definitely a counter just gone. It's a protection ban 100%. Cassante is definitely going to be feeling good in this one. There's no Rumble to counter him in that top side, so we'll just be able to tank up whatever comes his way. I like this Kai'Sa ban. Doggo can play Kai'Sa pretty darn well, I've seen here, Pike, but it'll be down to the 5th ban of CFO. Now, they've locked in their jungler, they've locked in potentially their mid and their top, so should be a support or an AD ban. Syndra's been selected, Cassio's gone, yeah. Oh, they've gone topside, they've banned Gwen away.
Look, they identified that Rest needs the help that he can get. It is a bit rough, they're sending so much. I want to put an idea in your head though here, Logan. Xayah Rakan for CFO.
Yeah, I like it. I like the idea. I mean, they've got both of their slots open. They could definitely go for it. But, I mean, because they're kind of technically first picking their bot lane here, if they reveal one or the other, GAM are able to easily pick the other away to break it apart and still have an option to pair. Yeah.
You pick the Rakan because they've already got the AD carry. Like, you can't put another Xayah into the game and just throw him top. Like, that's just a bit rough. But now they're hovering the Shen. I don't mind this. Shen is still very good at the moment, very impactful. So is Alistar.
I mean, I know you said they've already got their AD because they've got Varus there, but we've seen Varus in that top side. Like, I genuinely believe that it's hard to ban into these very, very flexible drafts that teams are able to play now with this mage meta. They could just put anything anywhere. I mean, we saw it earlier. We saw 4 mid laners on the Rift, 2 in the mid and 2 in the bot side. But I like, oh, Poppy, that's right, made it through.
Wait, who's going where? Is that a Poppy support?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we saw a
Varus top.
Yeah, it's Varus top. Yeah.
Oh man. I mean, yay. Well, double yay. Xerath, yay. Misfortune, I prefer that. That is much better. Let's go with that one. But these teams are looking very weird. The Misfortune now coming out, being picked up. The team fight's going to be really good for CFO. I just worry about the burst potential that will be coming out of GAM. Like, they are all in or nothing. They are nerf or nothing at this point, and that is going to be a lot to deal with at this point. So I'm a little bit concerned. What do you think?
Yeah, look, if Kiana finds an angle... Wait, why is MF... No, surely that's a production sort of graphical update that's got to come through. If Kiana finds an angle onto this MF, it is over. They will remove her from the Rift before she's even able to ult. So it will be down to Kino to repel the advances of GAM here onto the AD carry of CFO. I think GAM, like you said, their damage is that much higher, that much burstier, that CFO are going to really need to be careful. They're going to have to set up. It's going to be very sort of scripted plays almost. So if GAM are able to read the play before it happens, they'll be able to pull it apart. But if CFO just make that snap decision, if they're in the right place at the right time, I really think they'll be able to get the better of GAM in these fights.
Yeah, for sure. It really comes down to layering that CC, but I think CFO have the snap engage. I think with the Pantheon, the Grand Starfall, they're going to be able to get to these fights early. Imagine pairing that with the Oriana Shockwave, and we're getting onto the Rift now, Logan. It is game number 3, CFO versus GAM, 1 game apiece. This is the decider who moves up to the winner's bracket or who moves down and has to battle it out once more to see if they stay in the tournament. outside of that, it's going to be very rough. So it's all or nothing right now for these two teams. They want to get up to that next tier so they can make a slight lead or a slight progression towards a ticket at Worlds or a T1 Galio. Cool.
And MVP T1 Misfortune. We have some T1 enjoyers and the best skin cafe cuties. Poppy, we have some of the best skins in the games, but here's that traditional thing that we're seeing is these supports, they go to the top, they drop their wards, they recall and roam to the bot side. Artemis left on his own for a little bit. Doggo and Kino just spacing him away, but Taki has arrived. So, flash forward.
Just straight flash up, and Taki now taking a bunch of damage. What is going on? Are these players just like losing it as much as we are?
It's straight aggression. You don't see the vision. It's, you know that I don't have a flash, so now you're going to play more aggressively into me. I'm going to get the angle on the wall, stun you up, and we will get first blood despite not having flash. That's the mentality. Level 2 first though.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, hold on, Glory's in a bit of a pickle spot. Has to flash 2. Okay, 2 flashes before 2 minutes is not looking too good for GAM. They need to be very careful because they do have a Pantheon in the wings and they can gank somewhat early.
Yeah, I mean, a flash done, and that will be it. It'll be done and dusted. Glory, no flash. Artemis, no flash. Look at the CS difference. Doggo out to 13-1. They are just not letting GAM get any CS, though. I imagine they will catch up here because it is pushed up under the turret. But Kino already roaming at level 2 because they've got such a big advantage on that bot side. 1 turret plate already. We do see Shadow, though, in his bot side jungle. Glory TPing back out to that mid lane, and Taki roaming now as well. Everyone's running everywhere. Can we please stay in lane for like 2 minutes?
No, they don't want to do that. And now Doggo being looked at as a heel being burnt for the movement speed, but Kino was in the wing saying, will not let you, as a nice smash into the wall. Has to be very careful, but Shadow's waiting in the wing. Great flash pulverize right over the wall. Taki right in the hands of Shadow. They're going to feed this one straight on over, and a fantastic first blood from CFO.
Kino stood, look out, there might be a play onto rest on this top side. Drakthar's in the area, away from Kiaya, about to crash in. It is a Cassante.
Has to wait out rest, being caught. Nice work, able just to keep them at bay at some distance. And this return fight on the other side of the map here, Logan, really good for CFO being able to survive this one out.
Yeah, Glory having a rough start in that mid lane too, but we go back to this bot side. I love this. Kino's here. He's just baiting them. He's like, hey, I'm here. I'm a juicy state. Come after me. Leave my AD carry alone. And they fall for it. The flash pulverized headbutt there. Taki, no flash, over the wall, into 3. Artemis does his best to try and get something back, but it's too little, too late. That is one beefy boy in the bot side. Hook, line, and sinker. GAM went for it, and CFO leap on top of them. A minute until the Drake, 4 minutes till those Void Grubs, and Artemis has done well to catch up in the CS.
Okay, Artemis flashing forward. They're spending, Doggo flashing away with Artemis Valkyring forward. It's definitely a lot of aggression because Dragon is up in 30 seconds. They just wanted to get a little bit more of control, and burning that summoner on Doggo, who is a low mobility AD carry here, is pretty big coming into these Dragon fights.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, no flash on your AD, whereas Artemis does have flash. So it's advantage over to GAM's AD carry there on that Corki because it is 15 seconds to that Drake. But it looks like Kino's fishing. He wants to try and get something here. Doggo, though, 2 levels ahead of Artemis right now. That will change as soon as Artemis gets another bit of CS. But I liked that flash out of Doggo because...
Yeah, nice little disrupt there from the Poppy. The steadfast presence is going to just keep them at bay somewhat. And now Doggo looking at Artemis. Ooh, the damage is looking good. Even just with a cull and a longsword, it's starting to get some moves. As Artemis is going to get chunked out. Remember, Corki is all about sort of waiting, getting those 2-3 item power spikes before they really come online. Misfortune can get 1, depending if you want to go like the Bloodthirster or if you want to go into something like a Collector. Either or. It's really going to be impactful for team fights, and once you get level 6, the ball times start to hurt.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that Q poke from Doggo was all
straight on in. Hero's entrance as Doggo does get knocked up. The dragon is low. It's stolen away. Absolute disaster. And they are going to be able to do something with it. Pout picking up Drakthar. Sorry, it didn't get stolen away. I apologize. I thought it was.
Yeah, CFO take the Drake. Doggo goes down, but so does Drakthar. So you'll take that every day of the week. A 1-for-1 plus Drake. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That is my jungler Shadow winning that Smite war as we do go back for another look at this fight. And Kino is trying to bounce Taki away, but the flash E from that Poppy locks up Doggo long enough that the hero's entrance able to get the layered CC, and Doggo is just deep in enemy territory amongst four. But GAM, it feels like they focused Doggo a little too hard. They didn't actually pay much attention to the Drake as another play.
Yeah, flash comes out. Kiaya has to be very careful, and they are going to be able to walk this one out. They did take a lot of damage, and a flash down on an 80 carry with their ultimate done too. Chains of Corruption was spent. Means we could be looking at a return gank in at least 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pay attention to these flash timers, right? Drakthar, no flash. Kiaya, no flash. Rest and Shadow and Doggo and Kino, no flash. So everybody on the Rift, bar 3, is very, very susceptible to a gank at a moment's notice. This is where it's very exciting. This is where it's very tense. Because if a jungler finds an angle, if a support gets a good roam, like we see Taki in that mid with Glory, it could spell the death of you. Kiaya, though, doing well in that top side, which you would expect, being ranged over Malay, has a 20 CS advantage. However, Doggo has nearly a 20 CS advantage over Artemis, which is not what you want to see on your AD carries, Pikers. 20 seconds till the Void Grubs.
Yeah, I think there'll be a big fight over these Void Grubs. I can sort of see Shadow's trying to be really proactive on the map. They've already got that 1 kill, no death, but Drakthar has died for that 1 kill. And the early Dragon's always really nice to have. This is why Doggo's already up on this top side. Level 6 confirmed. The bullet time is up, so they could be looking for a really big fight here as Kino wants to lock down these certain members. But spotted out on vision, Void Grubs have been started. GAM might look to retaliate.
Yeah, CFO are first to this objective, but GAM do have that vision control. Shadow has already claimed 1 TP being committed.
Yeah, taking 2 actually instead, so maybe they don't need to go for the full thing. It's all about putting that pressure on. They burnt Glory's TP out as well, so not the end of the world. Still nice to pick up 2, and yeah, a good little pick there over for CFO as they may have found Glory, who is a little bit overstepped. Perfect display is even nice. The damage is just too good. Drakthar is low. Oh, the all out is even better. Double kill going out for this Cassante. Disgusting plays from Rest, who's finding their feet in this game 3.
I'm sorry, Drakthar's supreme display of talent hit 4 members of CFO and none of them died. Where was GAM's follow-up on that amazing ult that came out of Drakthar? That feels like a communication thing, maybe a positioning, potentially the timing here as we see it again, right? GAM get that 3rd Drake and it looks like they want to back away. CFO, though, they're like, oh, maybe we can get a little something. Rest starts it off onto Glory, and look at that, onto 4 members, but GAM just aren't in the position. Rest is in their faces, taking out the Galio, taking out the Kiana. Artemis too far away on the side, trying to get something back, but at the wrong time. Back in live, though, CFO chasing GAM out of their own jungle right now.
Yeah, this is good. This is the CFO we've been waiting for. They've got 1k gold lead. Pulverize is even nice, and Taki is going to get stunned up, but it's not going to be too much Drakthar. Looking for a little bit more bullet time. Down a corridor is always good. Smite onto the Grom just to secure it away, but CFO are winning these fights. GAM, they're sort of reeling.
Yeah, I mean, they're down 4-1. CFO are up 1k gold lead. They've got 2 grubs and the first Drake of the game. The next Drake is up in 30 seconds time, and CFO Rest here is kind of running Kiaya. Even though Kiaya has a serious CS advantage, Rest has 2 kills to his name, so the gold is dead even, but he's completed that Zeke's, a very unusual item to get for Cassante, but it speaks to me of aggression. It speaks to me of offense. He wants extra value when he all outs to get that sort of AoE damage down as well here. CFO, though, might be looking for a play on this bot side. Just a cheeky trade. Drakthar here, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is it's going to be a 3v1. Doggo is sort of the threat. They've got a CS lead, but Shadow is here. Grand Starfall is available, so a reaction could be there. Hero's entrance for Glory, but they're still in the mid lane, so they won't be as close to it. Now that they're clearing out the vision, it looks like they're just going to have to back off.
Yeah, the play will dissipate. Both junglers ultimately spotted on towards Pout, still running Glory in this mid lane on that Orianna, which you would kind of expect. Yes, the Galio is the anti-mage, but you can only anti-mage so much when CFO is getting this far ahead. 2k now, they've started up the Drake, 3-on-3 in this bot side.
Yeah, no bullet time as Kino has just been sent flying, and it's stolen properly by GAM this time. Drakthar picks up the kill, and the thumbs up do go out as they give over a dragon. Chemtech Soul will be the dragon for this final game of the night. What do you think about that one?
I like Chemtech Soul. It's probably going to make the game go a little bit longer because there's so much defensive capability in it. It prevents a lot of damage. I think it's got that 13% damage reduction at 13% HP. Nice ultimate there from Doggo to clear the wave.
Ooh. A little bit too much. Drakthar Doggo picks up the kill. He went a little bit too far forward. Artemis is incredibly low. Let's see if the Grand Starfall will be used if they want to try and secure this one. They're looking at the vision. They might be looking for the dive. Kino, not level 6, but there's the Grand Starfall. See if it's going to be enough. The flash goes for the exhaust is good. Kino sacrificed. No, he's not dead. Shadow is holding on. The shield is good. Keeps him alive, and a great dive out of CFO.
What a spectacular juggling of the turret aggro as well as Pout shows face. Shadow, you need to get out of there. Oh my god, might have overstayed here. Glory has responded, but great juggling of aggro there by Kino to take that one extra tower shot to save Shadow. And here it is, the ult from Doggo. Fantastic to clear the wave. Forces Drakthar to go in and take the aggro, giving one back. A 1-for-1 in a 3-for-1 dive, you'll take that any day of the week. Kino chasing to maintain vision. As you see, he stepped under the turret, he takes a couple of shots, pops that unbreakable will, buys the time, buys the space for Shadow to live through that ramped up tower shot. Amazing. Well done, Kino. Good job by CFO to take advantage of GAM overplaying their hand. They're back to a 2k gold lead. It's 1.5 minutes till the Rift Herald, 3 minutes till the next Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, we're getting a coach comms out. Willala is going to be talking to the CFO boys. This is the very first one for CFO all series long. In that third and final game, they're clearly having some communications and saying, guys, this is going to be what we need to be doing. Focus on this, and you should be able to clean this game up lickety-split. But who knows? They could be saying something completely different. They might be asking what their dinner order is. And okay, going back in, they caught out the shockwave with good. Drakthar is low. Hero's entrance is going to be nice. It keeps them alive a little bit longer, so they don't have the full damage, the full kill threat yet. Glory has to flash. They're looking for the divers. Glory just cannot hold out. Pout has the damage. Now Doggo is out here wanting to do something, but they do get away. And a nice pick by CFO.
Yeah, good pick by CFO. Great response as well. Doggo and Kino were running up to that top side to see if they could clean anything else up off the back of it. I have to imagine if Doggo hadn't have used his flash about 2 minutes ago, he would have been able to flash forward ult and clean up. As we do get a replay here, that's really some very enthusiastic recall positioning, I will say that much. Shadow finds the angle onto two of them. An instant hero's entrance by Glory to try and save them. He loses his flash, he loses his ultimate, and he loses his life trying to save his two teammates. Oh, that is a disaster for Glory, but it does allow his two teammates to get away and rest. He's caught up in CS. He's got a gold advantage over Kiaya, who, quite frankly, has had no impact this game. He needs to start getting involved.
Oh, well, it's hard, right? Like, Rest is just going to be sitting in side lanes and is very happy to be there. Like, Kiaya has to respond because that's your top laner. That's who you've chosen to go in and be that sort of split push menace and control side lanes. You have the TP. That's nice now for Kiaya, but you still have Ghost and Flash available, so that extra summoner will be really impactful as they do need to sit in the side lanes. But Rift Herald already secured, and it is CFO again slowly accelerating this lead.
And it's all you need to do, right? You just need to slowly chip away, slowly build these leads. It's currently 2K at 15 minutes. It's definitely not the smallest lead, so that's a nice position to be in. And you look where most of the golds is. It's on your mid laner Pout. It's on your bot laner Doggo on that Misfortune. Level 2 ultimates online for both mid laners, so a bit more oomph, a bit more panache now down there. I'm expecting to see some excellent plays and these items coming through. The traditional first item for Doggo, that Bloodthirster to keep that MF a little bit safer. Ludens for that Orianna, extra poke damage. Sundered Sky for the extra sustain. I like it. The Hydra for Drakthar, though, going a more damage build to team up with that first strike that he's got.
Yep, I really like it. Now they've picked up the Cyclo Sword, so that's even better. So it's going to get that little bit of extra AoE damage. So clearing is going to be fast, but the damage output in these team fights will be just as good. But first tower secured, the top side is going to be picked up by Pout here. And we'll have to see where the rotations are. The Dragon is up 17 minutes. And look, Kino, what happened to your health, my guy? You're going to be very careful. He's still going back in, looking for the lockdown. But the knockups are too good. The damage is even better. Drakthar is doing it, but Artemis is the instigator and the final tick. But here is the bullet time. It's going to land, but not too long, as they are going to be able to retreat. GAM want to return back to this Dragon. Pantheon is not in this fight. They've had to return back. Doggo, why are you so overextended? What are you doing there? You've got no mana, but obviously they feel somewhat safe as Taki now sending them back into this fight. Rockets are good. Is the damage going to be enough? Is the Chains of Corruption is even better? Kiaya locks down the kill. They're looking for a little bit more as Rest does pick up some too. Shadow jumping back in with the Grand Starfall is enough. And watch Rest, who's also just hunting down. Rift Herald gets the charge. Rest, flash over the wall, looking for Kiaya, finds him in the bush, and it is Rest who picks it up, and they secure tier 2, tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, where's Kino going, though? It looks like, oh, he hit the wall. I was hoping he'd make it around there, but I think he just wanted to see if he could upset Drakthar. But yeah, a big fight, extended fight there, and CFO win out the day. Rest getting Kiaya on that top side, and they have so much priority, so much vision control that they're able to take the third Drake of the game, securing themselves that first Chemtech Drake. As we see it here again, Kino lost 50% of his health in 0.1 seconds. How dare he try and go for vision control? But this steadfast presence from Taki did so much work. It prevented Kino going in, it prevented Shadow going in, but Rest showed up. And that ultimate from Doggo cleared GAM out. It forced them to spread, it broke the fight up. And then CFO felt good. They thought, yeah, let's get more. Doggo, no health, pushed up so far, flashing to get that distance as the rest of GAM try and collapse here. Taki found a great angle, but you can't forget Rest. And then Shadow, he'd recalled, comes back, and in live, we're fighting again, Pike.
Yeah, bullet time is going to land, just clearing out that wave too, but 4 members strong on this bot side. CFO did pick up the tower, and now they're looking to take this tier 1 again in his bot side. Artemis doing a very similar job. Look at the damage charts here, Logan, and look at how much damage Artemis is able to do in these team fights as a 2-item Corki.
Yeah, 2-item Corki is not to be trifled with. 2-1-2, same CS as Doggo essentially. But despite that, Doggo only having 1 kill and 10 CS over Artemis has been in more fights, has been involved in 6 of them. So he's getting a little bit of that assist juicing too, as the Baron has spawned. CFO, they're here, they're clearing out these wards, they're sweeping. Taki though, needs to be careful. Just wants to spot that ward out, as all of CFO are on this mid through top side, as are GAM. They know something is up.
Yeah, they're looking for a dive again. Glory can be caught out. They know how much damage they actually have. And getting the flick back, Glory, the supreme display of talent. Hero's entrance as well. Rest is going to get out of dodge, but they are quite low. You need to get a little bit more of this health back. Steadfast presence stops all this hard engage. Chains of Corruption is going to land. The Shadow needs to be very careful. Taki is going to send them flying. The big hammer is going to get everything back. Keeper's verdict was used just to delay the fight further, because Baron is up on the board, Logan.
Yeah, it was a nice way to break up that fight. Kiai, Doggo is back trying to find something, prevents the recall from GAM, throws up the Sharkers there on that emote. I didn't even know that was an emote in League of Legends. I love that. I'm going to go and find that one now. But a great extended fight, because I know you love to use it. And both teams playing that one safely here, as the Knight's Vow picked up for Cassante as well, going a very support build. As we see this again, CFO think they find an angle onto Glory, get the flash, the supreme display of talent to stun Rest up as he takes a second tower shot. Glory commits that ultimate, but GAM show up, right? It bought more time for more members to equalize this. It becomes a 5v5. Kino does die for it, but I think CFO are still relatively happy with this one. It didn't give over too much. It's your support, quick respawn, Baron's up, Drake in a minute and a half, and CFO, there's 15 minutes, they were 2k up. At 22 minutes, they're 2.5k up. I think GAM's doing a good job of keeping them within arm's reach.
Yep, I agree, because that full 2.5k gold is all on Pout.
Yeah, it is. Pout's deathless, right? Pout is 204. Rest is 301. And Shadow's only died once himself. Doggo is being targeted, though. He is the most dyingest member. No, that's not a word. Play happening in mid lane.
Artemis could be caught out. The Valkyrie, great Valkyrie over the wall, but still going to catch them out. The ball time was good, but it was Pout who picked up the kill. What was that interaction? The blast cone flicks them back, and they pick up to another Shaka just for good luck. The Baron looks even better right now because there's no hero's entrance. There's no Valkyrie. There's no Corki. This means that they can look to rotate over. It's either Drakthar with a steal, or they just have to give.
Yeah, I mean, Glory dead, Artemis dead, Kino, and I have to imagine Rest will be straight over that wall, trying to act as bouncer. GAM, they get some vision. Oh, unable to pull headbutt Taki back into the Dragon Pit, Baron Pit.
When Chains of Corruption does go wide, Kino wants a little bit more. Supreme Display of Talent does hit quite a few members, but Drakthar did pick up Kino, so it's a nice take and a nice kill. Love to see if Rest wants to make a difference as the next tank on the block. Flash comes out from Kiaya, trying to keep them relevant, but 3k, 2k health. Look at Taki. There's the Keeper verdict. Doggo takes that Taki. Drakthar's in the fight. He's stolen. He takes the Baron. No way. Does GAM keep themselves in this fight with 3 members strong? They take the Baron, and they're looking to take this game back.
Yeah, that is not great for CFO there. They had the numbers, they had the advantage. They're 3.5k gold up, but now GAM have 3 Baron empowered members after this fight because Drakthar was just not taking it. And here it starts again, right? Pout gets an angle onto Artemis. The flash stun from Shadow is excellent. Weird interaction there on that, but Glory taken down. It's 5v3. This should have been CFO's Baron, but I feel like they almost took too long. I feel like they tried to break away to gatekeep Taki and Drakthar a little too much, and Kiaya able to show up, make the difference, get the damage down here. Drakthar, no slouch either, takes out the Kino, and they're evening this fight up. They're buying the time. Shadow and Doggo, the damage dealers, they're just down on the Baron the whole time, and it's still not enough. They should have pivoted, right? We see SHG do this a lot. They drag the enemy team in and then they hard pivot and take them out. Drakthar goes over, gets the Baron, dies for it, but that is worth every day of the week. That is a jungler hero moment, if ever there was one.
No, absolutely. And if GAM do finish this game out with the win, I think Drakthar will be my MVP of the series, because even in the last game where CFO won, but actually no, Drakthar kind of threw that last game. So you know what? Maybe not. But still, that's fine. They're doing a good job. The steal was immaculate. That is very hard to do under that level of pressure when you have members down. They're getting the gold lead slightly back. It's a 1k gold Baron play so far, but let's see if they want to go for something a little bit interesting. It is going to be a little bit too much, as the replay down to this picture-in-picture was good. Dragon was picked up still by CFO, so they are now on Soul Point.
Yeah, and that's a 5-minute condition, right? 3.5 minutes, actually, that GAM need to play around. Yes, they have Baron, but they don't have any waves pushed in. Rest able to clear waves out fantastically. Despite being a support build, has picked up that anti-crit item there too, to try and mitigate some of this damage that should inevitably coming through from Artemis. He is building towards that LDR. And this one feels kind of bad. GAM, yes, they stole the Baron, which is kind of the win in and of itself, as Drakthar being extremely patient. But with the Baron time of 15 seconds to go, they've got no waves pushed up. They haven't achieved any objectives here. Great heads up sense there from Pout to spot that one out from Drakthar. Ooh, CFO might be on the play.
It is tough fall. Nice little supreme display of talent. It was good. Hero's entrance is going to come back down. Bullet time is big. It does the damage. It's picked up one. Double TP now joining the fight, but it's still a double kill over to Doggo. So yes, they steal the Baron, but it is CFO stealing their lives as they are cleaning up 2 members down. They can start to siege up on this tier 2 tower. You have to be very careful. Artemis is the damage. So is Drakthar, but it's just a little bit too far gone. The lead is strong, and what was a 2.5k gold lead after losing it down with that Baron, it's snowballed into a 5k gold lead here, Logan.
Yeah, but Kiaya, he's pushing down the mid lane tier 2. They're not bringing members to the top side to defend. Draktar's also down near Drake Pit. Like, maybe they decided CFO were never going to push that far, and they're trying to get their advantage in the mid lane. It just feels weird. They could have defended that one. They had the members in the area, but decided to chase the gold, chase the objectives. A TP going down to that bot side, coming through for glory. They've got to try and get some aggression. Taki's steadfast presence, keeping him safe as he tries to get that ward, slow those recalls, buy time for the rest of GAM to push those waves out, because they need to. They need to get themselves that time. They need to get themselves that space so they can put something together. As it all kicks off here, Pout, great game sense, spots out Drakthar. A ward from Kino keeps track of Artemis and Drakthar. The ultimate coming through from Shadow. I do not know how he lives through this, to be honest. Lands in a supreme display of talent, but it has to be Doggo's ultimate. It takes out Taki, it chips away at Glory. Not much they can do, landing into the face of that 3-item misfortune there, and Doggo firmly online, but Artemis has completed that LDR himself, and we take a look at the objectives. It's almost perfect timing. 1 minute to the next Drake, 1 minute to the Baron. Which one will either team go for here? GAM, it feels like they have to respond to a Drake if CFO go for it, but I think if CFO go for the Baron, GAM would be kind of happy to take the Drake away from them, if you know what I mean, but it's difficult because CFO, they're so strong.
Yeah, well, I think CFO, they need to go for this drag, right? They're on Soul Point. It makes the most sense. They can contest. They have the wallet diff right now. Rest is nigh unkillable. That range wins, that Knight's Vow, the safety is so good. But look at Drakthar, again, looking for these really deep flanks as the rest of the team is being looked at. You can see CFO already charging down. Taki, Kiaya, that was very scary. As nice snap engage, it's going to be enough as Taki is a target here, but Artemis as well take a lot of damage. Drakthar being found out. Shadow is looking for a little bit more. If they could take out Drakthar, it could just be spelling disaster, as it's a good hero's entrance. It knocks up 3, but Glory could not find the glory in this game, and it is Rest on the back line. They pick up the Kiana. They're looking for more. Smashed into the wall. It's not going to be enough as the Grand Starfall does come down. Looking at tacky tower dive under the face of their tier 2. There's nothing you can do. The TP towards topside. CFO in the great escape. They came back at a knife's edge in game number 2, and here they are dominating in game number 3. It was GAM's series to win, but CFO say we will not be counted out just yet, and a huge performance from this team starting to find their legs in the LCP.
CFO win tonight's best of 3, 2-1 against GAM of the VCS. GAM came out firing on all cylinders. They won game 1 convincingly. They were so far ahead in game 2 and only lost in the last couple of minutes. And then it looks like they just, I don't know, were kind of a bit slow to start in game 3 and never really recovered from it. Hey guys, coming to the middle for this bow, but what a great best of 3 series here. I really do think we got to see the best of both teams across all 3 of these games. I loved Rest's resilience. He didn't have a good Yorick game in game 1. He was targeted, he was bullied down and out, but look at him now, beaming with a smile because he came back so strong on that Cassante in game 3, Shadow on that Pantheon impacting every single lane. We've got Pout on that Orianna. He had a great game on his Akali as well. You love to see it. The bounce back, Doggo on that Misfortune, well-timed, well-placed ultimates, and Kino on that Alistair, setting up the fights, tanking, engaging, and giving us a victory dance.
I thought he was yawning there, actually, Logan. I was sort of like, oh, is he tired? Maybe he's sleeping a little bit? No, he was just doing a cool little dance for us. And you know what? It's nice to see CFO. They had a really smart team comp around them. Doggo on the Misfortune did a really good job, but also Pout with this Orianna paired up with Shadow's Pantheon just looked so good every time they were lined up with these fights. 20 kills to 7. GAM just did not have the right answer. The comp was okay, but I feel like it was this Varus top trying to deal with Rest. And is Rest our MVP of the series here, Logan?
I mean, we're definitely going close up on this highlight for the first one. He didn't have the greatest game 1 because he was targeted, he was bullied, but I think he more than made up for it here in his game 3. Absolutely frontlining, and there it is. Rest is player of the match for tonight's BO3 against GAM. And look at the numbers. Did have a great damage game in game 1, but it was the KP in game 3 as well that really helped carry him over, in that KDA of 11, Pike.
Yeah, no, yeah, so true. It is pretty intense. We're getting into that last game. It sort of was, you could see the incremental improvement as the games went on. Even game 2, 5.5 is still very solid. Kill participation was really strong and was just being relevant. That is so important when you are a top laner and you're forced onto these tanky champions like the Gnar, like the Yorick, like the Cassante. You need to be active and proactive in team fights. And I think we got to see that in this one. So this great engage from Kino, this was a highlight play. I think that was probably one of the best support picks we might have seen in a hot minute, because Kino was pretty on point all series long.
Yeah, it was definitely in the right places at the right times. He used his unbreakable will very well to protect himself, protect his team, and that's the job of these frontliners. These engaged supports and tanks is to create space, to soak damage while the rest of your team gets in better positions, while the rest of your team dishes out that damage. And this was the Kiana ult that I really thought would change the game in favor of GAM. Drakthar landed the supreme display of talent onto 4 members of CFO, but GAM just weren't in the position, didn't have the space to take advantage of that massive ultimate. Doggo with the really heads up ultimate to clear the wave, flashing away to make it a little bit harder for GAM, gets one back and sets up the follow-up here. Shadow diving in, Kino keeping that vision and tanking the turret. He hits level 6 It's funny. Kino was level 5, and then Shadow ulted in, killed a minion, which gave Kino level 6, and he pops the Unbreakable Will, right? So if he hadn't hit the 6, Kino surely would have died, but it still would have been worth it. And then Kino and Pout were everywhere. Shadow following. It really was the CFO show all game, this game 3.
Yeah, really was. They were in control the whole time. It was a different type of game for this roster. It felt like it was just GAM flipped from game 1. Maybe not as hardcore dominant, but at least a performance that resulted in a good win, showed a strong performance, and showed that this team can come back even in the reverse sweep. So it was a great sign that CFO are finding signs of life yet again as they move through into the upper bracket of this twist stage.
Yeah, that's for sure. Finding themselves at 2-0 is a good place to be. But as a reminder, we do have a draw show following this, so make sure you stay tuned for that so we can find out who is versing who. But back to these highlights, the way CFO kind of collapse around their team here, they kind of just become a death ball is phenomenal. Kino counter-engaging beautifully, but Taki did a good job too. A lot of steadfast presences broke up a lot of what CFO wanted to do, but it felt like it just didn't have enough impact. They just got wallet diffed.
Yeah, and that sort of was the end of it. And you saw Pout had most of that gold too, and it was just the great follow-ups that you could find, and this was Shadow going deep into these fights. It was always nice to see, and I'm really here for it. So today's results, we can break this down. Team Secret Wales, they were just unstoppable. Truly unstoppable. Fastest game in the league this year to date is a huge performance in game 1 of the night. But here in the second series, CFO take that third game and get the reverse sweep up against GAM in an outstanding performance.
Yeah, a 2-1 reverse sweep by CFO of the PCS. They've got to be happy with that. They're now in that upper 2-0 bracket. As you can see here, they will have to face off against Team Secret Wales. Now, the team that goes 3-0, they lock themselves into those playoffs. So both of these teams will really want to win that one, but counter to that, SHG and GZ find themselves both on that lower 0-2 bracket as well. But the draw show will determine who will be versing who in that 1-1 bracket. The 2-0s or the 0-2s, they've already been decided here, as we will be beginning the round 3 draw for the LCP Swiss stage soon. The stage is set. We can see Tommy, the host, there as well, getting ready to go. And this is something new and exciting that I quite enjoy about these Swiss stages, right? Is because, like, there's that element of the unknown. It's not as scheduled, it's not as scripted, and it gives you a chance for, you know, upper ladder teams and lower ladder teams to clash, and vice versa. It creates these exciting moments, Mike.
Yeah, it does. There's only one other thing that I want to say before we get into the draw show, though, Logan, is it's hard being right all the time, as my prediction today was pretty mint. I'm not going to lie. You all thought it was going to be the GAM time. I thought it was the CFO show, because I nailed that.
It's always GAM time, baby. But yes, that is right. GAM wanted to shark the oysters, and they said, not today. We are fresh oysters. We will not be Kilpatricked, but we are back to the draw show. So let's take a look at this one. Thanks, Tommy.
要进行的是瑞士制的第3轮抽签。首先说明一下本轮的抽签规则，目前战绩为2胜0败与0胜2败的队伍，本轮不进行抽签，因为配对已经确定。好的，那么本次的抽签呢，会针对1胜1败的组别来进行。1胜1败的组别分别有 DFM、DCG、MVK 以及刚刚落败的 GAM。接下来我们将依序抽出4支队伍，组成2个对战组合。我们会先抽出左侧的队伍，左侧的2支队伍，再抽出右侧的2支队伍。 如果抽出的组合曾经在本次的瑞士制中有交过手的话呢，将会依照赛事规则进行顺延调整，避免重复对战。另外也同步的提醒所有的观众朋友，本次的抽出顺序仅决定对战组合，并不代表实际的比赛顺序。因此，最终的赛程在抽签完成之后呢，会由赛事团队再次确认并公布。现在就有请我们的这个赛事营运呢，来进行第3轮的抽签。
So this is the draw show. This will be the teams with 1-1 records, which is what we're seeing here. Liu Chung is getting the ball out of the bowl, and it is Relove DCG drawn first. So this is draw team 1, Relove DCG for round 3. Next, we will draw the second team. This will be draw team 2. Who will it be? We have a couple of 1-1 teams here at the moment. The suspense is killing me. It is MVK Esports of the VCS. So we've had Relove DCG, we've had MVK Esports, and we have 2 more to go. This is the 3rd team to be drawn, and this determines the matchups in our next round as well. So we're just taking a look here. It is DFM, Detonation Focus Me, of the LJL. So we've got another pick here. This is the 4th and final draw. Who will it be? It is GAM Esports, because they did just lose to CFO, putting them on that 1-1 record. And we take a look at our round 3 matchups in BO3s. It will be Relove DCG versus Detonation Focus Me, and MVK Esports versus GAM Esports. So that will be another VCS derby. Thank you so much for watching that draw show. Yeah.
But we won't know what the order of actual play will be either, so we know who the team's going to be versing, but that order will be changed. So don't forget to check out the LCP socials, where you will be able to find out when they will be playing too. Very important note. But Logan, it's looking pretty good. Saturday's match is tomorrow night. This is what we're looking at.
Yeah, the BO3s are going to be good. Relove DCG of the PCS versus Detonation Focus Me of the LJL, destined to meet up there in that round 3, followed maybe by MVK Esports of the VCS versus GAM Esports of the VCS. So that is, again, another VCS derby. We do love them here. We have a lot of VCS teams here in the LCP, but I'm very, very excited for this one, because winners, you move higher up in the bracket, right? You increase your chances of going to playoffs at the end of the split, and you want to go to playoffs because that is your ticket to Worlds if you can perform well there. You do not want to be losing, because everything counts here in Split 3, Pike. I'm loving it. I'm very, very keen. I'm very, very excited.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm a little nervous, though, but it has been a very good night of games. And I am going to be very keen to see how tomorrow night goes, because it really is going to define what the rest of the bracket will be turning into. But also Sunday night, we start to see even more. But Logan, we've had some good games. We've had some laughs. We've made some puns. It's the end of the night, though. We got our draw. Now it's just waiting for the weekend. Oh.
I am ready to call it, because that was Friday night. We just had 5 excellent games of League of Legends, and we are going to end this show the same way we started it. This is Logan, that is Pike, and we are over and out. See you tomorrow night.